like you will dance especially for me today. Yeah. Yes.
Greetings and good evening and good morning, good wherever you are. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We're going to carry on the conversation that we've been having in the earlier sessions regarding some of the regional conference that has been had in Nigeria. Some people feel that there is an agenda to kind of split their people up and, feeling aggrieved by it. It's not like it's actually official. So I'm not sure why people feel so strongly about these things. That said, I guess I can understand. The spirit of the conversation is that we're going to have is going to be based on trying to learn from each other. I really hope some people, have that kind of spirit, not always trying to be combative and trying to win the argument. When you see me trying to do that, it's only because I feel like people are deviating from the actual facts on the ground. And it might seem like I'm trying to impose my opinion. Think about it. I'm not imposing my opinion. Sometimes the opinion may not be pleasant for me, but I will try to call it what it is. And it is true that I'm also biased in some sense, because I will try to say, present information that I generally have in my mind. So I'm not in everybody's mind. So there's always that, personal bias you have, no matter how you try to be objective, because you can pick up some certain things, even without subconsciously, consciously trying to pick it up. So that I admit that I'm a man and a human being. I will fall for that kind of bias. But whenever I'm calling out, whatever I'm calling out is often based on facts. So if you have a better information, share it with me, and likely I'm going to listen. As long as we try to share information without trying to just win arguments, because I don't know why you want to win an argument while it's based on falsehood. Because if it's based on falsehood, it means that it's not tied to reality. And if it's not tied to reality, what does that mean? You might start walking into a wall and think that you're walking through, garden of roses. That said, we are not here to discriminate against anybody, any race, any gender, anybody. We are here to have a good faith discussion and share truths with each other. And I hope people don't get too hung up about this thing, about territories, about politics, because in the end, wherever your people are, because I hear some people prefer to have people that speak their language within their territories, but there are many people that live outside their territories that don't speak the language, or that even speak the same language as you, but they live outside. We speak the English language now. Are we British? Does that make us British or English because we speak the English language? I think people should, take it easy with these things. What you want to emphasize, I think, a lady said it in the previous session, is accountability. And you have some kind of government that actually cares about the people's interest. Because in this world that we are in, we are all still in our territories in Nigeria. And we are lucky. You can go and ask the Indian, the already Native Americans, or Australian Aboriginals and all the rest. We are all sitting on our land in Nigeria. The Southwesterners are sitting on their southwestern land. The Easterners are sitting on southeastern land, that their ancestral land. They are still sitting on. Nobody has taken a territory from them. So let's not, even if some people say they are not part of your group, I don't think it should be that much of a big deal. You don't have to force people to join you. And even they are always bothering people that will say, "Oh, I'm from this side," and some of them will say, "I'm from that side." They always do that. You see that in North Africa, you see that in East Africa. Some East Africans believe they're Arabs or Indians, or some of them are say they're Africans. Some of them they say they are not anybody, they're just on their own, like some of the Korean people say. So let's try to take this thing easy, because in the end, whatever they say, what does it matter? Are they prospering? Most people just want to live their life, send their children to school, have a good life, come do what you do when you're alive, and then go back to sender, wherever journey you have after here, you go back. And there's no point overdoing this thing that we spend so much time doing when others are prospering ahead of us. Look at Nigeria. Some parts of Nigeria is so dirty. Some streets are not maintained. People, do they have even proper health care? How about social support for people that are extremely poor? Nigeria is one of the poorest countries in the world in terms of the poverty, the people that are experiencing multi-dimensional poverty. In terms of insecurity, we are also quite insecure. In terms of even the projection into the future, we are not looking very good. So why do we spend so much time arguing about territories that are so impoverished? Maybe we shouldn't be arguing about how we can make ourselves richer, how we can make ourselves more prosperous, our children more educated, and start making ourselves part of the world community and contributing positively to the world. There is no reason why we can't do that. And I must say, I actually believe in the capacity of the Nigerian people, West African and African people to do a lot of good in the world. They're not contributing a lot to the world, really. Let's face it. Black people are not contributing a lot to this world. If you look at all the data out there in terms of energy consumption, inventions, and everything, Africa is like an anemic child. It's like we are just choking. The only thing we are expanding in right now is birth rate, and we are growing in population more than most parts of the world. That is the only area. Most of the other parts, we are struggling. Even if our economy is growing, but it's growing from a very low base. So why do we spend so much time arguing about this and so passionately, when no matter what you do, you will still have people that speak one other language outside that territory. You still have people that speak the same language in that territory. No, I don't know how you can cut a border. You will not have a group of people that speak a different language on the other side or speak your language. You can't do that. Even the southwest in Nigeria, there are people in Benin Republic that speak Yoruba. What are you going to do? There are people in France. There are people in Switzerland that speak French. They are French. In Belgium, they speak French. So I don't know why we are so obsessed, so stressed about this, that you have to have people that speak your language in your territory, to the point whereby even if the people that speak your language in another territory, you don't have a contiguous or continuous border with them. You jump through other people's ethnicities and villages and towns. Then where you have people speaking your language and not even the dominant group, they are just part of the community there. You say that part is now your territory. I don't understand why we do that. I personally don't get it. If you want to have some kind of relationship with people, in the case of Nigeria, you want to have relationship with people in the South, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you want a relationship with them, it doesn't mean you should want to dismiss them. I don't get it. Why would you want to dismiss the people that you need? Is it that you have an ambition to just wipe them out? Is that it? Because in my mind, I believe that people we have a shared history with the people in the southeast in Nigeria. If you go to Benue, the same thing. We all have a shared history. People in Calabar, we're all suffering the same consequences of that area not asserting itself in Nigeria enough. And they should, because that area has a lot of history. If you go from the southeast, Benue, this in Nasarawa, this in Taraba, those areas are very consequential in the history of the whole African continent. But nobody hears about them because those areas are completely stymied right now, stymied by all these arguments that don't get us anywhere. Sometimes I accuse some of these my southeastern brothers of being terrible ambassadors for their people. Because and how can you want access to say you want access to the sea, but you keep insulting the people that are there as if they don't exist? Why would you do that? It doesn't serve you any good. You may wish they don't exist, but don't insult them with it. You may wish that they don't exist, but they are there. They are the real. That's why truth is important. They are the reality of your life. As a matter of fact, if not because of the presence of the British or the arrival of the British and the Portuguese and all of them, they will have supreme power in those areas, like the Benin people did. But today they are a shadow of themselves because of Nigeria. And now you are just insulting them. Let me bring people in so that I don't want to go too long about my ranting today. There are a lot of videos that I want to play. I just want to play the headlines videos that will go to our conversation. I'm not sure they are really relevant given the conversation we are already having. And I don't think that conference, what they did was right. As if that is true, because I saw the map and they split the southeastern states in half. I was like, what is that? Why would you do that? It's like trying to annoy people. So if that is true, I don't know whether it's true, but the map I'm seeing doesn't look right. So we have to call facts spade a spade. We can't pretend as if when we see something that is unfair, we pretend as if it is fair. It's just all right. You can't treat people like that. Let me welcome the people that are on the panel right now. And, I'm happy you are here, Jide, and I'm also happy Maurice Ogunro Bo Ovia is here. I'm sure I've slaughtered that name. It's unfair. I'm sorry. Ogunorobo is here. So
it's Maurice Ogunrobo Ovia. That's it.
Ogunrobo Ovia.
It's Maurice Ogunrobo Ovia.
Ogunrobo, okay. Yeah, that's definitely.
It's an Edo name.
I know. You
From
can make
Ovia.
Nice one.
Southwest local government.
Hey, Ovia, you call it, eh?
Ovia.
That's a solid name.
Yes.
The Edo people, their language is like saying, if there's a language that sounds like it kind of like the way German language sounds in Europe, it's going to be like the Edo language, like, hey, we're here. You can't joke with that language, man. It's a very strong language. I work with people from Edo. Every time the guy is talking, he's so assertive. You would think that he's about to start fighting with you. But that's when they talk. They're like matter of fact thing. They don't play around with words. So thank you for joining us. And what do you make of these debates that has been going on in the previous session about the the regional system, 14 regions that they said they wanted? Jide, I acknowledge you. Welcome. You're one of the elites here. So I know you're going to talk geopolitics and other areas, but if you want to chime in on this Nigerian issue about the regions, you can chime in. So I wanted to ask the guy that what do you make of it? Why is it that people feel like they can tell people where they are from? And look at it. Which one is this one now? You try to log on and start eating, Nigerians. So what do you make of this debate about the regions? And do you think Nigeria's do we need more regions, or do you think we just need more resource control?
Well, thank you very much. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much for another opportunity to give my own opinion with regards to the regionalization of the ongoing political quest. The truth of the matter is there any region that is actually, marginalized? My answer is no. You see, some big players, some political bigwigs who feels that by their status and what they have attained politically, when they are not being carried along in any political administration, they begin to create certain political unrest within their political region. These persons, while they agitate for regionalization, they agitate because of their own personal interest. At the time you bring them on board, they are the ones that will begin to tell their people, take it easy, government, it's a continuous process. You have to take it easy with them. At the end of the day, things will get better. This is because they've been brought on board. But if they were not brought on board, they will begin to shout marginalization, marginalization. Why do I say this? Within the political landscape of Nigeria, even within the present, uh, 6 geopolitical zones that we have today, the 6th geopolitical zone was actually created as a result of political convenience to give some people sense of belonging. That is why it's been created. Now, every state has ministers. Some have 2 ministers. Every state have their citizens that are within the political leadership in the country, maybe chairman of board, MD of parastatals, name it. But one certain persons who feel that by their status, they are supposed to be part of the process are not being carried along. That's when you see they begin to form meetings and caucus to say that their people are being marginalized, to say that they don't have this, they don't have that. But bring them on board, the story will change. Now, I would like to recommend a book postulated by Professor B.I.C. Ijoma, where he talked about Afrocracy. What is Afrocracy? He's talking about the indigenous system of political evolution in Nigeria. Before the coming of the Westerners, every ethnic region have their system of leadership. That's why you have the Oba of Benin, the Obi of Onitsha. You have their traditional stools. These were the people that were championing the leadership and the governance of their people before the introduction of democracy. And they were living well, peacefully, without any issue. But today, with the advent of democracy, you understand me, they begin to categorize issues, they begin to look at issues with sentiments and what have you. They will tell you democracy gives the latitude for freedom of expression. But the truth is, are they really giving people freedom of expression? Some persons have also taken democracy, freedom of expression as means of political rascality. They speak at will. They say whatever thing they want to say just for their own interest, not for the interests of the populace they say they are representing. They will say we, the leaders of South, who are you leading? We are speaking on behalf of. Whose behalf are you speaking for? Did you consult me? How many persons did you consult for you to have the right to speak on our behalf? The truth of the matter is this is all political interests and intrigues. But by and large, when you compare Nigeria of today and what it is in the 60s, there's a great disparity between then and now. Population explosion, development, technology, etc. And that's why you see the burden of governance was not as much as what it is today. So, and the people benefited immensely from the regionalization because the leaders are focused and more committed to people-oriented policies and programs that has affected the growth and development of Nigeria as it was then. But with the advent of population explosion, and so many development that has taken over globally, you find out that leadership is a very difficult process today. The set of people who opportunistically found themselves within the corridors of power are not actually exhibiting the good qualities of leadership. All they do is to cut away the financial status of wherever they are representing to build wealth for themselves and generation of their family at the expense of other people.
Maurice,
yes.
let me add this to what you're saying or ask.
Yes.
Because from the findings of every researcher that are out there, what you find is that when people are grouped, let's say you have even a football team or a classroom, you split it in half. People that were together, you split it in half. I say, okay, you guys are group A, group B. Immediately, they don't wait to. They start making decisions when you ask them to do activities to favor their own group, even if that was not designed for that purpose. So what that tells you is that human beings are kind of loyal to their groupings. That is what they do, and they can't help it. If that is the case, This is why nations have rules in place to prevent those things from happening. Is that not our job then?
Okay.
To make sure we do these things.
Yes, you may be right partially, my brother. But most of us who are talking right now, I think most of us seems to be from, we are all operating from the Western world. What is obtainable in the Western world? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. What is obtainable in the Western world is not what is obtainable back home because of so many factors. Whether we like it or not, ethnicity is a factor. Religion is a factor. You understand me? Population of regional composition is also a factor. Then two, poverty is also a factor because the opportune ones within their microsystem take advantage of the poor ones. So what we need is to continue to appreciate people like you who have taken the bold step to come up with a platform and appreciating the advent of social media that is creating a lot of awareness for the people. I want to let you know that the political consciousness of Nigerians today is far beyond what you think. You think the people are fools, but they are not. Until you give them the opportunity to express their opinion, or there is an opportunity for them to say what they feel. And that is when you know that these people are well informed with what is happening. The truth is, the moral standard of the average leaders in Nigeria is morally bankrupt. When they come to the Western world, they obey rules and regulations. They obey policies and programs. But when they are back home, they go back to that kind of attitude. And this is a major reason why what you have just raised about the individual ethnic group trying to champion a cause, not because they are championing a cause for the beneficiary of the people, but they are championing a cause because they feel that's an outlet for them to be known, to be financially stable, and of course to create some sort of leadership within their people, as if they are really representing the interests of the people. But it is not obtainable here in the Western world. I live in Canada, and I've stayed in Canada almost a decade, right? And I can give you a comparison between what is obtainable here and what is obtainable back home. I remember in the 90s, when we were fighting the military junta, as a former national president of NANS Senate, at the peak of the self-succession bid of General Sani Abacha, I was among the persons who went to watch the concocted video clip. I was at the hands of the leadership of students. In the villa, when we were watching the video clip of the coup, we knew that this is a cut and nail. And that is the truth. And it was only the students, as at that time, that did not sell themselves. The traditional rulers, the political bigwigs, the political party, the businessmen, all of them have all succumbed. They all, succumbed to the military junta, transmuting from a military administration to a civilian administration. They've all agreed.
Sorry, are you talking about the coup that brought Abacha into office, or the one?
No, the Dia coup and
Dia. Okay.
Yes, you understand me? They've all agreed. But if not because of the unfortunate incident that occurred, Abacha would have successfully transmute into a civilian administration, and nobody would have stopped it, because those who would have stopped it, one, they were scared; two, their hands were soiled; three, they were already holding positions that were benefiting them; four, they were the ones orchestrating the plan to make this thing happen. You understand what I'm saying?
But let me ask you though,
yes.
why you bring that issue up? Sorry for distracting a little bit.
Why did I bring that issue?
No, I mean, why you brought that issue up, I just wanted to ask a question. You were saying that if Abacha converted to civilian regime.
Yes.
Given what we know now from what Abacha represented, do you think that would have been the worst case scenario, or what we have now is better?
We see sometimes when we try to make comparison between a democratic government and a military dictatorship, there's no comparison. That is the truth. You understand what I'm saying? Because the opportunity, the latitude at which the citizens have to express themselves and opinion. Are you hearing me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Yes. So the latitude at which the civilian or in which the civilian can express themselves, just like me and you talking now. If it's in the military administration, you can't hear this. They will either bring this Iroko TV down, or they want to trace, where you are living to threaten you. We have seen these things because some of us, have been detained before. I remember when we staged the 1 million anti-Abacha rally in Yaba. Some of us, at the end of the day, for coming up boldly to speak at the podium, they waited for us and told us, and we were arrested. You understand me? Myself,
hold on.
so many persons.
What you are saying happened under the worst dictator Nigeria has ever known. Are you sure it's not going to happen today if you protest again? Is that
well, no. If we protest again, I don't think it will happen that way. But they may systematically try to see how they can, break our wings because they feel that we are too bold, to speak to them, or we are too bold to, trying to educate or enlighten the people about the unfortunate situation.
Maurice, you saw those young children that protested with Russian flag. What they did to them for months, they threw them in jail. Children, they put them in jail under democracy.
Yeah, so but I want to say,
I don't want to distract you from your original point. Sorry, I don't want to distract you from your original
point. But let me just quickly say, no, I like that. But you see, sometimes we must call a spade a spade. There are certain things we must not encourage people to do. Nigeria has a sovereignty of its own. At the time you begin to fly a flag of another country, you can actually protest holding the Nigerian flag. I think it's more sensible than bringing another flag.
That's jailing children.
I think I disagree with that. I think I strongly disagree with that.
Do you see the children that look malnourished? The children that look malnourished in this. The reason why I'm bringing that point is that is Abacha the worst thing under the sun? Abacha is not known to be very tribal. He was dishing out justice and injustice to North and South alike. And he was quite strict about rules and things. But right now, I feel like people are angrier with everybody. They are angry with the all groups in Nigeria. So, but during that time, people were angry with him. Everybody. In other words, it was united Nigerians against him. So,
yes, it depends on the context at which you are laying your argument. But what I'm saying is this: democracy is not a license for political rascality. Okay. 2, Nigerians themselves, I would say, chunk population of Nigerians are morally bankrupt. You understand me? And I keep saying this, that even when you go to the market to buy an item in the market, the leadership of the country is not directly involved in the price of that product, but the people themselves are the one taking advantage of each other. I give an example. I'm from Ovia. Ovia is situated in Edo South, where you have Okada and Co. Okada is Ovia Northeast. Igobazwa is Ovia Southwest. I'm from Ovia Southwest. Now, when you are going to Lagos from Benin, when you get to Okada Junction, you see Okada by the right and Igobazwa by the left. Now, from Igobazwa to Benin is just 45 kilometers. The women selling in the big market in Benin, like the Oba market, they go to the rural areas to get this product, farm product. You buy a chunk of a bunch of banana for a particular reasonable price because you are buying directly from the farmer. At the time you move to Benin, let's take, for instance, you buy a bunch for 8,200. Between Igobazwa to Benin, at the time you get to Benin, it's 5,000. You understand what I'm saying? What has the president or what has the governor got to do with the banana or plantain you bought? And you are going to sell for your fellow citizen at a higher rate. The man who cultivated it, how much did he sell it to you? Or you want to talk about the bus driver who originally goes to village markets to carry the women from Benin, from Igobazwa to Benin. As he was driving to Igobazwa and he gets the information from his radio no subsidy again. The next thing he does is he gets to Igobazwa. This is where they usually pay 1,000 naira to Benin. The next thing he says is 7,000. Meanwhile, the fuel he has in his tank was the fuel he bought from the old price, right? And it takes advantage of the people. So when we begin to look at this whole thing, these are the little things that the commoners benefit from. And meanwhile, the same people are the one putting this same problem on themselves. Or are you talking about the businessman who has a shop and decide to call his importer for a particular goods that he wants him to supply? And while he's talking to his importer, the importer will say, dollar don't increase. Oh, nah. Then the next thing he will call his boss, David, increase the price. Oh, they say dollar has increased. Meanwhile, he has over 30,000 units of that same product of the same price. If you look at this whole thing, I con this thing as the issue of moral standing. We lack moral standing. We take advantage of each other. We try to put pains in ourselves. You understand me? Everybody wants to make money.
Let me interject for a bit so that some other person can speak. See, I've heard you make this moral argument, which is true. Many of us are compromised. But the example you use about what was that again? About
market forces.
Market forces. When they still have goods that they bought at cheaper prices, then they inflate the prices because maybe currency increase and all that stuff. I saw that with the removal of fuel subsidies, where the station owners started selling petrol at higher prices. What I understood from that is that if they sold it at the original price that they bought it, they still have to go and buy the new ones at higher prices. So if you don't want them to go out of business, they have to start selling those things at the higher price so that they can be able to procure new stock. So,
Father, are you supporting moral? What are you?
I'm trying to say that it may not be immoral.
Okay.
I mean, if it was immoral, I would be against it. But I'm trying to say that it may not be immoral to get the actual price that you're actually going to restock with, because remember, they still have to get new stock. So they don't have.
In conclusion, I want to draw a signalism to the topic itself. This is what happens in the regionalization we are talking about. Some persons will just gather themselves for the purpose of what they want to benefit. They will not consult with their people for their people to contribute, their own concerns and worries to the regionalization process. But because they are the opportune individuals, they take advantage of the rest.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Jide, thank you for joining us. This problem that we are experiencing in Nigeria, I don't know what to make of it, because you always get this debate that they will come across, and often it's mostly the Southeast that complains about the regions, the regional issues. And to be fair too, because they too have been hard done by in so many ways, that is partly the reason why. But what do you make of the debate about the regions? And the question I wanted to ask Maurice was about, I'm curious whether the Edo people, they do think about their glory days versus what they are experiencing now in Nigeria. And because I'm not even sure the generation that came after the Ovaronwe and all those people that lost British, whether they still think about what the price they paid for being in Nigeria. And the same thing with the South. I'm not sure they too are thinking about those things. And the reason why I'm saying this, because the others now, especially the major groups, are taking them for granted. That if they keep doing this, there will be problems. So what do you make? I don't know whether you studied the conference that they're having right now about the regional system. So what do you make about the debate and everything you've heard of in the previous debates? If there's any point you want to bring up, you are free to bring it up too. So what do you make of it, Jide? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, forefathers, for having me as always, man. Thank you, and greetings to everyone on the show. It's a very complex topic. This topic about recreating the geopolitical zones in Nigeria, particularly in the south. So first of all, we need to understand that region, particularly the south region, southeast region, particularly, it's extremely diverse. That's one thing we need to understand. Having said that, there are all these ethnic groups that are within those regions, and there are also sub-ethnic groups or sub-tribes that come out of those regions as well. And one thing I want us to understand is that some of these regions or some of these geopolitical blocks, some of them were created by the British to create fragmentation. Because the more fragmented we are, the more divisive we are, the more it is easy for the British during that time to exploit us. So I think as a result of that, new elites emanated from these sub-ethnic, sub-regional groups. New elites emanated from those regions. You understand? That wouldn't have emerged if those regions were part of a bigger bloc, geopolitical bloc. And as a result of that, one of the major challenges we have in Nigeria, particularly in the south, is if some of these regions are absorbed into a bigger region, the people that are having so much money, that I don't know if I'll call them the minorities that feel like they are not marginalized, that used to be part, like let's say for instance, I don't know, maybe like the South, for instance, the Delta region, for instance, if they are absorbed into the greater Southeast region, for instance, the elites from the Delta region, they may not be benefiting from the federal government, from what they used to benefit before, because now they'll now be absorbed into the greater Southeast region. You see what I'm saying? So as a result of that, that will have political consequence. So the point I'm making is there is that problem. So we have an elite problem and fragmentation problem there. But there's another problem as well. The people that are involved with creating a lot of these regions, for what interest? Is it for the elite's interest or for the people's interest? Because at the end of the day, even if you have all these multiple regions, whether we like it or not, everyone has to still work together. We cannot have all these regions separated and that's about it. There have to be a way in such a way, there have to be an equilibrium in which you have all these sub-regions in the south that make sense, that share ancestry, that share history, that share culture, that share ethnic or ethno-linguistic commonalities to some extent, that share all these things, right? You have all these sub-regions that are created based on that. History, because history is very important. If the Igbos and the Benin, they have shared history, why can't they live together, even if they speak a different language? If they have a shared history.
Yeah, but Jide, we have French in Belgium. We have French in Switzerland. We have French in a few other countries around that area. And you don't see the French saying, you know what, we have to bring them back. We have to bring. Why does it matter so much? That's the question.
Yeah, because that's a good question. I see where you're coming from. You have in Europe, for instance, you have some ethnic group, like even Switzerland. You have Italians in Switzerland. You have Germans in Switzerland.
Yeah.
You understand? I agree that we can still find a way to live together, even if you have some differences in language or ethnic groups. But like Brother Morris was saying, the way we think is different from Western people. It's a mindset thing. And like I said, I've always said it on this show, our elites are the problem. Now, one of the major problems we have in Nigeria are our elites. Our elites, everything is about their own interests. That's why they will always sell us out. They will always, so if you have, I made a background explanation that even if you have some of these sub-regions that come out, like, in the 1960s, I think that was when the South started to have their own sub-region. They had their own political bloc. They were part of the Southwest, I think. I'm not sure. Or
Yes.
I can't remember what they call them now.
Midwest.
Midwest. Thank you. That from there, you had a new set of elites, right? That came out of that. Those elites, well, now they're no longer the ones that are there now. But imagine if now you want to now absorb them into the Southeast. The elites will not agree because they are benefiting from Nigeria itself. Not because the people are doing well, but because they are benefiting from it. So the point I'm making is, The elites are the problem, number one. Number two is we have to find a way to work together. Because at the end of the day, even if you create all these borders, because I don't know, the bottom line is they will create borders eventually, right? Either it's a small border or a big border.
Like an arbitrary border, yes.
Arbitrary borders, exactly. At the end of the day, when you create all these borders, my major concern about our people is there will be those that will still share grievances. That is my major challenge. And when these grievances are being expressed, they can be exploited by the Nigerian elites and by foreign powers to create instability in Nigeria if the Nigerian state is doing everything to develop and invest in its people. That's my major concern. And we keep falling for that as Nigerian people. We keep falling for that because whether we like it or not.
Sorry. Let me give you an example of what you just said, because it just reminded me of what I saw this week about the Christian genocide. You know, how you talked about how it's easy to divide us. Let me just play this quickly.
Administration came to Nigeria claiming to protect Christians and fight terrorists. Now, American-made drones are in the skies above the Niger Delta. And this time, the goal is not to launch a strike targeting Boko Haram or the Islamic State. Rather, it's keeping a watch on the crude oil that keeps Nigeria's economy alive. Reports confirm that the Nigerian private security giant, Tantita, has partnered with the US defense titan, Textron Systems. Now, this to deploy the Aerosonde Mk4.7 unmanned aerial systems. These vertical takeoff drones feed real-time surveillance directly into command centers to guard pipelines and offshore assets. The aim is to strengthen surveillance around Nigeria's oil and gas infrastructure. And it is happening just as Nigeria's crude production recovers to a 6-year high. According to Nigerian officials, crude output has been climbing steadily. It rose from 1.48 million barrels per day in February to 1.56 million barrels in June of 2026. Washington framed the campaign as a fight to restore democracy and defeat a narco-terrorist state. But the pressure also created economic leverage, allowing American energy companies to operate in Venezuela's oil sector. Then, Canada. Washington invoked national security over trade, steel, and border controls. The reality? Tariffs were weaponized to crush Canadian agricultural protections and hand US big tech direct access to Canada's critical minerals and power grids. And look at Greenland. Trump said the US had to have Greenland. Washington framed this as strategic Arctic defense against Russia and China. But it was essentially a commercial land grab to secure the untapped rare earth elements and lock China out of global supply chains. Every single time a moral or a security crisis on the outside seems to open the door to much bigger economic interests inside. So what about Nigeria? Was the Christian persecution campaign the objective? Or did it also become a lever, serving a much larger strategic purpose? To be clear, the existing evidence does not prove that Washington's religious freedom pressure was designed as a cover for Nigerian oil. But look at what is happening now. Look at the timeline. Religious freedom pressure, counterterrorism cooperation, intelligence sharing, US military training, drone technology, and American surveillance systems moving into Nigeria's energy security network. Those actions may not be part of the same policy, but they are starting to intersect. And that is the real story. Because Nigeria is not just another partner. It is Africa's largest oil producer and West Africa's demographic heavyweight. Whoever helps Nigeria secure its energy infrastructure gains an indispensable foothold in the Gulf of Guinea. If Nigeria can produce more and move more crude into the formal export chain, That strengthens Abuja first, but stronger security ties gives Washington a deep foothold at a time when Russia and China are expanding across Africa. America once came to Nigeria to fight terrorists. Now, American technology is monitoring the country's oil and watching over the pipelines. The battlefield has expanded, and in the Niger Delta, the next frontier of US-Nigeria cooperation is being written with oil.
I'm not surprised. We discussed this last year. We discussed this towards the end of last year. I said it very well. I submitted the national security strategy on this panel for everyone to read. This is exactly what is playing out. They wrote everything that she said that is happening now. It was written in the national security strategy. They made it very clear. That
I think the relevance of that is that how our divisions are used against us and how easily it works. They didn't even have to make a lot of effort to do it, and we just surrendered. Tinubu was like, please, you want to bomb us? Let's not do that now. We can do anything you want. Just ask us. We will give you. Because we've rendered ourselves almost completely helpless to their influence. But please carry on.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. You know, Nigeria is a weak state, and like I said, the diversity among us has been exploited by the imperialists and our elites, like I said, you know. So this border issue, it still remains the fact that there has to be compromise, you know. They have to be compromised by the elites and by the Nigerian people. It's not going to be 100% perfect, because at the end of the day, like you said, there will be somehow where, especially like you said with Belgium and Switzerland, there will be cases where, we have situations like that too. There has to be a compromise. You understand? There has to be a political compromise. But that's exactly where the problem is, because our people and even our elites, they don't care about the people. They don't care about the interest of our people. Our people, too, a lot of them, they are selfish. They are interested in getting the, the cookie jar. They want to get into the cookie jar of the Nigerian state, you know? So that division, it benefits a lot of our elites. And at the same time, the people themselves, because of their, not all our people, but some of our people, because of their tribalistic mindsets, and also because they also want to what? They want to be part of that cookie jar. They cannot afford to be integrated into another ethnic group. But at the end of the day, if we really want to work together and keep Nigeria functioning, there has to be a compromise somehow. Because further from fragmentation will lead to an exploitation by the ruling elites and by the imperialist class to destabilize Nigeria. You see what I'm saying? Because even within the Igbo ethnic group, there are some ethnic groups, whether we like it or not. I mean, I'm Yoruba, for crying out loud. Within Yoruba, you have all these sub-tribes within Yoruba that can be exploited. You understand? So there has to be a compromise. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about creating borders. It's a very small border. I'm pretty sure that they have shared history, all of them. The Edo, the people from rivers, the Cross River, they all have shared history, even if the languages are different in some ways, right? Culturally,
in a way, can't you argue that even Nigeria, for the last almost 100 and something years now, we've had a shared history where we experienced the colonization and all those things, and we speak a common language and all those things. So, just as the Opobo Kingdom, when was it created? Barely 200 years ago. That everybody's talking about their this thing. So Nigeria existed almost in similar times, and we don't acknowledge that we are a people. But some people are very happy to say they are Opobo, people are from a certain tribe, when in reality the kingdom was just created almost similar periods of time. So for me, I find it difficult to understand. Why do we find this so important? I don't know. Let's try to round off so that I can bring Ife in.
When it's my turn again, I will explain further on this issue. But at the end of the day, the point of the matter is that the people and the elites, if they really want the interest of that country, there have to be a compromise. to keep Nigeria functioning, to make Nigeria functioning better than it is. I'll just stop there for now.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. You know, he's been saying about this compromise, but in my mind, I'm asking myself, they've been compromising, they've been talking. They were talking before independence, they were talking after independence, they keep talking. And the idea is that while all this talk is happening, they are not building a country. And when we say the elites are for themselves, I don't know, because if I'm for myself, I want to make myself richer. These elites, I don't know whether they are for themselves or for the people that are colonizing us. Because for themselves, they are not rich, they are getting poorer and poorer. The country is getting poorer. So what kind of sense do we have? Are we not smart people? Is that it? That we can't understand that sometimes some of our people can live outside our borders. The borders we call maybe our towns or our countries. Why do we struggle with that when we can see it all over the world? If Lee, please let me welcome. I don't think I've seen it before. So first of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What do you make of it?
I think Jide has. Can you hear me? I think Jide has made the
loud and clear
important point, right? Our elite, I think, lack sincerity of purpose. And if you lack sincerity of purpose, whatever you are doing, there will always be loophole for others to exploit. And sadly, that's what have been happening historically. Now, I think Jide talked about the Western world, that why did they get it right? The elite had sincerity of purpose. What people forget is the southern coast of England used to be French before. But because of sincerity of purpose, the English monarchy and the French monarchy had to come to some, agreements. The island of Jersey used to be French. That Jersey cow that people use for milk, it's a cow of French origin, and the island of Jersey used to be French. But because of all this back and forth wars here, they said, okay, all the French from Jersey moved back to English territory, to French territory. And all the English from English people in France moved back to the English territory. And if you decide you are not moving back, accept that your generation will become English as time goes on. And if you are in the French territory and you are an English person, accept that your generation will become French. And that's why if you go to the southern coast of England, you find some streets which are actually of French names. Maybe now they might now call it in with the English tonation, but if you understand French, you'll be like, no, this French. And the real English, even though they don't want to talk about it, if you are very close to the other ones, they will tell you.
You see?
So when I saw this regional thing happening in Nigeria, I was happy. But like Jide said, the lack of sincerity of purpose, and you will see that what they are just trying to do is to fight for their pocket. I don't see any reason for an Ikwere person to be fighting with an Igbo person. I'm from the Southwest. The way you will know that you are not making sense is call an outsider to judge what you are saying. It's like a Yoruba man who is in Nigeria now telling a Yoruba person the Anago person, let me use the word Anago. Actually, the word Yoruba, if you anything from Nigeria border, from Republic of Benin to Cote d'Ivoire, they will call you Anago. Now, will a Yoruba person from Southwest Nigeria not be stupid that somebody in Republic of Benin is calling him Anago and start fighting? No, I'm not Anago. You are the one that know that you are not Anago, but the person listening to your language knows that, no, you are of this origin. So the question will now be, is the nomenclature Igbo causing the problem? Such that, okay, maybe let's say the Igbo nation decide to say, okay, we don't want to be using that Igbo against them. Let's call everybody Ikwere now. So would that make an Ikwere person now happy? But fundamentally, are they the same? They share, either they like it or not, they share some ethnic similarity.
So, sorry though. I think you made some points there that I'm a little bit. From what I can see, identity is a very fickle thing. It's not as fixed as people like to believe, because like we speak English now. If the Englishman was black, and you go 200-300 years into the future, and we are still speaking English, we might say that we are English, and people will not argue with it because we speak English, we follow English kind of way of doing things, and it was the black people that gave it to us. So how do they know in the past that is not the case, whereby because of culture, like we see happening now in the Ibani areas of Opobo, because a lot of Southeasterners move into those areas, they have the population more than the South people. Then many of those, they do business with in Opobo, they speak the language and everything. Now they are now saying that place is Southeast. The point I'm trying to make is, because of the integration of cultures within Nigeria, some groups have decided to use that now. Some, at least the ones that come on this planet anyway, they try to use that argument to say, now this territory that didn't used to be ours is now ours. And that is something that is leading to a lot of friction in the earlier conversation. So I don't know what you make about this observation.
Yes, you also made a good point, but the question, and that's why I always ask people that if you want to start talking about history, how far into history do you want to start from? If you wake up Sir Isaac Newton now, the English we are speaking, Sir Isaac Newton would like, it's not even would likely, will struggle to understand what we are saying. But everybody knows that it's an English person. Even if you now go back into the time of the Tyndalean era or the Georgian era, some of them might start bringing out their sword to start killing people like, what are you saying? You are not from this territory. So it tells us that ethnic identity over the centuries would, change. And for someone who is even conversant with the Bible itself, ethnic identity, even among the children of Jacob itself, who became Israel, became a problem whereby they were killing the Benjamites when they went for a war. So ethnicity for me is good. It's good to protect your identity, but at what cost? So what are you protecting itself? So the problem is when it's too diverse. When it's too diverse, it becomes, there's always friction. And the unfortunate thing that happened to Nigeria is all the ethnic groups in Nigeria don't have the same identity. What helped Europe was most of their ethnic identity broke from Latin. So when it broke away from Latin and it was established on Roman norms, irrespective of where they find themselves, even in England, which later went to America, they were now able to say, okay, maybe during the centuries, language has divided, but we know we have the same background. Can we fix this thing by ourselves? Unfortunately for us, Africa were kingdoms and chiefdoms on its own. There was nothing that we can say unites all the African ethnicity together. There was none.
Hold on. I think, let me add to that. I think the colonization united Africans to an extent. If you look at the French, the Roman one you highlighted, it was a form of colonization. The Romans completely decimated England, and they decimated many parts of Europe to have that influence over them. And from what you submitted, it means that the Romans, it kind of colonized the people, gave them a shared history, and that's what they moved forward with. They didn't reject it. They didn't say, because of that, I'm no longer German, or I'm not. No, they will follow. They still have, like, we speak English now. And that's another aspect I feel like we are struggling with. We forget that we have an identity now, right now.
Father, let me ask you one question, because sincerely, your submission is very flawed as regard to the Igbo and the Ikwere. You basically say that you look it from our side, they have to be the same or whatever.
Yeah.
If you want to follow that analogy, the Igbo and Yoruba themselves, they have a common ancient ancestor. Are you aware of that?
Can you enlighten me on that?
So basically, even the Igbo and Yoruba, they are basically brothers. So if you want to go back to history, even the language they speak, is the Niger-Congo language family. Basically, their language is from the same source. So why I'm raising this issue, if you trace the history of Nigeria, most of these tribe you hear, these, we are basically very related. If you go back to the history now, you'll be tracing on the language to the same root. This is the reality.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, I would not say I agree, but I would accept part of your submission. Let's look at what's happening in the Middle East. At least you know the Semitic languages. We have the Aramaic, the Hebrew, Tigray, the one spoken by the Ethiopians. Amharic. Yeah, Tigray, Amharic. But today, if you jumble all of them together, they will start fighting. Even though they are from the same source.
Yeah, that's the truth. That is what you need to accept. So that is why, hold on, yes, now you go to the point. If an Ikwere man is telling you, for example, yeah, probably they have some source from the southeast. Today is telling you I'm an independent man. You have to respect it.
Okay.
So these are the kind of stuff that leads to problems. You see, it's just like family. See, when even your parents, for example, there are some of his siblings you don't even have that relationship with anymore. By the time, let's say, if you go to second generation, you will discover you don't even know so many people.
Yeah,
so
you have a point. And that's why I said the English and the French and most of the Europeans were able to solve this, such that when they were creating their region, they said, okay, if you know you are an Ikwere man in an Igbo territory that we are forming, and you know that you want to still hold your Ikwere identity, move away from the Igbo area. If you know that you are an Igbo man in the Ikwere region, move away from the
hold on.
So the question would now be, is that possible?
Hold on, that is a funny point you are making, because
it's a funny point. That is not the interest.
They didn't change their Frenchness or their Englishness, because like if you look at the Switzerland and Belgium and maybe a few other countries, you have the French there. They didn't say, if you speak French, you have to go back to France, and only the Swiss.
Yes, forefathers. Do you know why the English and the French had to do that? Because the origin of England and French, why one is Germanic, the other one was Latin, which is French. So there was nothing to hold them together.
They were fighting. They were at war for over 100 years. That's part of the reason why they don't.
So language was still a barrier. That's what I'm trying to say. Language was still a barrier.
It was nationality. There are two nations fighting each other. It wasn't just the language. Like they do that in Gibraltar now, where they said if you want to stay in Gibraltar, you can stay, but if you want to be British, if you don't want to be British, you can go to Spain. It doesn't have. It's about nationality. It's not about the language or choosing who you want to be. If an English person that is in Gibraltar today decides to go to Spain, it doesn't mean he will renounce his Englishness. He will still be English, but he prefers to be a Spanish national.
So the question is, what happens to his second, third, and fourth generation?
They will be Spanish, and they will also know that they are from England.
They will know, but they will lose their Englishness, either we like it or not. That's what I'm trying to. That's the point I'm making.
I guess. So the
question is, are we ready to, like Jide said, are we ready to do a give and take scenario?
I think your assertion that they will lose their Englishness is not necessarily true. If they choose to preserve it, they can preserve it like the way they do in other countries. How? It's not necessarily true, because you can see the example. I told you about Belgium and Switzerland already. There are many
Belgium,
examples like that.
you know what happened with Belgium and Switzerland? Sorry, with Belgium and Switzerland, the same thing happened in Netherlands and this other country, because the type of religion they were practicing was different. I've forgotten the one with Netherlands. Which country but Netherlands? Can you help me? Because some of them were Calvinists, some of them were
Belgium, Germany.
Some of them were Lutheran, some of them were Calvinists. Yeah. The same thing happened in Scotland.
Belgium is is bordering this thing. The point is obvious. Even in Russia, you have different groups in it.
Exactly.
And there are those groups are also present in other countries. There are people that are Russians that are in Ukraine, or they are, you do that. It's not.
Yeah, but do you know what, forefathers? Do you know how Russia solved its own? Russia now gave the Islamic areas in their country more or less to run their own space based on their own Islamic norms.
Yeah, under Catherine. Yeah, under Catherine.
But they still have the Russian language that joins all of them together.
True, but my point is that there are Russians that claim they are Russians that are in other countries that are not in Russia. Just like there are people that are French that are in other countries. You have over the ocean, there are English people that are in America, there are Irish people that are in America. So I don't know why you feel like if you have a nationality, you have to be in one specific territory. It doesn't have to.
No. That's not the point. The point is the nation itself, not the nationality, the nation itself.
America has Irish people. Do they mean that they give up their Irish identity? They didn't give it up. You see what I mean?
Because the foundation, imagine the foundation of America was jumbo pack like our own. Let's say somebody is and I always say, I believe, I may be wrong, 3 factors normally hold the country: the economic of the country, the religion, and the elites. Where these 3 things don't align, there will always be problem. And unfortunately, that's what African countries are still dabbling with. That 3 things: the economy. Somebody feels the economy
what I
has
think is
to.
common in all of them is the elites, really. Because it's funny while you are saying it occurred to me that the real commonality among all nations, the others they can vary, but the elites are the constant.
Exactly.
So because you have nations with multiple religions, multiple identity, multiple languages, but the elites remain constant. They can still decide that you are going to still be one nation, you like it or not. While some other nations, they will have one ethnicity, and the elites will destroy it. Like look at Somalia, they have one ethnicity, one religion, one everything, but the elites are just crazy in that country too. So the elites are the commonality in all this. So maybe it's something we are all learning from. And because some of the things you are saying, I was thinking about it like,
I don't know what you call it. Even the tribe. It's an issue, to be honest. Not only the elite. See, you can even be the same people. It's just like when people, if we go back to history, for example, you look at the Yoruba now. When the Yoruba were one together, they fought some war for years within themselves. Some of the longest war in Africa were fought by the Yorubas.
That's true, actually.
Yeah. It's a fact. It's a fact. That is why.
Yeah, that was a brutal one.
The people looking for division, I tell them, I know Nigerians. We are very dishonest people, but even within ourselves, within our territories, you see high-level discrimination. So I have my position has been, even you divide Nigeria into local government, you will see this discrimination will come up. So that's why I don't really take this stuff seriously. When you
let me just round up so that another person would be able to speak. I think another thing I'm now realizing is it seems we don't even understand what we are practicing. I'm sorry to use that word, because this system of governments are foreign to us anyways. We are trying to and we fail to adapt it to our own unique type of worldview. So because we have not tried to adapt and modify it to suit who we are as a people, as a race, based on how we think, it's also causing a problem. So these are the things that I feel
Thank you.
that yeah.
I really appreciate you. Please make endeavor to be joining us here, because it sounds like you're a young man but with a big voice. You know, we are happy to have you here. So join us freely, and so that we can all learn. Because some of the things you are saying, I wrestle with some of them. I disagree with some of them. Others I agree with them, and I really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you. Let me move to AY, because if did make some points about elites being the biggest problem, and our elites. I think Jide said the same. Our elites, and other groups, other people's elites seems to be behaving better. What is it about other people's groups, their elites, that makes them wish for their nation to do better and themselves to do better, while ours can't seem to do that? What is different between ours and theirs?
Yeah, I'm going to continue from where you stopped. You see, when you're talking about elite, me, I don't really believe that too, because the truth is, something is pushing the elite. So you go back to Nigeria history, post-independence. What were the issues? So you have different leaders, everybody protecting their tribal interest. This was problem number one. I don't think that is out of place. You can have like common goal as a country in terms of the leaders, but you protect your people, for example. I don't think it's out of place. But where you guys cannot see that common goal, you know, okay, this is where we expect this country to be in 100 years. In terms of development, no compromise. Education, no compromise. There are little issues you guys can understand. But when it comes to the economy, the education, the general development, you guys are on the same page, the country will develop. Where, for example, in the case of Nigeria, where you're supposed to, for example, cite, like we usually say, let me use something like, what's it called? Something like, I want to use a big example. Where you're supposed to cite, for example, something like power station in an area, in a geographical location, probably because of the access to raw material, or site industry in some certain geographical location, because of the proximity to raw materials. You are not doing it. You are denying the people. It becomes a problem. It's stuff like port, for example. Most of the question people are asking, why do we have one port in just one area? It's not even a good thing for the country. This is the truth. Either you are from the southwest, it's not a good thing in terms of development. It's not a good thing in terms of security. What if you have a blockade, for example, nothing should come into the country? So we need to think above all this little sentiment. But if you have multiple ports, you have multiple international airports that are really functioning, probably one in each geopolitical zone as you have it in Nigeria, functioning airports, you see, it's going to be a better development. For example,
AY, the question was about the elites at first. You said our elites, they don't prioritize people, but why is it that others can, but ours cannot?
That's the problem I'm listing for you. So the problem is tribalism. That's the genesis.
But other people have tribes.
Yeah, but give example of the country that have tribes that are
like if you look at even the US itself, you can say that the Irish are there, the Germans are there, the different groups are there, but they still manage to make decisions on their interests. Switzerland, they have multiple tribes. Belgium, they have multiple tribes.
Even in America,
China, they have multiple tribes.
Even
why
in
are
America,
they making decisions for their people?
So even in America, they have the issue. The issue is still there.
No, they have it, but they are the superpowers of the world. That's my point.
But the issue is there. The problem is there.
But that's my point. The problem exists, but it doesn't debilitate them. Nigeria is debilitating us.
Yeah, you could say that, but Nigeria is just 60 years old. 60 what? 60 whatever years old.
Oh,
Jesus,
stop
God,
that.
We
Singapore
have
is how
to
many
deal with
years?
fact. Hold
Singapore
on,
is how
hold
many
on.
years?
Why? No,
I
now.
know. Hold on. No, I'm not making excuse, but I know some people will say, "Oh, that's not an excuse," but it is. So America is 200-something years old. So they still have the problem. The problem, not that it will not be there, but there are some that are just too deliberate. I'll give you a typical example. When I look at Nigeria problem of electricity, we had only one source of electricity for years, generation, the so-called Kaji Dam. Okay, there was coal in the southwest. As at then, coal was not that bad in terms of generating electricity. Why did you not use it to generate electricity in the southeast? Let that region of the east get electricity from there. You look for something in the... So these are the kind of thinking. We were not thinking. What were we thinking? Why one president was telling Nigeria that they have too much money. They don't know what to do with it. Are you sick? Where you have... There was no development in the country, but you are saying we have too much money.
Age is going to allow our elite to start thinking more sanely?
Yeah.
So
these are all the issues. In 2026, we still have only one port where the traffic on Lagos Road because of this port is unimaginable. So why are we having that? Why don't you develop port in the open up port in the south regions? You can even have place like Onitsha should have a fortunately dry port, even where you say there is no sea in the east. Onitsha,
you are describing what we should do. I would like you to talk more about.
It's because that's the problem. Because the leaders were not thinking. Most of them were
not thinking. Are you saying they are dumb now? Are you saying
that they were not? See. Let me tell you. I'll give you an example. Listen, if you want to do it justice. Listen, if you want to do it justice, you will not see what is in your front. This is the truth. So if they were
but why do we want us doing justice? You see, you are not getting my point. Other people face similar problem. Why do they want to do injustice? Why can't are they the only ones tribal in the world? The other people are tribal. Why is it our own tribalism is like the worst?
Let me give you a simple example. A simple example is this platform. You will see, for example, you see some people, for example, let's say I'm from Masca Place. No matter what Masca does, you will see Nigeria, they will support it. They will not criticize. They will not even come with a different opinion. Just because Masca is from my place, whatever he does, I will support it. These are the things this is still the problem. We still having it even as we speak today.
So
how many people have you seen that are
something is wrong with us? Are you saying something is wrong with us?
Something is wrong. Well, of course, that is for you to conclude. I'm not. Hold on.
You say something is wrong with us
because if he's here is new. I need to really. I have actually broken this stuff down here on this platform. When you look at Sudan is just here, just our neighbors. West Sudan is just a typical Nigeria where you have the Muslim north, you have the Christian south. When they were agitating the southern Sudan, they want to break out. They are marginalizing us. They are doing this. When that country was divided, in less than 6 months, it was a full-blown war in the south. After 2 years, if I'm not mistaken, it was a full-blown war in the north. Same religion, almost similar people. Yeah, you have some few Arabs. But today, the war is going on in both countries. Now they are the same people. How come they are not united? So look at across Africa.
Sorry, yeah. Sudan is not. They are not the same people. You know, they also have they have this Barbars, they have Arabs, they have the mix
in terms of religion.
So okay,
I was
religion,
speaking in terms of religion. Okay. So I'm just giving you an example. If you go study Africa very well, you see the same sickness. But we are not actually accepting those stuff because we're looking at. Let me know. I personally feel black man, we need to look inward.
That's true.
to
I agree
resolve our
too.
issues.
I agree.
This
Ewa.
is just the truth. Because even when I look at America, for example, I go to some places like controlled by Asia people. It's functioning well. You go to community where the black people control, it's a mess. This is very common. Sometimes if you are not open, you need to question a lot of this. Look at Africa countries. This South Africa, because South Africa is declining today, is because it was handed over to black. They are messing it up. They are killing their fellow black people. So what are you gonna say about that? So we can complain all we want. We need to look inward. Thank you.
Thank you for that, AY. AY's submission is his final conclusion is something is wrong with us. Hi, AY, this is your most depressing submission ever. You say something is wrong with us. That is where you ended your submission.
I know Stockamo. I just said
that's what you said. That's what AY said. One Africa, thank you for joining us. I'm sure you have something to add to this conversation.
Is that the way now? This One Africa came like 30 hours.
Did he just came in? Oh, sorry.
Was here before.
Sorry. You know, me, you know, I'm a very, very tribalistic man. I'm trying to discriminate against you. You have to forgive me. Maska, thank you for joining us. And I'm sure you've had a bit of some of the conversations. Why is it that our people are obsessed? At least some people anyway.
Okay, look, I protested, but I think OD can go.
Okay.
Because I'm sure he's going to go to a tangent I will disagree. I already have a disagreement with AY, so I'll just pack all my disagreement into...
Oh, God. AY has gone and said something that I didn't expect today. He concluded that something is wrong with us. One Africa, thank you for joining us. Why do we feel the need to have people that speak our languages and share our culture be in the same territory with us? Why is it so important? Is it not more important to have a territory that your own people are in than the other? Even if some of them are in other territories, it's not the end of a people, because the French are in multiple countries in Europe. The Italians are in multiple countries in Europe. They are like there indigenously, really. And it doesn't diminish them. So why is it that in Nigeria we obsess over this so much?
Good evening, everybody. It's been a long time. I'm happy to be here. And Mr. Ife Lee, great job, man. I really came in here because of you. I was, many times it's hard to, when you get new information and you learn new things, you want to come in and interact, I think you brought very good perspective to the discussion that they were having. I think just to broaden it and bring some European flavor, that's because essentially what our people are trying to do is get the European kind of arrangement, right? Where bad copycats, our people went to copy the American form of government. What's that? Tafawa Balewa, right? Went to copy the American form of government. And when our people, after he visited the US, right? By the time we brought it here and tried it, we completely destroyed it, right? When they gave us a clean slate to write our constitution. What's his name? The man that handed over to Obasanjo. They had like the American Constitution. Just if you want to copy, just copy it verbatim and bring it down. They made position for Senate President, Deputy Senate President, which are not non-positions in the United States, right? Creating levels of bureaucracy and all that. But anyway, look, I just wanted to commend you. And like Forefather said, I think you'll be a very good addition to this show to educate our people and all that. Look, whenever I come to this show, I think, the language I use, people like Forefather would not like it and all that. But, that I always believe that we have to speak truth to power. When people are having discussion in dishonesty, they never get anywhere, right? We had problems in our country, where if you have discussion, we had discussions to move ourselves forward. You know, we had some meeting in a place called Aburi, right? In Ghana. What led to setting our country back was when these people had discussions and they had agreement and they could not implement the agreement. People decided to renegade on the agreement. So, I'm not sure, to be quite honest, where this thing is coming out from. This idea of drawing. This is more of a nationalism, right? And I think one of our brothers had come in before and talked about it and recommended the Orange Nation. I think this is just I think he should really be proud of himself. But I don't know. I think there's some dishonesty about what's going on, right? I don't know so much details about this, but one thing I know is the discussion that you guys were having about the Ikwere people and Opobo and all that. Which forefather knows the truth, if he wants to be honest about it. The problem, I'll just say, let me just jump and say what could be the problem if they don't get this right. Let's say somehow we succeed in forming this small nations or inside the big nation, that's those you have big characters, right? And you don't form it in honesty. The problem is that you go back to war, and because people will not accept to be cheated, right? Essentially, people will say, and if you look at what happened in Europe, they were, you see, people forget, that you have like the big Austro-Hungarian Empire. Where are they now, right? Europe essentially was drawn into, you have the UK, right? Europe, not Europe, right? And then you had the Russians, who were like second biggest power, right? At the time, empire. Then you had the French, who were number 3. Then you have number 4, you had the Germans, and these people, just remember that the Berlin Conference was in Germany, a newly created kind of state, because there was nothing like Germany when you go back many years in Europe, just even in the 19th century. What you have is Prussia, right? You don't have Germany. Nobody is called German, right? Per se. But when Germany and then they started rising, everybody was trying to draw for borders. And then if you look at what happened and what led to the First World War, which people just, if we look back, and we need to learn from history, right? If you look at why did young men just die unnecessarily? Like this man just died for, they could have maybe settled on the borders, because also they wanted to balkanize the Ottoman Empire, right? If you look at the role that played. But coming back to what we have in front of us, that's why when we have to make this, if people decide that this is the way we're going to go, I doubt it highly, because the problem would not even be in the South, it will be more in the North. When you want to balkanize the North and give power to some certain people, I don't think people are going to allow that. But coming back to, if you look at, let's say because the fight and what people are trying to do is to say, hey, these Igbos, you cannot have access to the sea. It's just a fight for access to the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. That's just what it's all about. The whole idea is how far do you want to go back in history? And I've asked forefathers this when we are, talking about Palestine and all that. Who came before who, and who will take what? Where do you stop and where do you begin? But, the truth is that if we want to be honest, we're here right now. So why don't we go with what we have here? They asked somebody in one of those, I was listening to one of the YouTube clips. They said, what's the old name of Port Harcourt? You can't say that names don't have meaning, right? If you're Olusegun, and you're from a place in Edo State, and your name is Olubenga Olushegu, and you say, I don't have anything with Yoruba people, it's even people would not believe you, even when you say that. Now, here's the kicker. The name of that area is Iguacha. That's an Igbo name, right? The place that forefather is saying, oh, these people don't want to, is the name of the place in Port Harcourt that, Obibo. It's the heart, the Obibo means heart of Igbo land. Obibo. There's no other place in Igbo land that is called Obibo. I don't think you go before before our civil war in Nigeria, and there won't be any argument whether those places are part of the Igbo entity or not, right? This was just manipulations of war, right? People wanted to win war. People literally had to go and change names of the small cities. Let's say you have places like Umuola, like the Umu means children of Ola. And then somebody went and put R. They went and put R after. This was just, it's not even in the distant part, just to change it to make it sound non-Igbo. How can you, there are some places you see that, let me land, then you can, we have the night for us. There are some places that you have, literally, they cut into two, and one part, there's a place, if you go to Imo State, they will cut a village into two and say, this one is now River State. These people have the same culture. These people have the same everything. Look, the point, and I'll land with this point. Whatever we are doing, let's not cause problem for the people that are coming behind us. Because the idea of trying to, everybody, if we are honest, the whole idea of the divide and rule that we have in River State, which is the main problem, you have that a little bit in Delta State. If you look at the people say, oh, you see a few people, though you don't see that much in Delta. People who are Igbos in Delta State say, oh, no, I'm not Igbo. They are very, if people have said it, people were told not to say you're Igbo because you lost the war. If you look at the people that they say, oh, these Igbo people are causing trouble, the people that even caused the war are from Delta State. They are the Igbos from Delta State. But those people are now saying, some of them are saying, we're not Igbo. But the whole war, the whole idea of Igbo or anything is from Delta State, right? So what I'm trying to say is, look, we just have to be honest with ourselves. If this is going to be a serious discussion, even the Igbo Ohaneze Ndigbo, the president of Ohaneze Ndigbo is an Ikwere man. Of course, some people can disagree. There are people who will be in Ondo State and say, no, I'm not Yoruba. Because Yoruba is not a really tribal name, right? Some people say I'm Oyo, or when people say I'm Oyo, that makes more sense than say I'm Yoruba. If somebody says I'm Ijebu, you know that Ijebu is Ijebu, right? But the idea, because things are working out for you will forget that what led us to the disturbances that we had that led to the war was all these disagreements between the small tribes that, the Yoruba now. Because we have a Yoruba president, it's as if all is hunky-dory. It's, it never goes that way.
Let me add something. I think we put too much emphasis on naming somewhere, and that thing somehow belongs. By that standard, Port Harcourt is English, Lagos is Portuguese, and and then you look at the fact that I want to have you talk about this one, specifically the Bani people, or which are technically from the Boni people too that speak the Bani language. King George of Opobo was brought from the southeast to the south there.
No, please, if you and the problem, sorry, if you don't mind, the idea of you saying southeast and south, is actually also disingenuous.
Okay, if you don't like the term,
No, even you know you shouldn't be using that.
Because their location, that's what I'm using it to.
There's nothing like South. It's not a location.
Yes, it's the location. So it's a name, it's a political name. So that area, they brought him from somewhere upland in the southeast into the riverine areas. Then he went on with the elites of the Boni kingdom that he broke away from to found the Opobo kingdom that we know today, which is just about 100 years. So if you are trying to say now that when people move into an area that 100 years ago, they are now indigenous, then maybe we want to start a new conversation there. Because this is where people are not being very honest. Then the people, the kingdom that he founded, their elites, their political system, their formal system was basically totally Ibani language. When they are conducting their festival, it's Ibani language. But because Nigeria became a thing, whereby territorial integrity is no longer preventative, they are not saying, "Oh, you cannot come here, you can come here." No, they were not restricting people because Nigeria is Nigeria now. Igbo officials can be everywhere. As a matter of fact, they were governing the southeastern region at the time. They were governing it. So you see southeastern people move to those regions because of trade and other reasons. Because of that, the demographic of the town and the people is changing. Some of their language now is now like quite a lot of them speak Igbo now in that area, which is a consequence of Nigeria. But when Southeasterners talk about it, they talk about it like they are indigenous there now. And that is what triggers people. That you are not seeing what you are doing to other people. You are pretending as if you are indigenous there, when actually the people there are actually a totally different language that Igbo. You know what? Let me just do this. Can you tell me one word in this song? So that is the language you speak there. If you play that in front of any Igbo person, they will not find one word that is Igbo there. So that is the original language of the Ibani people and the Boni people that.
Can I just tell you something quickly so that you can carry it on? Let me just tell you something. You know, what you're saying is, Ife Lee tried to explain this thing a little bit to you before, but of course, you have your mindset, and nobody can change. Anyway, we're not going to solve the Nigerian problem here. The together is better than being divided.
What do I say?
But let me tell you, no, hold on now. The idea, the entity Igbo, I'm not sure where it came from, that name actually, because these were all fiefdoms and small. The Igbos were different from what you had in the Oyo Empire or the empires that you had. People just stayed in their hamlets. People were in their hamlets, and that's what they knew. I'll tell you, for you to use this argument, doesn't even, you want to make me a linguistic specialist. Even AY was trying to provide education to the group, how the Yorubas and the Igbos have the same. If you go and if you look at, hold on. See, let me tell you where I come from in Igbo land. If our songs, no Igbo man can even hear, that's outside can understand one word from it. If you go to Ebonyi, I don't understand even when they speak normally. I don't understand even one thing that many of them say. Some Anambra places, I can't understand one thing.
What makes them Igbo?
So what's the difference with this one?
Hold on, what makes them Igbo if you cannot hear one word?
Thank you. You have not asked the right question. I will not, relax now. We are not fighting now. It's not. So in the Igbos, what we essentially agree that makes a town Igbo is we have 4 market days. If you have, and then we have similar culture. When you believe in that Chukwu Kabiam or Chukwu Ochi, in whatever version it is. Now we have, if you have Eke, Orie, Afo, Nkwo. So if you look at the Igbo tradition, okay, it's we say we don't have calendar. We actually did have Monday. We had 8 day week calendar, okay, and we were able to turn, so people knew how old you were getting. That if you were 2 years old, 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, they were able to calculate that. They did that by the New Yam Festival. So every New Yam Festival, you were 1 year older, right? And we know in Igbo land, we had Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. This was the small week. The big week would be Eke, Orie, Afo, Nkwo. If you not double it.
Okay, what if the people don't do that? Does that make them not Igbo anymore?
So I'm just telling you, you're being, see, if you decide to take the question, okay, look, I'm just trying to tell you, ask me, what I said, linguistically, you can't say that there is no, we have what we call, just like, you have a lingua franca in Nigeria, right? In Igbo land, we have what we call Central Igbo, to be able, which people even disagree, like for, different numbers, which they have to divide by about 3 different ways of pronouncing it, to be able to write Igbo books. I'm sure the same, Yoruba people will still have ways of pronouncing different things. So we need to, where the honesty have to come in is, are we trying to solve a problem? Are we trying to create a problem? Because now when you go to, and this is where you have to have referendum, right? When you get to Opobo, let Opobo people say, because everybody in Opobo cannot agree that they will join, whether it's the Yoruba side or the Ijo side, right? Or the Igbo side. When they divide this thing, when you get to Opobo people will go and have all the adults in Opobo who have an opportunity to vote. Do we want to join the Igbos or the Ijos or any other thing? Is it not what is good? Because Opobo cannot stand really as a tribe in Nigeria, as you know that, like a nation.
Of course they are.
Well, no problem now. What we are trying to...
They emerge from the Boni.
My brother, if we want to balkanize Nigeria to 300 different states based on our languages, then that will be, then that means we have dealt ourselves. It's not even possible, because that's what you're trying to do.
This is my problem with people, like the kind of things you are saying right now. Like even the Ikwere people, that are some of them that are saying that they are non-Igbo. Even I can testify that the language they speak sound like Igbo language. That is a fact of history. Even if some of them are still saying they are non-Igbo, the area they occupy is up north in the River State. Then when you come down a little bit, you see Okrika, you see other groups, you will see Boni, then you see closer to the ocean, you will see the Ibani people there. You are saying the Igbo people from this in upland, even from Ikwere, cross some other Ijo territories.
Why don't we ask the question?
I'm trying to paint the picture of what it looks like. I might actually bring the map out so people can see it.
But let me ask you a question.
Come so many territories and say that area.
Why are you opposed to? No, let me ask you a question. Why are you opposed to the idea of people having a referendum in their village to decide who if let's say they want to stay as Opobo or join the Igbo nation? Or are you opposed to that?
Okay, you see what he's saying now. Let me tell you why he's saying that. Because the Igbo people, because of Nigeria, has made themselves numerous in those areas. Now you want to claim the territory for yourself.
Oh, wait. So are you saying that the minority in Opobo will decide what happens to Opobo? Because forefather says that the history is that.
The only reason why you are saying that, is like, those foreigners. Let me finish what I'm saying. It's like saying those foreigners in the UAE should decide the fate of UAE. That they are no longer, the people that came to UAE to come and work there, they should claim the land for themselves. That's what you are saying.
You see, this is the disingenuous discussion that we are having.
But it's a fact. That's exactly what you are saying.
No, you can't say. No,
And this,
no.
hold on. This is why when I went to Nigeria this last time, and I'm wondering, because when I hear people like you talk, I go to Port Harcourt and I see the demographics changing from when I grew up. Even the area that used to belong to the Okreka people, because they created Bayelsa and all those, most of them have left the Port Harcourt area, and they've left those areas, and those areas are now dominated by Southeasterners. Tomorrow, they will claim that areas were totally Southeastern territories without questioning at all. And that's why, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. That's why I'm thinking that what Nigeria has done to so many groups, when people are saying that Nigeria has done them harm, you don't know the harm Nigeria has done to so many other groups. From the Benin Kingdom, is one of the most advanced areas, just undisputedly the most advanced kingdoms in the south, to the shadow of what they used to be today. The Ijaw people that used to control their whole territory, because of Nigeria, everybody has access to. They even govern them. Till now. And you think you are the most oppressed one in Nigeria?
Well, it's back and forth now. Let me. So here's the thing, forefather, and that's where we have to be honest with ourselves. When do we start? You say it emotionally that when you went back to Port Harcourt, things have changed. What you fail to realize is that before you were born, I'm sure there was a war. There was a war that the center of people losing that war was from that area. You don't know if people tell you how many, let's say, Igbos that were staying there. Do you believe there were more Igbos in that area before the war, before you were born? Because what you're seeing is the after effects of the war. You're not seeing. So this is where we go? Where we get back to the question: where do you want to start counting? Do you want now, or do we want to use forefathers' date of birth as the annus dominant?
You just said, but what you also forget is that the reason why Azikadagaboro was looking to break the country up was because he felt that the southeastern region, remember, the southeastern region, when they created it, the people that they left it in hands of were the southeasterners. So they completely subsumed the south, and the Azikadagaboro felt that they were being impoverished, while the southeasterners were gaining advantage over them.
This
idea. Hold on. That is why.
No. So sorry, it's just this when you keep saying south. When you an ethic person, stop.
What do you want?
Being an ethic person with yourself.
You like to say that Port Harcourt is Igbo. When they say
no, I'm saying no.
The
ethic person cannot be called the same thing with forefather. What's the problem? If you're an Opobo man, or you say the ethic person, these people were the proud, tribe of their own. Ethic person. We have the Obong of Calabar.
I'm speaking about that area that you said.
Hold on now. Hold on. Obong of Calabar was trading with the British for hundreds and hundreds of years. You're not trying to call the Obong of and his people on that south and say south people. Ijaw person and Calabar person or ethic person or what is this? What are you even doing?
So you don't know that the area you call the south is a political definition too.
No, that's why we don't want. The whole idea is to break up what the people who are bringing this are trying to break
the area that you call Igbo land right now is a political definition. It's not real.
Everything is a political definition. But what we are trying to
complain about the one
what we are saying is, when people become disingenuous, we know why you're saying south. Everybody knows the whole idea of creating south inside the old eastern region. It was to weaken, to make sure that Biafra doesn't come again. You know that. I know that.
Okay,
why
have you considered that? Have you considered that the Ijaw people that spread from Rivers State all the way to Ondo, they too have been disenfranchised? You don't understand the sacrifice.
You can't fight for the Ijaw people. They are fighting for themselves now.
My point is that you have to compromise. Was it not what FA is saying?
No, nobody is saying. Nobody. No
There has to be compromise somewhere. You can't say.
Of course. Now that's why we have to have the discussion now. Forefather, the question is, how do we move forward? Me, I'm recommending that people do referendum to, and you say no. But how do we solve the problem? There has to be a way.
So we know the people that own the land. You want them, so you want to tomorrow you will say you want a referendum in Lagos too. What kind of language is that? This kind of language that leads to problems. So Odi has made his submission. Thank you. I appreciate your point. I know you've shared this type of views before, but personally, I don't see the importance of it because other nations exist with their people all over the place, and they are still doing just fine. I don't know why we are. And as a matter of fact, Southeasterners are doing just fine, even with all the so-called things. You say, I like to say that Southeasterners are suffering. No, if you look at Nigeria today, Southeasterners are one of the most highly performing people in Nigeria, even with all the discrimination that you say.
I was trying, I thought you were going to give Maska so that we hear what he said. I've never, if you know my discussions and my submissions in the past, I've never been the person to feel that I'm an Igbo. I've always said that an Igbo man can never be disenfranchised. It's not possible. Because, how can you control the person and just so other people feel sorry for themselves? I don't live in Nigeria. Many a good percentage of the Igbo population don't live in Nigeria. They don't feel the, what do you call it? Even you don't feel the marginalization of whatever. What people do is, if they can't live in the world is a big village. Some people just go to Australia and they never come back. Some people, we are talking about how can we make Nigeria go forward. It's a discussion. The question, but what you're saying, it has to be my way. I'm saying, why don't you give people a choice? You're bringing emotion and say, let Igbo people go and let there be a referendum. Has anybody said that Lagos is... No. You're bringing the Arab question. How can a Nigerian go to Dubai and say, no, we want referendum in Dubai? Nobody's saying that. What we are talking about...
Okay, then why don't you accept that they split the Southeast into two?
If that's what... You don't know what people will decide. If they decide, because they may bring a referendum in Igbo and say, Anambra people, do you want to join Igala people or not? There are some people in Anambra and in Enugu who want to be part of Igala.
So you are okay with being part of River State and Delta, Asaba and everything, let them remain where they are. You are okay with that?
There are some people in Delta who want to be part of Igala. If their village said, we want to join this,
or they chose to be part of Delta. They chose Delta. They didn't choose the Southeast. They chose it.
What do you mean by choosing? The military created the state. Are you okay? What are you talking about?
they had democracy all this while now. They've had democracy for quite a long time. They could have decided to change it if they wanted to change it.
I think we're just cycling around the same thing. Let's allow Maska say what you have.
All right, Maska, you are welcome. Thank you for joining us. It looked like UAE, they need to carry out the referendum now at this rate, given that the majority of their population is clearly Indians and Filipinos. So what do you make of the discussion so far? I'm sure you've been listening, Maska.
But there are two divergent discussions I listened to.
Okay.
The first discussion was the young man Ife, and you guys did not allow him to land his point. You cut in the middle, which is bad because I think there was somewhere he was going to, but he was not allowed. And then I think, like I said, I think AY took it to a different place. And then the discussion you are having with Odi, it's actually very, I don't want to use a very harsh word, but it's symptomatic of where we are at. We are very retrogressive people. The idea that somebody would go to school, the full hog, and be an enlightened person, enlightened in the sense that he has traveled the world, and all he can do is to sit for 30 minutes and talk about tribe. Sincerely, that really is the problem with us as a people. But you said it, forefathers. Everywhere you go, there's tribe. Everywhere on this earth. I don't know about the moon, but everywhere you go on earth. I remind people a lot, the UAE you're talking about, it's different emirates. It's not one emirate. It's not one group of people. If we see them as one group of people, it's because they have united themselves. It's not that they are one people. It's not that there is no differences. Actually, the Arabs, if you go to them, they are clannish people, which is why you have a big problem in Somalia. Nobody is going to be the same. Among my kids, people are different. They are divergent. But the challenge with us as a people is even when they are feasting on us, what we still spend the bulk of our time and energy on. Like, honestly, how is an Ikwere man different from Igbo man? Or how is Odi different from you? Or how am I different from you guys? Sincerely speaking. We are not, none of us is even speaking our language. Hardly will you find a place where we will speak our language until we enter our various houses. In buses, in schools. In fact, they used to tell us it's vernacular. You will get punished when you speak your own language. That's how bad we are. In terms of, like, we can't even speak this our own language. This tribe that we are killing ourselves for, we can't even use, we can't speak it. You go to a lot of Igbo houses, even the children cannot even speak Igbo. But we go and we are killing ourselves that I'm Igbo for what? Igbo for where? When? How long? What is the percentage of time you're really Igbo in your life? We're all going there working in white man's country, but we still want to, that's what we spend our time on. It's very pathetic, honestly. Very, very pathetic. We are retrogressing where we were, because for instance, take for instance, even this, where Odi started. He started mentioning about the Civil War. If you go back in time, the people that were killed during the first coup, nobody will tell you that it's the Hausa people they killed. Nobody. You will never see it anywhere. Because it's not Hausa people they killed. Tafa Balewa is from Bauchi. His village, from Gowon's village, is not too far. You won't spend more than, let me see, Tafa Balewa, let's say you go to Mount, it will take you like 30 minutes. Highest 45 minutes. And these are all places in like Plateau State. Okay? The Malari that they are talking about that they killed him, the man is from Yobe. Malari is actually a name of a village in Yobe State. This is not people from one tribe. So this issue we talk Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, it's a lie. We are just funny people. We lack what we can show that we have done. So all we can run to is under the wrapper of our tribe. If you really distinguish yourself, why do you feel the need to always flag your tribe? For what? I'm a Hausa man, but I don't have to show that I'm a Hausa man to feel fulfilled or to feel a belonging. But we keep doing this all the time. It's just pathetic, honestly. Anyway, so my normal attitude, I will wait for your guidance, forefathers.
I wanted to ask you though, because everything you are saying, there's there's quite accuracy in it, in terms of how. But the question I always ask, and I ask AY the same thing: why are we specifically this obsessed by these things, given that other people have them, but they don't obsess this much about it?
Okay, good. So my answer is, honestly, I don't know. But obviously, as a human being, if they tell you which country have I not gone to now? Where? Okay, I've not been to Mongolia, for instance. But obviously, if you ask me about Mongolia, I'll have an idea. You get the point I'm making. I don't know really for certain 100%, hand on the heart, convincing answer. I don't. But my sense is that there are three factors why we are the way we are. The first reason is because if you look at our history, it's really different from a lot of these other people. We're the ones that we don't seem to appreciate the fact that our period of domination, it's in like 3 or 4 stages. Even before slavery, there was some sort of traumatic experiences we were going through in terms of the kind of society that we had. You know, I think we were excluded from the general global environment, so to speak. Okay, the bulk part of the black continent, sub-Saharan Africa, I think was excluded for a long time. And even when the world started trading with us, it was a lopsided trade. All they were doing, for instance, I'm sure the first trade between the world and Africa probably was this ivory, people coming for ivory, even before they start coming for slaves. They were coming to Africa just to pick what they can pick. It wasn't really a trade, it was looting, even at that time. After that, then the slave trade started. There is the kind of slaving that, tell me one country, one people that had been slaved the length of time we were slaved, we black people. Is there any other set of people like that you know?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so why are you surprised that if we are the only people that have been slaved for that length of time, why can't we be different? So now you can see that I've pointed out two solid states where the relationship was a traumatic relationship. We have always, we've been in a very abusive relationship with the world. The world has fucked us up left, right, and center, and they are still fucking us up. So I'm not surprised if we are traumatic victims, if we are behaving like some people who have gone through trauma. So look at now, apart from slavery, look at the kind of colonization they colonized us. And after the colonization, you will think that we are free people. We are not. We are not free people. So I think if you put all these things together, plus the fact that I think we are the most resourceful continent in the world, maybe South America. And look, when you look at South America, I can tell you that what people don't appreciate.
Sorry, Master. When you say resourceful, do you mean resource in terms of natural endowments or resourceful and okay?
Natural resources.
Okay.
Even as the
human resource, okay, yeah.
We are very resourceful people. You know why? Because we are the only people who have resources under their earth and they have not been exterminated. Did it occur to you? Did it occur to you that when you say South America, it's white people now that are there?
Yeah, they've exterminated yeah.
Did it occur to you? So give us some credit. The kind of trauma we've gone through and why I'm saying that we have resources under our soil is because the same people who were coming for ivory, they are still looking at these resources. The video you were playing when I joined was about America now monitoring our oil, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, and look,
Yes.
I have enough understanding of geopolitics to know that.
Could it be that my own suggestion is that could it be that we have not been forced
When I
to?
land, no,
Okay.
we did this to, let's not be doing
People
this.
ask
When I
question
land-
now. Yeah, this is
if you have, sincerely speaking, you should have a pen and a paper and write your question. And allow people to land.
sometimes it's also good to interpret.
If is showing you his paper, I can show you my paper also.
Look at that. All these debaters.
No. Sincerely, I'm not debating. At my age, I cannot be debating.
No, people have different styles. Like Piers Morgan
It's not about the
interjects.
style. It's about, you see, like, this is the point I'm making. If you want to survive in this world, it's not about style. You have to understand the basic fundamentals of geopolitics. It's not about style. If you don't understand that, you're
No, I didn't say it's about style. I'm saying to the style of ascertaining depth of information, because sometimes you have to jump in and ask specific questions to see whether you can get certain answers.
See where I'm going now, forefather, sincerely, I've been derailed. Whether you like it, whether you accept it.
Yeah.
You know? So, but anyway, let me just make this point. Number one, I think we need to constantly look at our history so that we can understand the level of problems that we have. and understand the level of work that we will have to do. I believe that tribe is not a problem, just like you rightly pointed out. It cannot be a problem. It's like saying that the color of your skin is a problem. And if the color of your skin is not a problem, the language you speak cannot be a problem. We speak English, for God's sake. So how is language or tribe a problem? How? It cannot be. Even at the time when people were not able to read and write, language was never a problem. Not now where you can get translation. And the truth is that at the end of the day, like I said, even this country, Nigeria, at some early point, we were, at least what I know in the north, I can tell you that this issue of this man is Hausa, this man is Angas, this man is Biron, this man is Yergam, this man is Kanuri. I only get to know it much, much later. Everybody, when I was a kid in the north, everybody speaks Hausa, with no exception. With no exception. And it's not an issue. And the good news also is that I've told people on this platform, I'm from Kanu State. I can tell you categorically, in my lifetime, I've seen 3 people that are not Hausa people, not from Kanu, have been governors of Kanu State. In my lifetime, 3 Christians were governors in Kanu.
Was it during this democratic dispensation or earlier?
Yes, the non-Kano people is during this democratic dispensation.
Wow.
Just yes.
One Africa, you see yourself, you see your life. One Africa, you see your life.
No. See, Father, I think Masca is having a different discussion. Sorry to interrupt you, Masca. So I thought the discussion was about these meetings that they're having in Nigeria. We are just highlighting, the discussion of, because ethnic nationalities in Nigeria is a serious discussion. Because we're saying, how do we move forward?
Seriously speak, the problems in Nigeria is not an ethnic nationality.
Well, no. Look, well, that's where, see, where you're coming from has been my point. I guess my name here is One Africa. I completely agree that we all need to come together to find a solution to our problem, to this quagmire. The question is, how do we even do that? There has to be a system of government that works for us.
So this is a good point. Maybe you facilitated you fast-tracked my discussion. My conviction is that if we all get to the point, me and you are, to understand that, okay, our problem lies here, not here, then we can begin to move forward. As long as we think that the problem we have in Nigeria is tribes, I'm sure that we will remain where we are. Like I said, we are actually going backward as a country. Nigeria at a point that I was born was not tribalistic. It was not tribalistic.
Oh, that's not, that's you're stretching it now.
You see, I'm telling you, were you together with me? My experience and your experience can be different.
No. We're talking about history now. The British, their whole model of
history,
how but the truth is how the British ruled is divide and conquer. What they did was to highlight the tribes in Nigeria. Now, but go ahead.
This is not about This is so. Let me enlighten you, One Africa. You see, it's about being perceptive. Did the white people introduce chieftaincy title in the East or not? Or you are not aware of warrant chiefs?
Oh no, of course we know that. We've said it, So in Igbo land, you asked me a question.
Warrant chief part of your culture?
No, absolutely not.
So yeah. And even before these white people came, the fact of the matter is that we were living as one people. There was every city that I know in the north is a walled city. It has a gate. If you're not stupid, that tells you that people were fighting each other.
Absolutely.
Why will they go and be building a wall around there? If you go to Zaria, there's a wall. You go to Kano, there's a wall. You go to Bauchi, there's a wall. You go to Maiduguri, there's a wall. The only towns you will find in the north that had no wall, they are the creations of the white people. Places like Jos, Kaduna, places that did not exist before. Okay, so look, we have fought, but the fighting is not inter-tribe. Fighting is so. Look, the history of man is the history of dialectics. Even today, as we speak, we talk about the American Empire. Before the American Empire, it was the British Empire. Before the British Empire, it was the Ottoman Empire. Before the Ottoman Empire, it was the Mongolian Empire. Before the Mongolians, it was the Romans. It's the history of man. All I'm saying, I'll go back to where I started. If you don't understand geopolitics of today, then you are just going to remain where you are. Because the issue is nobody is interested in your tribe.
Yeah, I think you've made your point, and I don't think anybody disagrees with everything you said. What we are saying is, you know
how long you can wait. You see, this is the problem with the black man. Do you know how long you and forefathers spent talking about?
No. We were discussing purely. But for me, hold on now. My discussion was based on the ethnic. No.
And it was okay.
No. See, you know, when what I did is to highlight history in the light of the current discussion about the ethnic nationalities. That's all I discussed. You know, that we can have a discussion of our history and how do we progress. The question you asked is, do we agree that, you know, we are one people and we need to find a way forward? Once we have that agreement,
no,
and there is no...
I will never say we are one people. I will not.
No. Well, you know, look, and this is what I tell people. When I see you, hold on now. When I see you,
forefathers for
okay, go ahead. No,
understand what is going on. Okay, what I'm saying, I'm not even saying that we are one people, but I'm saying that our tribes is not our problem. Like I said, I'm a Hausa man. It's okay for me, but it can't be an issue. You are, I don't know, forefathers tribe, but I know you are Igbo. I don't think that our tribes can be an issue really if we are serious-minded people. And the history you are talking about, I'm insisting that the history we should look at is not the history of our tribalism. It's the history of, as a people, collective people, what kind of trauma did we all go through? That's the history we should investigate.
So you know that I talked with forefather for a long time, but you know, if we allow you to go on a monologue, the problem is that we can't interrogate what you're saying, and then it's lost everything. You shut everybody up, and then everything you say is lost on points. You know, because when you say, hold on, when you say we're not one people, no, hold on now. Hold on now. When you say we are not one people, what I say is when a white man sees me, you see all of us, yeah, he just sees us as one people. That's what I'm coming from. It's not like what you're saying. Oh, I know I'm an Hausa man. Of course, I know that I'm an Igbo man, a proud one. What we are saying is, and the idea, what you're trying to paint is the idea that our tribe cannot be. There's no way we can have a discussion not knowing where we are coming from. Because that's the main problem of Nigeria.
Where we are coming from that matters is the collective trauma we were all subjected to.
It's not just that. No, there's a problem in Nigeria. What are you talking about?
Certainly, this is the point I'm making. We can debate this between me and you right now.
Yeah, let's do it now. That's the discussion we're having here. Yeah, so it's a smart discussion. Let's have the discussion.
What I'm putting to you.
So I can allow Sola to come in because he's been very patient and gentlemanly.
I agree with you. Maybe after Sola.
Sola, thank you for your patience and calmness and listening attentively to everything they are saying. And I know that these issues can sometimes rub people off the wrong way, but I hope we are doing it justice, trying to be open about these things. And even One Africa has actually tried to be One Africa today. Didn't get too crossed about some of the things people are saying. So what do you make of the conversation? Why do people have this hang up about tribe? And You know, especially when it's one thing to have a hang up and say, okay, I like this guy to be my tribe and I like this tribe, I love my tribe so much. But why do we fight to put them in specific territories? Is it that, you know, it diminishes us if our tribe members are in another country? Is that it? Because I don't see that diminishing the French, the Germans, the Italians that have their people in other nations, you know. So why do we think we are obsessing so much about these things?
Okay, all right. Thank you, guys. I didn't want to join, but I think AY made me join. Um,
It's long gone.
you put it in Nigerian context. I said it last week, and I think nobody. I can't. Let me not say nobody watched the program, and I'll still repeat the same thing. I think forefathers. I want you to go and watch that stuff on Netflix. In case you don't have Netflix, download it, pay for it, or somebody. It's called the American Experiment. See, you're in that stuff, you will finally understand why America is what it is now. You see, why we're having this ethnicity, tribalism issues is simply because all we were doing before was to trade with one another. That was what our ancestors were doing. In fact, you mentioned something about the Yoruba person. The Yorubas, they fought with each other, conquered each other, even conquered to Benin Republic, going towards Ghana because they were warriors. They fought, they conquered. I don't know why they did not go to Igbo land. Anyway, maybe because of that of the water. I'm not sure, but they were able to, like I said, and I think a lot of people are not getting you, and I hope maybe one Africa will be able to understand what forefather is asking. And I said it during Dr. Damages. I said, the people in Kwara State, the ancient days, they are Nupe people. But the Yorubas, because they are warriors, they invaded their land and conquered them. Do we still have Nupe people around those axes? Yes, there are. And can Yoruba people say, oh, Kwara is our own? Also, yes, but there is history to it. And that's where I believe forefather is asking that, okay, even if you say Okubo is yours, but what about the people, the Ibani people? Are they Igbos, or were they Igbos post Okpobo or pre Okpobos? So that when all this conversation is now coming up, nobody will say, oh, then you'll be able to draw a line to say, oh, in 14th century, that was when Okpobo came, and we gave him a piece of land to cultivate as a farmer, and he settled here, and he became one of our own. Things like that is what I believe that that meeting, that conference was all about. To be able to draw the line, to be able to understand who especially owns this place, who were the former settlers in this place. If you say it is you, the Igbos, no problem. If we say it is the Hausas, no wahala. If it is the Yorubas, no problem. Bring your point, prove your point, and from there, everybody moves on. Now, to answer your question, forefathers, you see, I just Googled to see who were the former settlers in the US. The 13 colonies descended from families who moved from Great Britain and Europe. Majority of them moved from Scotland, Ireland, Wales, Germany, Nether Ireland, and France. So now you ask the question, why are they why did these people why were they able to come together and work together? It is because of the fact that the time the British were ruling them, because they are part of them, this divide, rule, and conquer, they were not able to manipulate them to that extent. If you watch that program, like I said, the American Experiment is all about, how they wrote the Declaration of Independence. Now they couldn't. So, and they were not envisaging that these 14 colonies will be able to chase them out, because King George was there. So they thought they were going to control them forever, until they started imposing tax and tax on them. And that tax was what brought all the 13 colonies together to say, no, you cannot kill us. We cannot continue to be your subject. So we ourselves, we want independence.
So,
That thing exactly is what our forefathers did not do. When they were seeking for independence, and I've said this thing many times, forefathers, that's where you and I always disagree. They were fighting, the independence they were declaring was not for the nation.
100%.
For their own selfish interest.
Yes, that's true.
I will give you an example. A lot of people might bring an argument. Oh, but Awolowo did free education, we do this. Yes, he did it. It was a brilliant idea, which was good. But what was his purpose? What was his aim? His aim was to do it so that he can become the president. He meant well, which is not a problem. However, because he wanted to become the president, this genocide that happened in Igbo land, where did it all come from? Is it not from still the same western state of West here, where somebody, it's a ludicrous idea that you would tell me that, oh, I am the premier of the West. Wait, you be my placeholder. Let me go and fight at the top and be, if I win, there is fine. Then if I don't win, I'll come back and hold my seat. That is selfishness as a leader. If you watch this American Experiment, this George Washington that everybody is praising, did you know they wanted to turn the man to be their king or something? The man refused. He was one of those, the major one that fought against the Americans. Go and watch it. It's not something that I fabricated. Go and watch it. And after he finished as a leader, do you know what he did? He said he wanted to go back home. All the 13 colonies said no, because they all have their factions and they all have their differences. They all said no, that we want you to preside over this confab, this conference, so that we will all come together, we will talk. So a leader, even though he has done a great stuff, he has laid his life down, for the war. After the war, he wanted to go home. What Awolowo could have done is, look, Akintola, I'm going to fight for presidency. You continue in this position. Either I win, I don't win. You are capable. Continue, because I believe you. We are fighting for the same cause. But you came back and you wanted to hold the same place. Now you scatter everywhere. Now the military came. They wanted to run the right, but they themselves, they now botched the whole stuff. So, see, and that's why I keep on saying, our forefathers, those people that we call our forefathers, they are our problem. This current problem that we are facing shouldn't have happened. In a way whereby when they all came and they said, okay, British, be going. What they could have done is they could have sat down looked at every region, bring everybody together, and say, okay, how do we intend to rule? It will be a conference. And that is where they will now map things out. It will not be perfect. Even I can tell you, there was a time I mentioned that, all men are free or something like that in the Declaration of Independence. That somebody said, slaves were not included. Yes, at the time they made that statement, but there was a man from maybe Virginia or something in that conference, those 13 colonies. He was anti-slave. Even because of it, he himself wanted to leave. But they now said, is it because of slavery? Because majority of the people in the South, in the United States, those 13 colonies, they were slave owners because of their farming, their crops. So they said they cannot give slaves, they cannot give them freedom. And if you see this divide, rule, and conquer that they wanted to do, when the British was fighting against those 13 colonies, they said, whoever is a black that is a slave, if you fight for us, we will give you freedom. Some blacks went to fight for them. Some of them, they gave them, after the war, they gave them freedom. They came to England. So this divide, rule, and conquer, they know how to play the game. So they were not expecting that of the United States because it has never happened to them before. Now that that one happened, any other place they went to, they were able to dismantle the place. And they did it in Africa. They were not successful with India. They were not. So that much successful with India. Because if you see India, their language is there. They speak their language. They speak English as well, but you not say that India they are speaking, their language is the vernacular. English is vernacular to us. It is vernacular to us. I saw on Instagram yesterday of one guy that was teaching mathematics in Yoruba, and I feel through that if I had a teacher that was teaching me in Yoruba, probably I'll be good in mathematics. So what am I saying in a nutshell is that, see, our forefathers botched this job. They put us in this mess. And the only way to get out of this is going to be war.
Since my name is forefathers, let me try to defend some of them, because I try to wonder why they did what they did. Believe you me, I was like you. I was more angry with all our elders. I was just out there to insult all elders, really. If you look at it, that these guys, what did they do? They inherited a country that the British were running. They were not there during the colonization wars where they lost to the British, when the British came with their Gatling gun and started dismantling all the various tribes in Nigeria. So they inherited it. They were trained by the British, they were brainwashed by the British, and then given a country to run. So I don't know any people that could break out of that spell in the way that is required, like other nations are formed. Other nations, most of them are formed through the crucible of war, conflict, serious upheaval. And when those leaders emerge from that conflict, their thoughts are concentrated on never again, ensuring that this never happens, ensuring that they build a strong nation. It tends to be that way. But in the case of Nigeria, we just negotiated, drank tea, had coffee, disagreed a little bit in the conferences, came back, we agreed and signed. So they didn't have the necessary baptism of fire, for want of a better word, to actually rule like true nation builder.
I totally disagree with
That's
you.
why I don't blame them as much.
No, I disagree with you, sir. Because the reason why I disagree with you is that, look, these guys are smart people, but they are not babies. They are smart people. They were smart people. And if you're bringing different nations, because we are a group of different nations, and that's why I said it is better for us to go our separate ways, or the confab of 2012 under Jonathan, this guy, see, people have done well for that country. That confab, why can't we implement? If we implement the confab, it is a start for us. This problem that, this conference that they are now bringing now will rise up, but they will be able to know how to manage it. But they did not implement the confab. Let's put that one aside. The forefathers that we are talking about, they are eager to become president, but they are not eager to learn how to rule, to govern that same place they want to
But
become.
that's
that
what I'm trying
president.
to let you know, that to rule, sorry, let me
For
just
what?
get so you have an idea of what I'm saying. To
I get
actually
your point.
build, to have the passion to build a strong nation is tied to a lot of feelings. It's tied to a lot of strong convictions that come from losing comrades, family members, getting dismantled. And so the passion that those type of leaders have is not the type that comes from debates or having conferences.
Exactly. Thank you, forefathers. This is the point I'm trying to make.
Hold on, Master. Hold on, Master.
Sorry. Let me just make this point.
Hold on, Master. Hold on. Let me put one point, then you come in. Sorry, I don't. Mike, I want to ask you, both of you, a question. Has America gained independence before we gain independence?
Yes, they gained independence long
Okay,
before us.
that is fine. Okay. So because I'm not sure, you guys can more or less enlighten me. When the Awolowas those are forefathers, the Awolowas, the Zeke and the likes of them, when they were around, what sort of system were we practicing? Is it the parliamentary system or this
So
presidential
this is
system?
where I want to correct all of us. It's not about the parliamentary system. Try any system. When somebody you say you want to, when somebody is trying to fuck you up, forget the system you're going to use. All this confab you're talking about, let me tell you, even when the First Republic started, the British people were already conspiring on how to continue to get their way. I have seen with my own eyes on video a British man saying that they blackmail Azikiwe so that he can go with MPC. All the things that we are going to forget, you can do your confab. You can do 10,000 confabs. If you don't understand that, okay, so let me even rewind back. The America you're talking about, let's understand what happened. All these Americans you're talking about, the civil war that they fought, this war of independence that America fought, who do you take? They're all from the same place. They're all British people. Or you don't know that? They're all the same tribe. But they fought each other.
No, Maska, you are right, but part of the reason why they fought each other, the fight was against the British Crown, and part of the reason.
Okay, so what I'm saying that we are trying to do what I'm saying is that we're trying to do a tribal conference, but I'm saying that even when you are the same tribe, your crown can fuck you over if you are not.
Oh, definitely.
Hold on, I think Master. What I'm trying to say.
I'll just make one statement. I will give you space. All that I'm saying is that whatever style, whatever conference we will do, if we don't understand that somebody is waiting by the side to continue to manipulate us.
Maska, and that's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
We will do all the confab, we will get any system as long as
and go back to square one.
It will go back to square one.
Okay. Master, the reason why I asked the question is not based on the presidential system. The reason why I asked that question is simply that if you say we want to practice a presidential system, you yourself that you're copying from somebody else, won't you know how the person did in working to get to that same point to say, okay, this is the kind of system I want to practice?
The way you're talking,
hold on now,
because you're thinking that the white man must you want to copy him, you want to see how
he did it.
No,
not copy a white man. Look, I'm not saying copy a white man. This thing can happen to any country in the world. So let's get that fact right.
What
It
is
has
the
nothing
thing
to do with
what
white
is
man.
that thing that you're talking about? What is the thing that you're talking about that
What
can
I'm
happen?
saying is that when you are bringing group of people together and for them to be able to govern each other, what needs to transpire is how they will need to sit down and communicate with each other based on their tribes, based on their belief, based on their religion, and see how they can build a better nation. It will not be perfect, and I've said it.
Solar. What
But
I'm
they
telling
need
you,
to see. If you don't set, and this is the problem, we are not setting the foundation. They didn't lay the foundation. Now the children, the grandchildren, and the great grandchildren are the ones trying to come around now to lay the foundation, and that is where the Igbos are now coming out to say we are being marginalized because when you say, "Oh, north, east, and west," and after the Biafran War, then came a South-South. So you yourself, that you are not in their shoes, won't you say, I think there is an Ojoro coming from here, regardless if it is political or not. So if this conversation
let me
has
ask you a
been on
question.
ground,
Solar,
I will yield the floor. You know me, I always yield the floor. I will yield the floor. If this
No, I just want to
conversation
ask you a
had
question.
been
It's
on
not about
ground and they've been able to talk about it from onset and manage it and put some things in place, I think this marginalization or this conversation that we are now talking about will never come up. I yield the floor.
Thank
okay.
you.
So don't yield the floor.
Let me
Sorry,
bring
I just want to ask
my
Solar a question. So you said that Igbos are marginalized in Nigeria, right?
No, I'm putting the context on the basis of saying north, east, and west, what we knew from beginning. Then after the Biafra, it's now northeast, west, and south, in which we all said it was a political, what's it called? Whatever. I don't know what. I can't remember the word that forefather used. So that is why I said the Igbos are thinking or they are looking at it that they are being marginalized, and there are one or two facts and stuff about it at the end of the day. But even though me, I believe
I
that
want to
they
ask you.
themselves they
I
need to
still,
fight for
I
themselves
still look.
and they need to come together to
So,
fight
Solar,
for
granted,
themselves.
you are trying to dance out, but the question I want to ask you is still valid. Tell me a tribe in this country that 70% of them are not going through a lot of problem, seemingly in quote, therefore marginalized. Tell me one tribe.
There is no tribe. It is even
So,
the
so what are we
Hausas.
talking about?
It,
So
it
what
is
are we talking
no.
about?
They are speaking their
The issue
own. Let
is
other
not
tribes as well come up and say theirs.
what
The
you are saying,
Urobos
Solar.
and the
Let me say
Tekis.
what you are trying to say in black and white and what every other person, every Nigerian is trying to say. What people are telling you is that one tribe has ruled, another tribe has ruled, my tribe has not ruled. This is all we are saying. It's nothing more than that. Call it in black and white English. This is what we are
That's
complaining
still
about.
not part of marginalization.
And I'm asking you, is truly the problem in Nigeria, is that the problem that my person has ruled and your person has no rule? Is that the
It's not the
problem?
problem. That
So why
shouldn't
are
be
we,
our problem.
the question therefore, my last question to you therefore, why do you think that that is where we should spend our energy?
See, we need to spend our energy there so that we will be able to come together as a country. Because if we cannot make sure that we have a common goal as a country, removing I'm a Yoruba, I'm an Igbo, I'm an Efik, Ibibio, Hausa from Kanuri or whatever, if we don't spell it out and we talk about it, this
It will still raise its
conversation
ugly
will
head,
not
yeah.
stop.
Masker and Sola, I think you guys are making the same point. The question for me is which one should come first? Is it we as a people first to now project that to the outside world, or the outside world on what they want for us as a people to now modify that on who we want to be? So which one
To
should come
me,
first?
I've had
what
everything
should
in
come first
Nigeria.
is what
Sorry,
should come
sir.
first is forefathers. Sorry, what should come first is we as a people, we the people, and that's what is in whatever we want to do. We the people on this group, we all agree that we are Nigerians,
Yes.
regardless of where we come from. So it is we the people. If we say we the people, then I can tell you, forefathers, I will not see you. Maybe you are from Kanuri or Maska is Hausa. I don't care. I don't care if Maska is the one ruling me. As long as he's giving me electricity, my road is good. Who gives a damn? In the US, who gives a damn if you are from Virginia or you're from Maryland or your father is Irish or whatever? Who cares? Even in the UK, who cares if you are from Scotland? So
Okay, so
that's
I
just
think
the
we should
point.
give this gentleman. I see one guy is
Yeah,
on.
Izon is here to join us.
Because all this one that we keep
For
having on
me,
that.
for me, we've tried almost everything, and this talk about we need to talk, and we need to put our people first. That's what they did in 1940 something, 50 something. They always thought they were doing cutting edge stuff because that's not how they ran the society. They were talking.
But
They
you
were
know,
talking.
after we spoke, after we talked, somebody was by the sideline understanding.
Exactly.
That British man, he even said it that they were tapping all their lines. Every
Everything.
person that they know will contest, they were before they open their letter, they will open it and read it. And
It
it is
brings
not
me to
just
my
about and you
point.
put what you should look for fathers, so that we Nigerians can understand what's going on. This problem that we're dealing with, every other country is dealing with. Go to Congo, it's the same problem. Look at South Africa now. They are saying that their problem is other Africans. Do we agree with them?
Nope.
No.
So why is it that it's okay now when we enter Nigeria, we now agree that it's another tribe that is my problem? What kind of very insincere people are we? If it's happening in South Africa, we'll say no, the South Africans are not correct, that we can't be their problem. But in Nigeria, we are okay to accept that, okay, this man and this man is the problem. And this is, let me tell you, we are running into what is called a vicious cycle. Once you agree that that's the problem, a Hausa man will begin to kill an Igbo man. Once you believe that, once you take that, and then that killing, go to Plateau State, for instance. Now that thing has already happened. That vicious cycle is there. You would have an uncle, if you're a Hausa man, a Birom has killed your uncle, so every day that anger is already inside you. You're looking for an opportunity to kill a Birom.
To kill a Birom. Well,
And it becomes, and the truth is that there is no way a black man can be a black man's problem. Impossible. It is not true. It cannot happen.
I think it depends on how you look at it in the bigger scheme of things.
How I look, the evidence is there. The receipts are there. People are even coming to. This is the
I'm
problem
not disagreeing with you. I'm
White
not
man is
disagreeing with
coming
you.
on video, risking his life to tell you that this is what they did. He was regretting that he did this manipulation, and we are still arguing here.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying that if you look at it from the context of white, black versus black, because you can admit that even families, they have black on black disagreement and fatal arguments sometimes. So it's context. We have to contextualize some of this when we're having this dialogue.
Okay, so let me put the context for you. This thing you're saying, that's okay. It's okay for me to do my business, you do your business. But if I'm cooking, you are going to go and pack cockroach and put poison in my food. When people eat my food, they are dying, and you're telling me difference. This is what people are doing. We are still not wising up.
No, I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you on that point.
They are spoiling our gari. They are putting poison in our food.
Let me add what I'm trying to say. That we've tried, like I said, you said it yourself. We are having meetings. They decide what happens within our meeting. The only thing we've not really done is push them away.
We are wasting time. Let me give you a good example.
You are not even letting me finish my point. You say you want to land your point.
We finish forefathers. Look at Iran. Do you know why they are finding it difficult to deal with Iran? Do you know why? Because they went back. Because Iran, the same problem we were grappling with. Iran's problem was 10 times bigger than our problem. They are elite. If you see the kind of parties they are elites during that Shah of Iran they were hosting, you will be shocked. It's exactly the same problem. But some of them, they are elite wising up, which is what I'm calling. They step back, they look at the problem. Every other imperial power is looking to go and corner Iran because they have resources, just like we have. They step back, they realize that it's not just to overthrow the existing government. You need to go and design even a government, knowing in your mind that people will come for this government, and they should find it difficult when they come for that government.
Masker, I think I need to. I think
hold on.
I think
now.
you've made some good points.
Not yet.
That example is not very.
Don't just jump in now. You know he's talking. He interrupted me too.
Okay. I'll stop.
So
I have something to say about that.
Yeah. After he's on, see, the point I was trying to make was that which you ended up saying that the Iranians created a country and a government that can repel this in external influence, and that is based on national security. And we as a people never did that. That's the only thing we've never really tried ever. We've tried everything. We've spoken, we formed government, democracy, military, we've done it all.
We keep saying we no country that the whole people in the country would form the country. It doesn't
exactly, that's true.
But I'm using the term we are because we are a nation.
No, don't use it. Don't use
what do you want me? You want me to say Nigeria did it? What pronoun do you want? Okay, our elite.
Responsibility lies. You guys have done that argument. You said that there are three.
We are from our elites now. We are from our elites. It's only fair. Okay, let's say they are our elites. Our elites never created it like the Iranians did. Like all other people that prosper, they didn't create a system whereby they can govern themselves. In short, they can protect their sanity. For their people.
We have not even seen the need for that. We still think that we are part of our own.
We have not seen the need for that. That's true. Irun, thank you for joining us. You've been having all the discussion here, and I don't know whether you need me to give you a heads up anymore. But if you don't, then you can take it away. What do you make of this tribal thing? Why do people care too much about borders and all the rest? And what is happening in South because I know this is tied to the South. The sacrifice and the kind of detrimental effects that the Nigerian state has had on the South. If you can shed some light on that, that too would be good because it looks like nobody telling that story at all.
Yeah, I'll get to the South part and the impact of, or I guess our amalgamation into Greater Nigeria. And what that has cost us through the years, including this current conference, which I deem as not productive. I see it more as an attempt to subjugate and also enhance the ethnic divisions within ourselves. First of all, I agree with Masker, a lot of what he's saying, because at the end of the day, Nigeria does not exist in a vacuum. We are part of this world, and at the end of the day, we do have entities in this world, countries that have imperialist agendas, period. You can't get away from that. I mean, if they didn't have imperialist agendas, they wouldn't have tried to assassinate Ibrahim Traore over 20 times. Over 25 African leaders have been assassinated since 1960. The issues that we are facing are tremendous in terms of self-determination, in terms of our ability to freely govern and provide for our people. If you backtrack during the Cold Wars, the African countries were a center for proxy wars during the Cold War. We saw what happened in Angola. We saw what happened in South Africa. For God's sakes, even as recent as Libya, we watched 53 other African countries watch as these imperialists put a no-fly zone over an African country and had their leader assassinated on the streets. Regardless of what you think about Gaddafi, that should never have happened. So when you look at all those things, it shows that our ability to freely govern our people based on our makeup is seriously, very seriously handicapped by the activities and the effects of these people. I'll give you another example. Almost all our media entities are funded, trained through grants, through all sorts, by these entities such as the MacArthur Foundation, the Ford Foundation, all these different people. So when these people have to when they now elevate through the ranks and they become prominent media people, do you think they're ever going to report objectively about these entities and their activities in Nigeria? It will never happen. And those people, at the flip side, also then use their media entities to attack governments that they don't agree with within our borders. We saw what happened with Goodluck Jonathan. The Goodluck Jonathan's experience and how he got removed from power, if you look at the external influence, that was a perfect case study in the use of our media that was funded by Western entities. We saw how the opposition went to DC to meet with Obama. We saw how Obama refused to supply Nigeria with weapons to fight Boko Haram. We saw these things. Yet, when you talk to Nigerians, they will fight you endlessly when you point out the obvious to them, that we are not wrestling against ourselves. And the importance of Nigerians coming together to govern our country based on who we are and our makeup is essential for our survival. Right? You look at the makeup of our nation. We have not determined what our perfect governance system should be. We have not. We went from coup after coup after coup. Then we had a constitution drafted that we had no input into, and that constitution has now come into play, and we're still struggling with our perfect governance. So that is the issue. That is the fundamental issue we're facing. And yes, Nigerians just want to point, like Masca was saying, these people haven't governed here, therefore they want their turn so they can govern and do and undo while they're in power, in central power. And the thing about the South-South, it's funny. The name South-South is a geopolitical reference, but there are millions of people, multitudes of ethnicities that exist that are indigenous and have been there for ages in those places. Unfortunately, a lot of those ethnicities were put within the eastern region through no choice of their own. This was a construct of the British. They didn't have a say in the matter, right? After the whole coup and the whole incident and the eastern region fell and the civil war, these people have tried from one government to the next to try to govern themselves to the best of their ability. And now you want to have this so-called conference, which, by the way, the judge refused to attend. And I heard someone here saying, let's go to the conference and talk about, the Bani people and Boni and talk about whether or not, someone was indigenous there and this happened. Would we have a conference to discuss whether or not Yorubas are indigenous to Anambra? That's not a conversation anyone should have. Likewise. And that's why the judge did not attend. Because why should we have a conversation about Boni? The Boni houses were there long before the Portuguese came to our shores. They encountered the Europeans first. They traded with them for centuries. So what conversation is there to be had? There isn't any. And speaking about that and about that debate, I listened closely on Dr. Damage's show with those guys just spewing all sorts of garbage. At the end of the day, there's a book called History of the Niger Delta People written, and one of the authors of that book, by the way, happens to be an Igbo guy, alongside E.J. Alagoa, a prominent Nigerian respected historian. And they should take time to go and read it, right? There isn't any debate about this, right? It's one thing to say, yes, there's a significant population of Nigerians in different parts. For God's sake, there's a significant population of Igbos in Kanu. Doesn't mean that the Igbos have a right to the Kanu Emirate or the land. Of course not. So that conversation is not something that should even come up. And that's why those people did not attend. But in terms of the entire country as a whole, Nigeria has to determine how we move forward as Nigerians. That is the central point that we have not driven home yet. Who are we? And the cause of unity. Unity does not happen overnight. It is something that you have to drive. You have to actively fund. You have to put in programs in place to make sure that your people come together as one unilaterally. Let me give you an example, right? You see situations where in certain states they'll say, "Oh, well, you're not a person of, you're not a tribe of this state, so therefore you cannot hold office in this state." The central government should totally dismantle that and give states incentive to have non-indigenous of that state, have a man from Kanu have a prominent position in Rivers State, and give them incentives for that to happen. Have a Yoruba man have a prominent position in Imo State, and give them incentives for that to happen. So that way we start to really see ourselves as one. this tribal thing, it will be our downfall. I promise you. Because at the end of the day, let me tell you what will happen to Nigeria. You will have someone in office, like Tinubu, for instance, and the foreign entities will know that the Igbos or maybe part of the Northwest are aggrieved with Tinubu. And Tinubu will not do their bidding at one instance. And they'll just go to these other people. This is the game they've been playing since we encountered them. And they'll tell those other people, we'll fund you, we'll give you what you need, we'll support you, and we'll get you into power. And maybe they'll be successful in getting into power. But when they get into power, that price has to be paid. And that price will be paid through Nigerians that have no say in the matter. The other point I would make is this. I always have this debate with Nigerians when I tell them that we need a healthy dose of socialism in our system. And they argue with me because somehow all Nigerians have drank the Kool-Aid of capitalism. Go to America today. Go and look how capitalism is working for them. Most Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Go to Skid Row, you see homeless people, people living on the streets in abject poverty. Meanwhile, we look at our population. You want to run a capitalist structure with education, with healthcare, when most of the population cannot afford the healthcare and the education that you want to put into a capitalist system. So you have to create a system where the masses can afford the basics of life. You take the question of food provision off the table so people can have access to food, which takes away desperation. And if the desperation is taken away, then they can focus on other things. The educational piece is huge. The case of out-of-school children and the masses in different parts of Nigeria, that has to be tackled aggressively because that is our greatest resource. The people. It's not the lithium in Nasarawa or the gold in Zamfara or the oil in Niger Delta. Those are not our resources. And until we wake up and realize this thing and then put the resources in place to make sure that, one, we drive this nationality concept. Because believe it or not, if Nigeria fails, this project called Nigeria, if it fails, the Pan-African ideology has failed. Africa as a whole cannot survive as a whole. If this microcosm of Africa, a mixing of different African ethnicities within a country cannot make it work, how do you expect the larger African society to work? There is no unity of Africa. And that starts by, first of all, we must realize that we have to govern come hell or high water. We have to govern to provide for our people based on our makeup. And then two, based on what you are saying to Nigeria, the national security question, we have to recognize that economically, militarily, and otherwise, we have people actively working to make sure that we continue to be the backwater region of the world, focused on providing resources from under our feet to them at low prices so they can continue to subjugate us and get cheap products from us, regardless of how we live or how we are living or what kind of poverty we're being stricken by. This is the fundamental thing that we are dealing with. And that's why this to go back to the conference, when the thing happened, I was listening to Kachala Naju talking about, Opobo and Bonny, and it was hilarious to watch, because you start to realize that his agenda is really centered around the fact that there is this secession ideology with some people in the Southeast, and they understand that the secession ideology cannot work if you don't have access to the ocean. So therefore, in areas where you've had migration of people like Dr. Katz believe that if those areas can somehow be moved over into his domain, therefore, they will have access to the sea. But like you said, Sunanja, you played Ibani music, which I listen to, by the way, and I speak Ijaw, and there are words, clearly, a lot of words there that they use that fit a lot of the different clans. And for those that don't know, the Ijaw nation has 86 clans. And if you don't believe it, when we had the Kayama Declaration after the bombing of Odi, there were all 86 clans present in Kayama. They all came, including the Ibani, including Opobo, including Adoni, including Kalabari, including Okrika. So people have, a lot of it comes from ignorance when they start talking about the South, because they have no idea. And that is why it comes across as insulting when you listen to this. I have family that's Ibani. I have family that's Kalabari. I have family that's Kolokuma. So when you listen to these things, you just laugh. You laugh and you feel insulted, because on one end, I would not go to Onisha or to Imo and go and claim that something, because some of my people have settled there, is somehow mine. You understand? And that is where the slight comes from when you listen to this sort of rhetoric. And so that is the problem. And I don't think conferences like this take us forward, in all honesty. I think Yakubu Gowon had a very good idea when he created the Unity schools, because through those schools, I was able to go to school in Ilorin, and I was fortunate to go to school with people that were Nupe, people that were Igbira, people that were Hausa, people that were Fulani, people that were Agbaji, people that were from all these places. And at a young age, I was able to learn a lot about Nigeria. And I started to see myself as a Nigerian, as opposed to as simply an Ijo man. So I digress, and I'll let you continue, please.
Sorry.
Thank you for that
I want to ask a question. Is there anything wrong in seeing yourself as an Ijo man?
No, proudly so I am. But at the same time, I understand that in the grand scheme of who I am on this planet, I didn't choose to become a Nigerian. But nevertheless, here I am as one. And I understand that in the grand scheme, for the future of myself and my children, as a Nigerian, it is better that we make this construct work, because I'm also a Pan-African. So I understand that if our project as Nigeria, this project here, if it fails, the African project has totally collapsed. There isn't any hope at all. Forget it. If we as Nigerians, if the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Hausa, the Bibio, the Efik, whomever, if we cannot get along and make this project work, how do you expect the Kikuyu, the Somali, the Zulu, the Wolof, and all these other people to now come together to make Africa work? It doesn't even begin to materialize at all. So yes, as an individual, if you ask me about my ethnicity and about my culture, I'm proudly Ijo. But at the same time, I'm also proudly Nigerian. And that should not be in conflict with each other. That's the point I'm making.
Okay.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it too, forefathers. I think he has. I think Brother Izon has said a lot already. I really agree with him. I can't agree with him further than his take, beyond his take. But I will add to that the fragmentation we have in Nigeria, it can easily, I will keep saying it can easily be exploited by imperial powers to destabilize Nigeria if Nigeria is moving in the right direction. And that's why the problem of unity is no question. We just have to find a way to unite politically. When I mean unity, I don't mean I will see, as I'm Yoruba, I will see an Ijoman and organ Ijoman and hold ourselves together and be jolly just friends. That's not jolly friends. That's not what I'm talking about. We need to unite politically. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Like, we need to unite politically. We need to unite ideologically. We need to have a coherent idea because of how we want to live and organize ourselves because of our survival. Because if we think us just having our group and preserving our group in adversity of another within that space called Nigeria, trust me, all of us, we're all going to suffer for it at the end. This was what the imperial powers exploited during the slavery era when they enslaved our people. They picked on tribes upon tribes. The Yorubas, they attacked the Dahomey. I think it was Brother Sonny that was talking about it earlier. How Yorubas attacked and conquered other groups and enslaved other groups, though they exploited those differences. I would have loved if Egypt, when we had Egypt, the peak of African civilization, Egypt, had conquered the whole of Africa. And all of us, we had a Pan-African Egyptian civilization. I would have loved it. That would have made all of us to speak one language, maybe Egyptian language or whatever language they speak at that time. I would have loved it. That would have been a good idea.
So would you like it to happen now?
Arab Egypt, of course not. The Egypt that we have now is not an African Egypt.
Okay. How about if Nigeria conquers every part of the world, Africa?
No, that's precisely the point. That's
hold on now. Hey, Masker, you need to hold on. I want to get something out. Nigeria conquers all of Africa. You want that to happen?
So I should imagine if Nigeria conquers. The reason why that cannot be possible, because for that to happen, you have to look at the landmass. You have to look at the context.
Okay, what if it was possible? You prefer that to happen?
Sorry, forefathers, please.
No, I would prefer that to happen.
Okay.
Sorry, forefathers. Have you ever been to another African country?
South Africa when I was very young, bro. Only for sure when I was very young.
You didn't even go to Benin Republic.
Now we have been doing ourselves a lot. But I will put it to you, Jide. 20 years ago, in fact, not 20 years ago, 15 years ago, honestly speaking, we don't need to raise one shot. All African countries were looking up to us. All we have to do is to enter Benin Republic on the same day and enter Cameroon the next day. They will all, they will come out on the street and jubilate with us. And then from Cameroon we enter Gabon. That's how we'll enter the whole of the place.
So you think if we enter North Africa, they will accept us?
I know. No, look, listen. Let me.
The North Africans, the Arab Africans.
No, Jide, what you don't know, what most young Africans don't know, is that we, the black people, the real black people, who are the ones that these North Africans. Do you know about Frantz Fanon? Do you know what?
I know Frantz Fanon. I've read his books.
It was black people that we were. You see, look, I tell people, these Arabs that are today saying that they are Arabs, when they were under colonialism, they were truly African. It was an African liberation movement. Once only got that. You know how human beings are. Now that they are liberated, they are raising nose that they are better than us. But we were the ones who were fighting for them.
Yes. Frantz Fanon was in Algeria. Frantz Fanon, a lot of his works was in Algeria. The oppression of the Algerians by the French.
Let's try. I get what you are saying. Let's try to get back on track. So
yeah. So I was saying that.
Hold on now. When you said Africa should be colonized, you wish they were colonized. What crossed my mind was that no, not colonized, conquered by Egypt, because
the peak,
original Egyptians, the peak of Egyptians. But the question is, would you be happy if you
sorry for just
Masker, what is this one now?
No, this point you've raised, I like it. You know why I like it? Because it's
you can like it and let me finish what I'm saying now.
But just 1 second, I beg, forefathers. I wanted to tell Jide that I had worked in Egypt, and I know how much they used to look up to us as Nigerians. Whether even in Egypt, they used to look up to us. So let's not belittle ourselves.
The reason why I am questioning, I'm asking that question was to translate it to today, because he's saying he wished Egypt conquered Africa. Would you be happy for one country like South Africa, Kenya to conquer the whole Africa today? Wipe out the Yoruba people and make them one of them.
I understand your imaginary question, but you're not contextualizing.
Imaginary. I'm just saying that whether you as a person today are willing to do what you wish happened in the past.
So if Kenya as a country or South Africa decides they want to invade the whole of Africa, like the thing is, I'm just looking at it from a realistic point of view. Number one, it will lead to bloodshed. It will lead to destabilization. And it may not still yield the outcome that we are looking for. But because now, like, the context that you're not putting in there is that we are living under white domination. South Africa, Kenya, they are under white domination. But Nigeria is under white domination.
Again, please forgive me, Jide. Who knows about the Mamau? The forefathers, Kenyans fought white people and drove them out of Kenya. So the idea that Kenyans cannot rule over Africa, I don't know where you're getting it. In fact, actually,
but Kenya is still
Nigerians, what we don't understand in Africa, people would say Nigerians didn't fight for their independence. True. But the reality was that some black people somewhere in Africa shed the blood, and the white people understood that it's only a question of time. these black people that are fighting like this, whether we like it or not, all of them one day will rise up. So they had to plan. They are smart people. They plan their exit in such a way that they put their stooges in the place. But I'm just saying that Mau Mau fought white people during colonialism. It was bloodshed. If you don't know Dedan Kimati, go and read about Dedan Kimati. The last letter he wrote to his wife is that his blood will water the tree of independence, almost like 3-4 days before they execute him.
Yeah, absolutely. The Mau Mau militia resisted colonialism. They resisted.
Not resisted. They killed white people and kicked them out of Kenya.
Kenya is still being colonized, though. Like when I mean colonized, I mean they are still being controlled.
So now
the British military is in Kenya, still in Kenya. In fact, I think British even has more claw on Kenya than Nigeria said. So, yeah, I get it. The Mau Mau resisted. They really fought the British to stand still. I agree. I'm not disagreeing. But even at the end of the day, the point of the matter still remains.
Don't say to stand still. The white people ran away.
Masker, leave it down. I'm not sure if you are saying they ran away, but they are still. They
ran away. They are still there. I don't know why I said they ran
away. The British have a massive military base.
I get what Masker is saying, but what the point I'm making is that the fact.
But they didn't. Hold on, sorry, they didn't defeat the British.
They didn't defeat the British.
Why did they give Kenya independence?
Because America, they were already doing it all over Africa. They were already doing it all over Africa.
There were many resistance groups in Africa.
They slept one night.
The only people that fought the British, the only people that fought the British to what you call the standstill. Masker, let's be fair now. Let me say.
No, forefathers, you cannot be talking when you don't even know the African history. Honestly,
I know the history to a point. The only people that fought the British.
How can you say what
you want me to check it? Okay, I will check it.
Mama for the British, but they didn't defeat it. They resisted.
There was a Mama uprising.
I know about it. What are they defeated the British?
But they didn't win. Let me put it bluntly.
You have to understand something too. When the uprising happened and the British lost a lot of soldiers, when they calculated the cost of trying to maintain all the African colonies, it put things in perspective for them, and they realized. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, remember, if you recall during the civil rights struggle, Martin Luther King was saying that he is preaching non-violence, but there are those that are preaching violence. And if the non-violence is not heeded, the violent ones will have the loudest voice. And that violence aspect also played a significant role in Africa, because the British realized that we can't continue to maintain soldiers at this pace if we have this sort of uprising. So Masker has a point. That was a significant impact. Even though the Mau Mau's lost at the end, but at the end of the day, it made a significant impact in how they eventually left Kenya.
Yes, I agree. That was also the reason why they had to put specific elites, not just in Kenya, many parts of Africa.
But even Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe slept in the forest. The ZANU-PF, they stood and they fought. They led a guerrilla army. And regardless of what people say, at the end of the day, the people that were ruling Zimbabwe, or Rhodesia, as they called it, eventually had to come to the table and have some kind of talk with them in Zimbabwe and bring them to the table for them to get their independence. It wasn't a bloodless...
Guess what is on? Where did Mugabe went to work and school? It was Ghana. So when we are talking about Africa as if we are divided people, it's we now, the younger us, we generation that don't understand that our forefathers were all together. He was in Ghana, Robert Mugabe.
Like I said,
but even Nigeria played a role. Remember, Nigeria sent troops to Angola. Nigeria had the likes of South African freedom fighters in Nigeria. We supported our foreign policy at one time was African liberation. I don't know what has happened to us, honestly.
They killed Murtala because
Muritala that spearheaded
when America said all African countries should support is it UNITA? These people in
Angola.
The only people that fought the British to a standstill was the ZANU-PF, opposition in Zimbabwe. They fought the British to a standstill. Stop it now! Stop it, Masker! Don't do this. You are interrupting quite often now. No, it's not. You are being a little bit. It's not nice. See,
look,
I'm trying to share facts here, and you are just interrupting me. I don't understand that.
Do you know why I'm doing this, forefathers?
Why?
Okay, people died, people lost their life. We sit here. These are the people we should be uplifting. These are the people we want to sit and.
We're uplifting them.
I'm not denigrating them. I'm not denigrating them. We have to be factual.
That was why
what has happened.
Brother Irun was able to explain.
What is factual? How are you going to be factual? Do you think the white person
is
factual?
The mama.
No, we as a people have to be honest with ourselves. If we are sorry, Jide. We as a people have to be honest with ourselves if we are to deal with our problems. We can't pretend and then try to deal with a problem that we pretended that. How are we supposed to know where we are? And people are listening to us.
And forefathers. We can also be disingenuous based on our capacity.
It's actually quite rude to just be interrupting somebody when they have not finished. It's actually quite rude. See, ZANU-PF, they are the only group I know that fought the British to a standstill. It's a stalemate. That's what they arrived. But the Mama were defeated during this rebellion. And that fight, after they defeated them, the British went on to leave the country. So you can also say he also put paid to the idea that it's unsustainable to have the kind of empire that they had before, especially after they lost the Second World War with all the deaths and America putting all the conditions on them. So that is also an element of truth. But we have to listen, always share the truth of the situation, especially amongst ourselves. Maybe if you are talking about the Igbo people and everything, you can say, okay, yeah, you can pose. But amongst ourselves, we have to be honest.
You know, see, the point I'm making, forefathers, this history, every history has versions. This version you're reading is the white man version. Whether you like it or you like me, you don't like it.
They write their defeat and they write their victories. They are not hiding it.
That's not true. This thing you are saying.
But most of them they write like in Vietnam, they are not hiding it, are they?
So now, okay, look at the Mama fought, but look at Kenya today. If I'm from Kenya, I'm not proud to be a Kenyan. Honestly, the way Nigeria is right now, I'm not proud to be a Nigerian. The way Nigeria is, right? If I'm a Kenyan, I'm not proud. Look at Kenya. Like British army is there. France went to Kenya. Because they've already lost some of their colonies in West Africa. They went to Kenya, all the way to the east. Far away, they went to Kenya to go and find another colony. That's how weak that country is. So it's not even an ideal country.
Their industries are generally, I think their major industries are controlled by other Indians.
That country is not even an ideal. I mean, Mama fought just like the about women riots. Our women, just like our women who fought and died in Nigeria, right? Just like the about women riots. Right? And the Enugu boys that fought, right? They're just like almost the same thing too. They fought for our people. Well, this fight is still going to continue to be ongoing.
Let's not act as if we are trying to denigrate the Mama. Nobody's trying to denigrate. Everybody that shed their blood for the freedom of the continent, their struggle is not over. And people will still have to shed more. And because right now, when we say shed blood, we're acting as if we are not shedding. We're just dying for nothing so far. You know how many people die in Africa every year because of needless illnesses, hospital, all kinds of nonsense, mosquito, all things that we could tame if the continent was right. We are dying for nothing right now. And hence, the blood we are shedding right now is in slow motion, but we are shedding it nonetheless. We will have to shed the ones that are going to free us sooner or later. No matter how it sounds, when you hear bloodshed, it sounds, oh no, we have to sacrifice. Because that's the only time you are consciously making the decision to do something. And that's why people, they remember those ones. Because the ones that die from malaria, nobody remembers them. The ones that die from hospital malpractice or lack of medication, a lot of people don't remember them. Do you remember those ones? So I think this is the what I feel anyway is likely to come in the future. If we shed the blood and we fail, we will shed more blood. If we shed the blood and we succeed, we will cut down the rate of suffering and bloodshed.
And forefathers, that's why I don't even encourage violence all the time. That's why I keep saying that sometimes violence does not guarantee the solution.
100%.
You get the point. Look at Black Panther. Look at Black Americans today. Black Panther fought for Black people. They fought. They resisted. Look at Black people today. Look at the nonsense going on.
See,
the fight is not won. You see what I'm saying?
See, you know what I'm thinking? Because the ultimate goal that they wanted, they may not have achieved it, but you don't know what would have happened if they never fought. What I would have been worse right now. So we have to be careful by saying that violence doesn't always work. Look at the Japanese; they use violence to destroy so many things, and look at them; they nuke them all. But yeah, they are treating them with kid glove. What have we done to Igbo people? They didn't give us anything that they give the Japanese. Look at the Germans. That caused the loss of life of almost 50 million Europeans. Yeah, what did they do? What do they call that program? A Marshall Plan, and for them, who says violence doesn't help? Some people. The point is that you have to make yourself worthy in this world. You have to make yourself say, if you want to take me down, prepare. I will die with you if you try me. If you get to that point, people will respect you.
Yeah, forefathers, if violence must work, you must have a what's it called, a platform or an ideology you are using that violence to project. Else, if you even make any headway with the violence, you still fall back to square zero, like we're discussing. So, on what foundation are you building that?
You don't fall. That's the problem. That's what I find very contradictory. You think the losers should fall to zero, but they don't fall to zero. Why is it that all the losers in the Second World War, they seem to be doing fine? We fought for them and we are suffering.
No, the losers in World War II, sorry.
Yeah, they are all doing fine.
They are doing fine because they had something, they had a foundation they were building on.
But they were supposed to go down to square zero. That's what you just said just now. If there been the loss,
square zero. Okay, square zero here for me means that they will not achieve whatever they wanted to achieve anyways, or set out to achieve anyways.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair point to argue. But if you ask me, they are prospering just fine, and I wish we that fought for the people that defeated their enemies, we were rewarded that way. It tells you that weakness is not rewarded. Exactly, weakness
can
is not
never be
rewarded.
No.
So let me ask a question. You guys have been going on and on and on. At the end of the day, where are we going with this thing?
One African, now you have the name there. How are you confused?
No, hold on. Yeah, hold on. I'm not, because the truth is that the only way we can succeed is because the truth is the world sees Africans as the same. Even you, when you go to Sweden and you see one black person, you don't care where the person. There's a security you feel, right? It's just who we are. The point is, when I think Masca doesn't like this idea of ethnic nationalities coming together. Personally, I don't know what will work, but it's always, for me, I believe that people should try something different, because the truth is that the system of government we have now, we can all agree, it's not working. It hasn't been working. It's even getting worse, right? Even with our democracy, people are sleeping for 3-5 days on the road. And we're allowing some Lebanese guy to come and take our resources, and they are building a highway to nowhere. People like forefather were dancing Azonto to that highway. And because the truth is, when people because they said it's a coastal highway, people like forefathers went into their tribal Ekun. And say, they are going to build without knowing that the people who are selling this are not sincere. There was no time, and now we are finding out that the coastal highway was supposed to be just Lagos Highway. It was never supposed to be a coastal highway, because they said if they are going to really build bridges, or in Bayelsa alone, they will have did they say 100 bridges or 300 bridges? There was no way they were going to. This is not even possible technically. So the point is, when we now know that we have all been scammed, I think forefather has been scammed more than most people, really. But
what you are saying is not true. I don't know where you got this one from.
No.
It's going on still. What are you going on that day?
No. I think you see, you're still in the scammed state. But
Yeah,
no problem. You can look if it makes you happy, you can stay there. You
I'm
know, our
checking the
people are
news.
sleeping
It's
on
not
the road.
there.
Yeah, you know.
Look at
Look,
that.
what my question now is to Moscow. You know, because the truth, and you can say you don't know, because
Stop
personally I
saying the
don't know.
truth. Stop
How
saying
do we?
you've said it more than 30 times. There's nothing like the truth. Your truth. Just speak. No need for
No, no, no. I
secrecy.
can say whatever I want. It's my time. You can't tell me what to say. You know, I don't have to use your own word. I'll use my own word.
Go
If you don't
ahead.
like it,
Go
when it
ask
gets
your
to your
question.
turn, you use your own word. However you want to
Ask
word
your
it. Well,
question.
will people quarrel with you? Why are you
Me, I've
quarreling with
said
how
what
I
I
put
have
in
to
my
say.
own?
I've said what I have to say. Go ahead.
You interjected me now, so you want me to change how I talk. So the point is,
One Africa. What if Tinubu delivers Lagos Calabar Highway? Would you consider him one of the greatest presidents?
of course, if he does, but he will not. So no problem.
That's
You know,
interesting.
are you not a scientist? Well, you may not be. I am. You know, the question is, you have to look at how many the road, how fast is the road going? What's the projected, you know, total perimeter of the road, and is it possible? It's not scientifically possible. You know, mathematically. So we don't want to go there. That's you've been scammed, but you don't want to agree. No problem. But
Yeah, but
what
you
I'm asking.
literally said that you would think he's a great president if he completes it. That's quite
Oh yeah,
massive.
of
Why
course.
did you
Now,
think you were going to say that?
why? You know what I said. I think for people like me, Tinubu, I never supported Tinubu. I'll never support him. But what I'm saying is, Tinubu is there now. Not that I would say I will never support him. What I'm saying, if Tinubu decides now to become a a good president,
Performing president.
a performing president, to because for me, I don't even think there are people who have any sense of nationalism in them. They're not patriotic. That's the problem we have is that we have unpatriotic people leading us, people who don't actually like Nigeria. If Tinubu decides I'm going to be a patriotic president, I love my country, I'm going to develop my country, why won't we support him? If he finishes, let him give what's that his song that is running about? Let him give that one. If he become, I don't mind living under
One
King Jong-un
Africa.
if they will make Nigeria good.
One
I've
Africa.
always I've always advocated for a some type of dictatorship in Nigeria, but a benevolent dictator. I don't like democracy for us. I don't think democracy is
I'll ask
working.
you a question.
But
One
go ahead.
Africa. You
One
forefathers.
Africa. I have a question for you. So
Okija is here. We need
for
to allow
fathers?
Okija to speak.
Yeah. I'll be quick. One Africa. Talk about unpatriotism. I'm just curious. Can you differentiate between unpatriotism and being a treacherous person? Do you
Yeah,
think
of
they are the
course,
same or
man.
they are different?
No, they are different. Of course, they are different. There are people. So people are just, so someone can be non-patriotic, right? You know, and then the other person can be a complete threat. You can put a stooge or an asset, which Tinubu looks like is even the second
Because for
one.
me, Tinubu is not even. It's not.
Yeah.
For me, Tinubu is not even It's not a
So
non-patriot.
yeah,
For
so I
me,
agree with you.
it's a
I
traitor.
don't. I think
So it's
You know
even
what I
talking
mean?
about
Yeah.
non-patriotic is giving him some credit.
Credit
I think
exactly. Yeah.
it's there to undermine the Nigerian state. But go ahead. Yeah.
Fair point. Okay, let's bring in Okija. Thank you. Sometimes when I want to introduce Okija, I wish there was a
Sorry,
doctor in
forefathers.
this
I
name.
thought One Africa wanted to ask a question.
Yeah. No, the
Yeah,
question
Let
for
South
you
Africa
is how
wait,
do we
Charlie.
go forward? And you can
Let
answer
him
after
wait.
Okija.
Master, stop playing mischief, eh?
Okay, ask
No,
Let
no,
for
no.
people
My
get.
question is, if
let
you
Uh,
don't like
Okija
these
speak.
ethnic
uh,
nationalities, what's your what are you advocating for the way forward? Because we have to move on. We can't be
Okay,
here
after
forever.
Okija speak, I will answer your question.
it's very simple. Direct democracy, this in collegiate, this in the presidency, put power in the hands of the people,
All these
transparency,
English
security.
words
It's
you
very
are
simple. It's very simple. Just do it. You find out everything. They will not. You will not. People will not care about tribes because they have the power in their hands. Okija, Okija. Thank you for joining us. The last time he was here, he really educated me on a few things, and I'm still struggling to recover from that. But it's all right. Today, I always have a chance to revenge. Okay, thank you for joining us today. Who wants
It
to-
seems good evening.
Okay,
Good evening.
Okija, this premise that you wrote,
he's not
do you
even
see
said
stuff
anything
that
today.
okay.
Let him start now. What do you make of the conversation about this conference and how they decide to, it's not only the southeast that they call to, the south, the Ijaw people, they reach all the way from River State to Ondo. Nobody considered that they just chopped them like the way they chopped this in the hill all over the place. So what do you make of this thing? Is it necessary that Igbo people have to be in one contiguous region? Can you not have people live in other regions that are still Igbo, just like the French live in Belgium, Switzerland, and God knows where else those French people live? Can't we just accept that?
Yeah. I to be honest with you, some issues that are older than me by so many years. I try to be careful when I wage into such discussion. But I think Dr. Damages made a good statement when he was closing the show in the afternoon, when he talked about things that are happening. Look at Obama. His father Kenyan. A few years ago, the son of a Kenyan, was the president of the United States. You go to a lot of northern states in Nigeria. Go to Kanu, go to Sokoto. You see Igbos, like third generation, living there. They don't have anything. They don't know anything about Igbo land. There was this guy that was playing it. That used to play Buhari, and he's from my friend's community in Anambra State. But it was when he became to limelight that he started coming to Igbo land. So all these things, I don't know. Somehow I tell people, like, what are you fighting for? You're gonna be here for like maybe 100 years, 120 years, and you'll be gone. And people will live the way they want to live. I am one of those people that subscribe that probably one day my land in Igbo land will be occupied by a Fulani man. That's the reality. So sometimes, when it comes to these issues, so I try, because I don't know the history. I don't know who was living where, but I know that, we have intermingled. However, you can't build a nation by being, being bent on your way. For you to build a nation, you have to be able to compromise, to appease one another. You can't just say. That's why English people, they amaze me. Like when they talk about diplomacy, the way they fight, the way they went to their wars and things like that. When they make peace with people, when they make compromises. There was this movie. I don't know if anyone has seen this. Patriot. So there was in the movie. I think Mel Gibson. So he was a commander of one platoon, or I can't remember, platoon or battalion. So they were fighting, they were clean Americans, he was a British, like in the movie. So they were clean Americans. So one of his soldiers, he was cleaning Americans indiscriminately. So he cautioned the soldier. He was like, why are you cleaning them? He was like, they're enemies. He said, no, these people, we're gonna do business with them tomorrow. So we're gonna do business with them tomorrow. So so Nigerians, the way we go about things, it's like we are not going to live for tomorrow. It's like today, let us win. I to be honest with you, I was amazed that even though I don't know his history, but I just don't know why Ijaw people would claim all the way from Lagos all the way to Bayelsa. That's outrageous to look at it. It's like they don't even want to make peace with anyone. They just bent it. This is our way. This is the way we want it. You have to make compromises.
But the Ijaw people occupy the riverine areas now. Is that
that's
wrong?
What you said. When did this start? So that's why I don't know, because
they're one of the oldest people in that region. They speak the oldest language in the entire region.
Yeah, that's what someone angle is. Another person will give you a different angle. So that's the reason why I talk about diplomacy. Out of the act of making including everybody, making the compromises. You can't just say because you lived all the way from Lagos to you lived all the way from Lagos to Bayelsa. as if other people never lived there, as if you know,
No,
like
they are still there. Not just live there; they are still there.
yeah, I mean, but then, like some other people will tell you a different story. So that's the thing, you can't just say that, like, I know, like, that, in Anambra, if you go to Anambra, go to some other river state, they have access to the ocean. Like the Anambra said that people that join, like Ndoni people going down, they have access to the ocean as well. So I don't know, maybe they live together with each other. I don't know all these things. But for you to be claiming that it's yours, while another person is telling you something else, and then you are bent on this is yours, you are history.
The map, see, Okija, the map is there. It's very clear that the.
But what about because I listened to the argument by Igbo delegation. They brought a map by I think Wilkinson conference or whatever. They presented the map they made that time. They made that time the map. So the job people did not dispute the map, but again, like I said,
they will dispute the map because I don't know why we keep doing this. They will dispute the map because the territories are clear. They dispute the map, but the commission had a sitting, and we were talking about the people that had that sitting. They knew better than me and you talking right now. So they had a commission. If anybody presents a map that Southeast had access to the ocean, then they don't, because they never did.
Yeah, so no, see, that's the angle. I mean, for that, it plays to one of the reasons why I joined today, because you were saying something about how are we not building a nation, asking all these questions. But yes. I came to tell you that you are part of the problem. Because
no,
like
I'm not.
Hold on, it's my turn. Because all of like since on this platform, when they talk about the 1966 coup, you always Igbo coup. People have tried to correct you. You talk about the song that was written, that was sung. They tried to correct you, but still, somebody like you that went to school,
what are they correcting?
Correction. Like it didn't happen. People, hold on, forefathers. Some other people that were in the army, like Babangida, they've told that you was also an Igbo coup. But whenever this issue to talk about, you educated person that should know better, you always go back to the song. I mean, so you are part of the problem. You are a major part of the problem.
Nigeria unitary, not executing the coup plotters. It's a whole chain of events. That's why I never blamed as a single event.
I don't have any problem with you. Me and you have met somewhere else where we talked about something. How my opinion. So, but you are one of the reasons why I don't like Nigeria, why I don't want one Nigeria. You are part of you are one of the reasons.
Seriously? You want Nigeria now? What kind of stuff is that?
I don't want one Nigeria.
Because I dare to speak the truth, that a military leader decided that they are going to pass a law for a people not to be mocking the other side of the country. How is that? Did I make that history up? Agwin Rossi is an Igbo man. He went and did the decree. Why don't you blame him?
Yeah. Okay. So
why you blaming him?
Let us do the blame game again. And because of Agwin Rossi, about 2 million people were killed. That people who didn't do anything, people who did not sit down with Agwin Rossi, people who did not sit down with Kaduna Zogu that was born and Hausa, for any matter is Hausa. Because of that, 2 million people were killed. And then when you come to talk about it, I don't have problem with
misreading what I said.
Whatever Jide talks about.
Okay, just hear me out. I will interrupt you this time. I will not interrupt you again. See, based on the conversations I've had and things that I've seen and history that I've read, the Southeasterners are not violent people generally. They don't go about just triggered and just start attacking people. I've never heard once in the Southeast that, they gathered and they started attacking Yoruba people or outside people. No, you've never seen that. And almost everywhere else it existed, they've never done that. That period, the people that lost their lives is mostly Southeasterners that were attacked. But when I state what I state is because I'm trying to draw the lines to the reason why people consider that an Igbo coup. It's not just one event; it's multiple things that occurred in sequence. That is what it's not.
For us, you were born. You were born after the coup. But people who were involved, they've told you many times. They've told you many times. Two people who were involved, who fought the war. Babangida was injured in Abagana. He was injured in Abagana. I think,
Babangida said
Buhari
that
was
I
also injured in
disagreed with
Abagana.
him.
Buhari was also injured in Abagana. Babangida has written, books. Just even it's Major Isoma or whatever. If you listen, if you broaden your horizon, you listen to people, officers that were not, they were not on the Igbo side, during the war. They told you that it was not an Igbo kill. And then it's still because no, but you always see a conjecture. You always see the song. You always see what what's his name? Irun did because he was Irun, not because he was Igbo. He did because he had his own understanding of how to handle things, not because he had meeting with Igbo Union to take actions the way he took action. But you as I was saying something about Jide. Like Jide, I like you also, but sometimes when you talk about sensitization, in my head explodes, when you talk about sensitization. You see during the last election, you see what people, Yoruba people who went to school, like very Fani Kayode, like what's his name, the spokesman for the president, what's his name, the editor, I forgot his name now. What's his name?
Voila.
No. Or the guy. You see all the things they said. These are people that went to school, and then you ask me, why do they want to be in Nigeria? That these people who went to school, that they are talking like this, and then including forefathers that went to school, they are talking like this. Why would they want to be in that country? Why would I encourage any Igbo person to try to be in that country?
You are in America now with Trump.
Okay, John. Can we reach a dialogue? So what do I say? Give me one example of something I see that blows your mind.
Sorry, Jide. I think Okija are being unfair on forefathers. Okay? What I hear him say now is that he agrees with you that it's not an Igbo coup. And at the end of the day, it's not what forefathers said. He is not saying it's an Igbo coup or not, but that there was a chain of events that created a scenario where certain part of the military came to a conclusion. I don't think we can put that on forefathers. It's not him that went and told them, oh, this is what happened. They came to that resounding conclusion, rightly or wrongly. I personally can tell you that, in my opinion, I think the whole chain of events was out of youthful exuberance and lack of knowledge. For instance, the same Irun that forefathers is talking about, he picked an ADC, who is a northerner, Sani Bello. He was even a governor of Kanu State at some point. So they are, and it was together with him and Sani Bello that they went to Ibadan. And it was his ADC and Irun's son, what's that guy's name? The three of them went to Ibadan the night of the coup. And it was that Sani Bello that left and said, okay, let me go and check. So I think as a country, there were a chain of events, but let's not be always turning on each other. I don't think it's a forefathers problem. He would be right to tell the world that there were a chain of events that made some people conclude. And he's not the one who went and whispered to them that go and do a counter coup. They did a counter coup. It's not forefather. And I think this is what we do. We turn on each other when
and these are part of the compromises that just need to come into.
So when we talk about compromises, once we talk about compromises, some of these things you don't repeat it, you don't say it, because if you keep saying it, when we don't have adequate history in schools, that's what a lot of people buy, because people tend to buy always the negative. That's the reason why some people, like educated people like you, should not be saying things like that. Because
I think the reason why I say it is because there are a lot of other people that are saying that nothing like that happened, and the events were not connected to anything.
Peter has a point here that even if you believe that it was an Igbo coup, even if you do believe,
I don't believe it was an Igbo coup.
Move forward as a country, why do we want to go back to that place? Why?
Because I don't believe it was an Igbo coup on its own. I'm saying that the reason why the country decided to see it that way was a chain of events, because people
so the question
read meanings to things.
The question Okija is asking, why are we going back there?
because people keep saying it that they did nothing wrong.
Because for you to go back there, it means that there is an ulterior motive, because somebody has come out and
somebody keep bringing it up again. That's why I keep having to say it again.
Okay, I rest my case.
They keep bringing it up. That I don't bring it up on my own. It's when somebody starts saying that, oh, they just attacked us, nothing happened. I was like, they will start talking about Asaba, that Nzogo is from Asaba. I was like, that is not the point. You don't understand that it's not about specifics. They don't care. People don't think specifically. They think, okay, the chain of events. Because coup happen all the time. Nobody's associated to, oh, because they kill only Southerners. No. If to have been that coup occurred like that on its own, and even only Northerners were killed, no other people were killed, they will not make it a northern coup. I can tell you that.
No, you are right.
What made it a northern coup was the chain of events.
Because the only time the thing became a problem was when Irun declared what you call the unification of the civil service.
Forefathers, I've made my case on this issue with the conference. I've studied that when there is more fragmentation within a state, it can easily be, number one, it generates more so-called pseudo-elites within those fragmented entities. And when you have those pseudo elites, they will want to eat in the cookie jar, the Nigerian cookie jar. And I've also that those fragments, they can easily be exploited by the Western powers to destabilize the entire country.
Yeah, but Jide,
when
you have a
fragment,
point.
For example, whom are these fragments?
So let's say, for instance, just look at the Southeast now. I know this Okija may get flared up now, but try and get the point without attacking.
Yeah, besmirching Okija's reputation. He
may attack me on this board because I'm just as an example. Let's say within the Southeast region, for instance, you are able to fragment the people of, I don't know much about that region, but let's say in River State, for instance, River State, you are able to divide River State based on ethno-linguistic context, right? The Igbos from I can't remember the other tribe that is Rivers. You now create a new state, for instance. You create 2 new states out of River State based on tribes or ethnic groups, for instance. Or let's say Bayelsa or Delta states. You're able to divide Delta state based on saying that, okay, this part is for the Igbos, this part is for another ethnic group, maybe Urobu or Igala. You now create new states out of Delta states. The more fragments you have, the point I'm making is it is very easy to destabilize a country like that. You see what I'm saying? So any region that has to be created, there will have to be compromised, number one. Number two, it has to be absorbed of any external force. Number three, it has to create a cohesive country where everyone can unite and build a great nation. But if you have so many fragments, it creates a lot of disunity. People may not even be able to easily agree on policy. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that even if you want to restructure the country, it has to be a situation where it would enforce unity and cohesiveness across the country. And I don't see that happening if you create more fragments.
Jide, we have tried that. We have tried that, with NYSC. We tried that, with Unity schools. That Unity school we're talking about, you make Anambra person get 120 to get into Unity school, and then you make someone from Zamfara to get like 10 to get into Unity school. So what are you trying to foster? It just
that's a good point. That's a good point.
So what I tried for? So the thing is, I don't believe in that going into our cocos will help Nigeria create whatever. But I think that if you look at what happened before independence and few after independence, what Awolowo was able to do in the southwest, what Zeke and then Emma they were able to do in their region, basically let's go back to that, because I see what I can see that it worked better for us. Let's go back.
Okay, John, let's
have a loose federation. Let's have like a federation. Igbos, stay on their own. Let us compete. Let us compete with the Yorubas and the Hausas. Because so now people will go on. If Igbos, we have someone who's not working for you. We know how to deal with them, but we can't deal with somebody like Hope Uzodinma or Jose Carlo, because he's a friend to Tinubu. We can't deal with him. You know, so but
the
if
same is true now. Tinubu is friend. Tinubu is friend to Americans. You can't deal with Tinubu now because he's a friend to Americans. The same thing is going to be true whether you create a smaller region or not.
It will be easier for us to deal with our own, vagabonds. If we in Igbo land,
you are not able to deal with them because they are friends with Tinubu. Not to mention, tomorrow Omahi is the president of Southeast and he's friends with Trump. How are you going to deal with him then?
And
I don't understand. You see, he's laughing like he's laughing. He knows I'm telling the truth now.
Okija. There are different ways to assimilate different. See, I see what you're saying about education.
What is this?
I see what you're saying about creating a united front.
I think Jide, you guys should allow this Ife. He's not spoken for a long time. It's not fair when
he's speaking now.
No, he has not spoken.
Yeah, let me just make this point for 30 seconds.
Mask has not kept the coming. He felt charitable towards Ife.
Yeah. Let me make this point. Let me just make this point.
You're feeling sorry for Ife.
Let me make this 30 second point about Okija. What he said is very nice. And I will reply to it. So the issue with the Northerners, right? This is a product of colonialism, of British colonialism. The fact that the Northerners economically were a lagging group compared to the South due to the influence of Western education.
Talking like this, Jide. Why are you insulting us like that?
No, I'm not insulting. I'm going somewhere. What I'm trying to say, I'm trying to find a solution in a dialogue with Okija. I don't think the solution is defragmenting. I think the solution is creating policies that will favor the North to meet on the level of the South. You see what I'm saying? When I mean meeting to the standard of the South and competing on a healthy level, there are policies that can be created, not by making someone from the North in Zamfara to have 150 in JAM and come to Unilag. You understand? And someone in the South, in Lagos, will have to have 2 to go to Unilag. No.
Maska shaking said.
There can be policies in place that can ensure that in the North, they are very, when it comes to education, science and technology, it can improve significantly. People can get more educated, right? And the Wahhabi Islam can be de-radicalized, and they will compete in a healthy manner with the South. So there are different ways to do it.
Jide, you're saying the same thing. This is the same question I asked. Well, it's not the same question, but Maska, can you answer the question now?
It's finished. I will answer your question.
Jide, thank you. I think you have made a very great point. But Okija and Okija also kind of answer. It looks like we've tried something like that. Let's listen to Maska. If you can answer my question, I would appreciate that.
Maska should not answer questions right now. Let's bring in the honorable. We have to talk about
KJ owns the show now. KJ now.
Hold on.
KJ will give me his time. Don't worry. KJ is okay. KJ is our president. We have elected him. Don't worry.
Let me answer all this.
He's already friends with Trump anyway. What's that? You want
to KJ, no vex. I want to hear what Maska, because all these ethnic things we're saying, nobody is saying what is happening in the North. I don't understand. If they have agreed on their own, because they are part of Nigeria too, are they not? But I want to hear his solution.
Okay. Maska.
The idea of a solution that works obviously cannot be divorced from what is the word to diagnosis of the problem. Okay. My diagnosis of Africa's problem, not just Nigeria's problem, is that it's not our tribalism. Because what we are asking ourselves to do is to tinker with an existing system, believing that the problem is with the system. And I can start from a good example. The same thing Okija was saying, that let's reduce the power of the center. Okay? This is exactly how the country started. Where the regions, there were 3 regions. The regions were very powerful. And the struggle for the power in the region was what created the Wete experience. Because Awolowo was struggling to be the leader of Western region. he was fighting with Akintola. Is that not what happened? Is that not what caused the problem? Is that not what caused the problem?
Awolowo went to, what's it called, Federal, wanted to come back, but Akintola did not allow him.
Exactly. And the reason why he wanted to go back was because the regions were very powerful. So we are now asking ourselves to go back to where we started with the problem, because that's what we are doing. I'm just saying that if you don't do the correct diagnosis of your problem, you may end up running in circles, because what we are trying to do now is to go back to where we started. And I am saying that if we are going to be analytical about the issues, we will see that, yes, this thing that Okija is asking us to do, we have done it before, and it created the water problem. So my diagnosis is that the problem is not with our tribalism, it's not with our ethnicity, because even today, this show, Forefathers has asked a very pertinent question. Show me a country that there is no tribal divide. I can't see any. If you take the UK that colonized the whole world, the rivalry between the Irish people, Scottish people, and English people is very severe. It was very severe. They were fighting and killing each other. But within that fight, they understood what Irun said, which is very fundamental. A country, a people, even a tribe does not exist in a
isolation.
Not isolation, in a vacuum. You have to see where you are existing, the environment you are existing, the geopolitics that you are going to have to survive, and ask yourself, how do I survive this? How best do I get to survive this? This is the only reason why America, all the states gathered together. Nothing. It's not that they like each other. It's not like they are the same people, but it's because of that understanding of the geopolitics. So,
Master, can I reply there? You made a valid point.
Did you wait now?
Okay. Let me land on my answer to him, then you can ask the question. My answer, my solution, OD, is that the same way America was created by their elite, it's not all the American, it's not everybody that was in that place that sat together to decide, look, this is the common enemy. Our common enemy is the UK, is the colonizer. This is what I think is the solution. All of us should sit down the same way the Americans sat down and decided that, okay, this is the common enemy. And what do we do to fight this common enemy? That is the starting point. And for instance, the way I see it, right now, all these stories that were around, we are just telling stories. You can go and sit in a conference. As long as you don't have the correct political power, nothing is going to happen. This same conference they are sitting, during Goodluck Jonathan, they did it. They did that conference.
God, this is the best thing I've ever heard you say. This
have they implemented it? No.
This is the
so
best.
For us as responsible people, the first thing we need to do is to look at the real structures, the lever, something like the election. If you abandon the election day and you go and talk conference, you're wasting your time. I have canvassed that at least, even if I'm not interested in who wins, who loses, I'm not a political, I'm not a, what do they call it now? I'm not a partisan politician. But what I know as a serious human being, I know that the first thing we need to do as a people, as educated people, is to enlighten our people on how they can take advantage of technology on the election day. Whoever wins, whether it's a good man or a bad man, whoever wins, let have credibility. This is the only thing that is serving America. That's the only thing. Because after 4 years, they know that a process, a genuine process will happen. They may not like the person that will win. If they don't like him, they wait for another 4 years. And this is what we need to do. That's the solution for us. We should stop arguing about tribe and tribalism. We should look at the processes of election first, and then begin to elect responsible people and understand also among us that the common enemy is outside. That is my solution. But of course, I know you will not like it, because unfortunately, the human brain is divided into two. There's the logical brain, there's the emotional brain. A lot of us have allowed us to go into the complete emotional brain. So I saw a cartoon about Donald Trump, when they asked him that he asked the person what's wrong with me. He said that in the left side of your brain, nothing is right. And in the right side of your brain, nothing is left. This is the problem with a lot of us. We have gone to only one side of the brain, emotional brain. I am a Hausa man, but honestly speaking, I do understand that. My Hausa has nothing to do with an Igbo man. It has nothing to add or reduce. I should try to achieve my objective as a human being and try to push my objectives as a Nigerian. It has nothing to do with Igbo man.
Honestly,
You've been talking now. Hold on.
No, I'm not talking. I want to just comment. There was something he said that hits me like a punch. He said something. He said, if you don't have political power, no matter the conference you make in creating a new geopolitical, it's just a waste of time. Me, I will now add that if Nigeria is not a sovereign country, if America is still the one controlling Nigeria, no matter the borders you create, it is a waste of time.
Okay, thank you, Jide. I'll say something. Jide, I like you, my brother, and many times I kind of disagree with you. Not that you're not making very good points. You're a very educated guy, very well researched. But the idea that Nigeria will now live in isolation at some point without any global influence, it's more of a dream. Trust me, not in our lifetime. If people like Japan are living under some type of influence, it's what you call it. Many people call it a global. There will not be any way we will not be influenced by global politics. So the idea is, how do we protect our interests and meet other people's interests as much as possible? You talked about a patriotic person and an asset. With what we want is patriotic person. Doesn't mean that he won't listen to other people. If you look at Jordan, the king of Jordan, you think he's not being controlled, but he knows. Or let's say the guy in Qatar, they tell him, you have to do this. He will say, please, Oga, let me do this for my people first. If you think that Qatar, they are not being controlled, the idea that Nigeria will now start the fight, continue to fight America and fight this one, my brother, they'll just destroy your country. The idea is, how do we get the best of what we can for ourselves? I like what Maska said. It comes down to participatory politics, essentially. How do we make our politics better? Personally, I'm registered with party in Nigeria. Yeah, I do encourage people, no matter what we discuss, like you say, you must have some type of power before anything succeeds. But if we agree on that, but we know that that's not been working very well. Can we get lucky at some point? Yes, hopefully.
No.
So let me share this. Let me share this about what Maska said. Maska, just hold on. Let me just share this about what you said earlier on. I just want to show people the madness that goes on in this land. I don't know. Hold on. Let me put the audio on. And why is it not making sound?
Of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Would we just say UK? Right, and where is it located? The British Isles. And that includes Great Britain, the island of Ireland, which includes Northern Ireland, the Isle of Man, Jersey and Guernsey. Right, and they're all different countries? No, Great Britain contains England, Scotland and Wales. Right, and they're all different countries? No, internationally, we're the United Kingdom. Okay, and what's that again? Well, it's Great Britain, which contains England, Scotland and Wales, and Northern Ireland, which is on the island of Ireland. So Great Britain doesn't include Northern Ireland? Well, no, they're in the UK. Okay, so everyone in the UK is British. Are they happy with calling themselves that? No, Scottish people will say they're Scottish and Welsh people will say they're Welsh, right, and English people will say British. Right, so at the Olympics, the UK competes as Team Great Britain, but that's not Northern Ireland. Well, officially includes Northern Ireland, but we don't say that. That would be the UK. We prefer Team GB. Right, so if we're playing rugby, Australia would play against, well, they'd play England, Scotland or Wales, or Northern Ireland. No, they play as an all-Ireland Ireland. So Northern Ireland plays with the Republic of Ireland, two completely different countries. Isn't it great? Right, so you split up the great British nations when playing sport. Well, yes, like cricket. Scotland is Scotland, England is England, and Wales is England. Wales is England.
Yes, and Northern Ireland is Ireland.
Republic of Ireland?
Yes, all Ireland.
So, but someone from Northern Ireland is a British citizen.
Well, yes and no.
Explain.
They have the right to be B or I. They're fluid.
Fluid? They're bi?
British, Irish, or both. You know, fluid.
Why?
Good Friday.
Right. Does Team Great Britain always include Northern Ireland?
Yes.
Great.
Did I say yes because I meant no?
What?
Northern Ireland is always part of Team GB unless it's cricket, hockey, tennis, golf, or rugby. Then it's all Ireland.
It's clear as mud.
But of course, when it's the Commonwealth Games, Northern Ireland is
Team GB.
No, Northern Ireland. Well, unless someone from Northern Ireland is competed in the Olympics as Ireland, then they'll play for Ireland.
Right, so at the Commonwealth Games, they'd be Team Ireland.
Ireland's not part of the Commonwealth, Chris.
Well, this is confusing. Do they teach this at UK schools?
UK schools? Oh, you mean English schools, Scottish schools, Welsh schools, Northern Irish schools?
No way.
Way.
Right, and the Isle of Man, that's part of the UK?
No.
But they're British?
Yes.
They have their own parliament?
Oh, yes.
So they're independent?
No.
At the Olympics?
Team GB.
Even though they're not in the GB.
Oh, you're hopeless. Here's a state-sponsored cheat sheet, Christopher.
Right, here we go. The UK includes Northern Ireland, Great Britain doesn't, Team GB does. The British Isles include Ireland, which is not British. England, Scotland and Wales are countries, but only the UK is the country internationally. British overseas territories are British despite being overseas and not part of Britain. Ireland is the name of both the island and the country that doesn't occupy the whole island. Team GB includes people from places outside Great Britain and, in the Crown Dependency's case, outside of the United Kingdom. At the Olympics, they are one team. At the Commonwealth Games, they become 7. In rugby, Northern Ireland is Ireland. In football, it is Northern Ireland. In the Olympics, it may be Britain or Ireland. In golf, Britain is Europe, unless it's playing Europe. The British and Irish Lions combine the UK with the independent country that left the UK.
You got it.
Now, you see how madness, you begin to thank God that we are in Nigeria, that it's not this complicated. So my point is that you can have any configuration and you still function. With this madness that they have, they rule the world with it. That is the point. And I'm not sure it matters much which configuration you have. You just have to focus on what creates the prosperity. Personally, if you want prosperity, you have to be able to secure everything you work for. If you cannot secure it, you get what you have in Nigeria right now. That's how I see it anyway.
Can I say something? Because I know concept.
Yeah, go ahead.
Need to talk. Okay, forefather, I assume that you just wanted us to laugh because that's more of a comedy that those people
It's a fact. All of them are facts, not the comedy.
No,
you think it's a comedy?
Hold on, forefather. Hold on.
Oh my God!
It's like going to get that comedy we used to watch those days. Yes, minister, and whatever they're saying there.
No. This one is the fact.
Hold on. You bring it to say it's a fact.
I think you should allow KJ. We all have gotten the point that you are making, but KJ sees the comedy of it, and it's okay.
Okay.
So I will take it with a pinch of salt. But here's where what I want to say. I don't even know where to start because honestly, a lot of things have been said. But I want to say this: it's not a problem. It's not a problem if we want to reconfigure how the country is going. My challenge with Nigeria is that we all come to try to say what is not and what is. But nobody is saying there is injustice in the system that have to be adjusted, which everybody knows. You see, that's my challenge. We come here and some people want to come and defend this construction called Nigeria. And it's not talking about those injustices that have been built into the system that will not allow the country to operate. You and I know it. And I give you a very clear example, just in case you are thinking we're a nation. Right now, this government is building a 15 trillion naira. That's the highest contract ever to be awarded in Nigerian history. Road. That road is not even in the national budget. That road that we're building was not bidded for. It didn't go through the public procurement procedure. It didn't go through the National Assembly. But yet we're all keeping quiet and we're going along with it. Nobody is saying anything. Nobody is saying, no, this cannot be done. And so, where else in the world that kind of thing happened? On top of it, they started another road, which was not bidded for. Another trillion naira going from Lagos to Sokoto. Is that how people run nations? Is that how it's done? Nobody does that kind of thing. And say you are building a nation. On top of it,
We have now collected millions of dollars as a foreign distance to build a railway, to build a new train system. The Southeast is not included. Nobody's raising a voice about it. Nobody said anything. On top of it, I'm just calling some of the contradictions that if we, the people from the Southeast, are complaining, people are wondering why we're complaining. A man got up and wrote a textbook that we use in secondary school. And the Igbo as a nation, Igbo tribe was not included in that textbook that was approved to be used in Nigerian secondary schools. And yet, if we complain, we are the ones who are complaining. We are making too much noise. We are the ones talking. You see, these contradictions, these countries, hold on, forefather, you've been talking for so long. Let me talk. These contradictions these contradictions you are seeing in the system, is that how the contradictions are in other nations that have made it, that have become great nations? Is there a way you can spite your one of your part of your body and be able to be 100% successful in what you are trying to achieve? Now, all this is going on. Yet, nobody is trying to say, okay, these people have been complaining. What is their complaint? And how do we solve it? Under contradiction, before I came on to this place now, Sunday Igboho just launched a security outfit called Ekun or something. A security outfit, just like the Eastern Security Network. He is being celebrated. The people are following him. The whole town is abroad because of what he's just done. They are telling him he is a hero. But we did it in the East. The people are still languishing in our prison. No. Let me talk, Master. You guys have
you can do what you like to do, but I will push back. It's people like you that put back this country.
You are the people. Because you are very dishonest in what you're saying. You are the one. Look, I will not accept that your terminology. I will not accept it. You are the ones who come here and try to play good.
Master, allow him to talk now.
You try to make it look as if what you are saying is not right. It is only what you say that is right. You are the ones who have the bastion of knowledge. What you say is correct. Why do you think that what you say is correct and what other people say is not correct? Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Master, you don't like people interrupting you. No. Why are you interrupting him? Allow him to talk.
Because I don't like what he's saying.
You don't have to like. I thought you are a democratic person.
I'm not saying, am I beating him? Do I slap him? What have I done? I only spoke. What is wrong in saying what I want to say?
You're muted, KJ. KJ, you're muted.
Okay. I sat here listening to you for over 1 hour. I didn't say anything. Now I've just spoken for less than 5 minutes. You are already shouting. Because the truth, it pains you people. The truth. I will keep rubbing Cameroon paper on it. And the Ghana paper. We'll keep putting it on. Okay? That is why the pain comes. The pain comes because the truth is hard.
Sunday Igboho, you are hanging on Sunday. Who is Sunday Igboho?
What do you mean who is Sunday Igboho? What do you mean who is Sunday Igboho?
In the grand scheme of things, that me and you should sit down and be talking about Sunday Igboho.
You see now, Sunday Igboho does not make sense to talk about it. But he's playing on a national level. But we cannot talk about it because you do not approve of it. Right?
No,
but he's playing at a national level. But you do not like it. You do not like it. You do not like it because he's now, who is Sunday Igboho now? He's become who is he? He is a strong man of the West. He's the man that Nigeria went to beg on his behalf to get him from the Republic. Since don't know him, he's the one who was approved and given presidential pardon by the now president. So I'm telling you,
abandon our faith and rally behind Sunday Igboho. These are not the issues.
It is an issue.
For you, I understand.
Gentlemen, you see what I'm saying. Until you come to the place where you think you don't take that authority, that pedestrian that you are more better and understand Nigeria better than every other person, they won't go anywhere because you don't see the issues. You only see issues that come from your own region and what you say because you think you have the monopoly of truth and understanding of Nigerian history. That is the purpose of the problem we have.
Just hold on. Can I ask you a question, KJ? Is there a possibility that you may be? Have you ever tried to examine yourself that maybe you are a kind of stuck in? I don't want to put it in a negative way, like your perspective on things is hemmed in by these nationalities within Nigerian issue. Why, like, you are not focusing on what actually makes societies function? Because everything
Are
you
you
describe,
talking to me?
yeah, the
Are you
thing
asking me?
I'm asking whether you've ever asked yourself that, because everything you are describing is happening in other nations that are functioning.
Forefather,
But
you
you're
see,
not
I
asking
am,
what makes the nation
listen,
function.
forefather, I'm a realist. I'm a bloody realist. And so I do not waste my time trying to conjure things. The way nations are built, we will not be different kind of people from what every other nation have done in the past. Any nation that intends to be a nation, first of all, will get its law and order correctly, will be fair to all, irrespective of tribe and tongue. As long as that is not done, you are not going anywhere. Go and mark me and put me anywhere. You see, sometimes when we say these things, certain individuals don't feel comfortable with it. Oh God, why not you allow me to
But
talk?
it's not fair to the South
It's not
South
about
now.
allowing you now. Look, there's not, nobody will
No
speak.
nation is truly fair. No
What
nation
I'm
is
putting
fair.
to
If you
KJ,
allow me to talk, I'll be
hold
glad,
on, just
Mr. Masker. If you
30
allow me to
seconds,
talk,
just 30
you've been
seconds.
talking for so long. I didn't stop.
Yes.
I didn't interrupt you.
don't
Why do you
even join.
interrupt me and stop my train of thought? Why?
Masca, the problem is that you're the one who hates people
KJ, can I ask you a
interjecting
question?
No, that's
so
not
much.
true.
KJ, can I ask you a
But
question?
let KJ finish it. No, let
KJ, can I
him
ask?
talk
No,
now.
don't ask him yet. Don't ask him.
I want to ask
Okay.
him a question
KJ,
now.
no,
Brief
sorry,
one.
I
Keep
beg
it
you.
brief.
Let me
Let
just
KJ talk
Can
now.
I ask him a
I
question?
beg,
If it's a
Jide,
15-second question, you can ask
Yeah,
him.
15
Jide, I
seconds,
beg,
yes,
just
yes.
1 second.
KJ.
No,
Look,
hold on, Jide, I beg.
God, Vasca doesn't want me to talk. Let me
Yeah,
ask
I
this question.
beg. See,
I have a question for
KJ.
you, KJ. Oh, man.
Okay, go ahead.
KJ, I have a question for you. Do you used to work with CIA before?
Why will I work with CIA? What kind of question is that?
So if he works with CIA, he will tell you here.
I don't
What kind of
understand this.
question be that one?
Hold on. Let me find out. I don't know. Maybe there's a reason why. Let me find. Why are you asking him that kind of question?
No, it's not a
That
bad
seems like a
question.
pejorative question
No,
to ask him.
I'm not insulting him. Oh my God, everybody can work in the military now.
No, because if
Anyone
you
can
are
work.
basically
I'm not
accusing him of
insulting
somehow
him.
being a
I'm not accusing him. Oh my God, I'm only asking
Okay,
a
sorry,
question.
I
I
beg.
said no.
Jide, it's okay.
The reason
Because
why
you
I'm
have to have
asking,
a reason for things
yeah,
saying that.
that's
If
why.
maybe there was something
I
he
beg,
said,
KJ,
I can
KJ,
understand.
the point,
The reason why
I
I'm
beg,
asking is
forefathers,
because
let me
some of
just,
his. The
KJ,
reason why I'm asking, I
Jide,
respect
it's
KJ's
okay,
opinion.
I beg.
I like KJ because KJ is very open to other ideas. But why I'm asking that question is because a lot of his rhetoric seems to be leaning towards their agenda and their goals and the way they operate. That was why I asked him. I'm not trying to
At least
insult
you are
him.
giving a reason now.
Yeah, I'm not trying to insult him or
But
anything.
KJ,
But if he
the
said
point,
no,
it's
that means
okay,
it's his
Jide,
own
I
opinion.
beg,
I don't know.
Jide,
All of us want Nigeria to develop. All of us
I
want
beg,
Nigeria to be prosperous.
Jide,
It's just a question. That's all.
KJ, the reason why I'm pushing back is because when you speak, there is a fundamental flaw in your speech. The idea that it's only Southeast that is not being catered for in this country is not a good narrative, because everybody is suffering in this country. Every tribe is under huge, I don't know the word. I am here in Nigeria. I know that everywhere you go, there's poverty. I used to be comfortable, but the level of poverty in this country now across the board is too much to just abandon every other issue that is happening, the lawlessness, the insecurity, and start arguing about a road that if a road that is being built is built in Southeast, is that okay? The answer is no.
You see, Masker, you assume every time that I speak that you understand what I'm speaking about, but you don't know what I'm talking about. I gave the example of the
Don't
road.
blame
No,
me if
hold
you
on.
are not
Not
articulate
because,
enough. Don't blame me to push back.
no. I'm articulate enough, my brother. I read it as
Because
okay.
it's
My
public
first course,
speech
I
that
write.
you're doing. When
Okay,
you are saying
so
I
you
don't
cannot tell
understand,
me I'm not articulate enough. You don't understand me. If you don't understand me, you ask questions. That's what people do. You don't begin to assume and
okay,
conjure
all
things
right.
by yourself.
So
Now,
let me
forefather,
fair
I
enough,
made
KJ.
reference to the East Coast Road because one, of the cost of it. Two, because it was never in the national budget. I was talking about national development and how monies are spent and things are done haphazardly. I wasn't referring to the East. I've talked about the railway because you borrowed money on behalf of Nigeria and you didn't include one part. Hey, can I talk now? Master, what is it?
I should ask
okay, let me leave you. You go ahead and talk. When you finish and there's a need, I can talk.
That's not what I want. I want to engage you. That's all I'm trying to do. If you don't want to engage me, it's fine. I can keep quiet if you don't want to engage me.
Okay, let him finish then. KJ, please go ahead.
No, Masker knows what I want to say. Let him go ahead and talk. I've stopped talking.
No, KJ, talk. Don't worry.
This is exactly what you people do to the East. This is exactly what you people do to the Igbos. Whenever an Igbo man stands up to make a point, you assume you know everything you want to talk about, and you shut him down.
No, KJ, go ahead and say what
you shut him down. You try to make sure that whatever you want to say is not heard. That's the problem. That's the biggest.
Masker, just wait now.
Everybody in Nigeria assumes knows what the Igbo man should be speaking about.
Odi is an Igbo man. You are not a better Igbo man than Odi. He spoke. We allowed him to speak.
But now that I've come with a different thought.
But let him talk now, Masker. Let him.
Masker, please let him just speak. Let him just speak.
You see, I understand what he's doing because by the time he rattles me up and down, I forget the train of thought I'm trying to lay down. But I want to say something very simple and easy. If you people in the North or predominantly the Hausas don't want to talk about the problems and the issues facing you, why do you have to be concerned about the people who are saying this is why it's paying also? This is what we're talking. Why do you find it so difficult? Okay? And I have said here, if you were here in the first program, you have heard me when I talked about the ethno-linguistic groups. And I said something. I said the T people, I'm not a Tiv man. They have two different sets of people. There's the Yere people in Tiv land who speak a little bit different from the people from Boko. It doesn't mean that they're not T people. I gave an example of the Idomas. I gave an example of other tribes around Nigeria. But so I am not somebody, Masker, you can stand up and try to put down because the police of Nigeria, I know it well. Me, in my small child, I see J.S. Saka with my two eyes, who is the father of what? The Benue politics. So, or the Middle Belt, rather. What I'm trying to say in essence is this. If people are saying we want one Nigeria, put the law that will favor everybody. Let there be a level playing ground. The nations we're talking about, there is a level playing ground in those places. Yes, individuals will implement policies differently from other people, but the law of the land is not negated because it's one particular set of people. The law is not abused. If you come to America, it does not matter who you are. If you are caught in corruption, you go to jail, then you return the money with interest. It does not matter at what level that you are operating. It doesn't matter whether you're from the south or the north or the east coast or the west coast or wherever you come from. That is how people want to build a nation behave. They don't say because you are so this then the law is you are allowed to do certain things and get away with it. What is the problem with the Nigerian contraption? Right from the beginning, it was skewed against the southeast. It's simple. Why you don't want to hear it, we will keep saying it. It was skewed against the southeast. If you sitting in Nigeria think it's okay for only one part of Nigeria to have a seaport where all of us can go and choke ourselves there, if you think it's okay for only one section of Nigeria to have a railway and where all of us can go and choke, if you think the whole of the southeast does not warrant having an international airport that is functional, if you think that education should be skewed towards the fact that my child has to score far above every other person in order to be able to get admission into a school, then you don't think you need a nation. I don't think you are building a nation. You are building a colony for which the Igbos are being colonized or being oppressed or being apartheid is being practiced in Nigeria. That is simple what it is. You take it, you leave it. And I'll answer any question that you now want to ask me. Because you have already destroyed. Yeah, they thought I was coming with you have destroyed it. And I don't longer can remember what I wanted to say.
So I just want to add something quickly. Based on the video you played earlier before Forefathers, one thing is, even in England, right? The Scottish people, they have their own Scottish parliament. The Welsh, they have a Welsh parliament. So they also sat down to create what will work for them, And the divisions has to come up because of all the differences there are too. That's why we have the English Premiership, we have the Scottish Premiership, we have the what's it called, Wales, the Premiership in Wales too. So they realize that they also have the differences, but the common goal of the country itself, of what's it called, the country as Great Britain, still holds. If you're applying for a job in Wales, you can decide to apply in Welsh or in English. Your application will be treated equally. If you're in Scotland, you can decide to apply your jobs in Gaelic or in English. It is in England that you have to apply in English. So why is Nigeria not having a system where if you're in the Southwest, the Yoruba states, you can apply for jobs in Yoruba language and in English language? If you're in Igbo area, you can apply for the same federal job in Igbo language and Yoruba language. The whole idea is we have to look for something that will work for us, which we are running away from. And if we have those cracks, that's where the international bodies will always find ways to exploit it. Somebody used the idea of Iran before. What the person is failing to understand was these people that sat down to create the system Iran is using now had to do it from a patriotic perspective, and it's because they could enforce that based on religion. Let's use the example. Nigeria, we cannot do anything based on religion because already we have different religion even disturbing the whole area. So the question is, would I from Southwest, I want to implement my own traditional religion, or somebody in the North, I'm calling for trouble? Or somebody in Southeast want to implement his own religion on the North? We are calling for another trouble. So we have to look at our differences based on religion, our ethnic group, our cultural differences to iron out what should be our own worldview, to now project that on the nation while respecting differences across board. But if we don't want to do that,
thank you,
that will be the problem. Will be what's it called?
No, I have a question for you, Forefather. One question.
That will be the problem. Will be running from and going back all the time. I should never work.
Thank you, Forefather. I have a question for you. If it is some Igbo youths from the East that are rampaging the whole Nigeria for the past 10 years, 20 years, maiming people, killing people, taking over their house, taking over their land, and all the things that the Fulani people are doing so far, do you think it would have been the way it is? Will we be begging them to be accommodated, or more evil, more power will be used to destroy them? That's the question for you.
That is a very interesting way you ask the question. I'm not so sure, given the nature of this problem, whether it will make any difference. Because the problem is not only a Nigerian problem, it's a regional problem. If you look at what is going on in Mali and all of them, it's similar.
No, you are gerrymandering about it.
No, I think you know what I'm saying, because you may not like the answer.
You are gaslighting.
You may not like the answer. See, let me say what I'm saying.
You are telling lies.
Let me say what I happened. Ask the question. Let me answer.
Do you see what they did to children of Southeast? Just because
let me finish my answer, you will understand what I'm saying.
People, we are killing soldiers or doing something. Do you have to know? But in Benue State,
you are
people were chased out of their ancestral homes. People were chased out of their ancestral homes, and nothing has been done. And then they have meetings with these people. They do have meetings with these people. And what's his name? Very dark man went there, and they were mediating between the indigenous of Benue.
He likes it when he enjoys it when he sees Southeasterners reacting viscerally to all these things. Visceral reaction. Hold on. Visceral reaction doesn't make it accurate. What is accurate is accurate, whether you like it or not. My point is, the problem with banditry and terrorism, especially terrorism aspect, which is what the Fulanis generally are into, what I don't know. Not every Fulani, the terrorists and extremists, not just all Fulanis. It's a problem that the entire region is facing. It's not only Burkina Faso. I think they are the largest group. I think they are largest group. Can we let me finish a statement, please?
Okay,
The largest
sorry,
group in Burkina Faso, the largest group in Burkina Faso, I think they are probably Fulani too in there, but they are still having the same problem in that country. They are having problem in Mali. They are having problem in Niger. So let's not make it look like terrorism is separate from it's the same as ethnic tensions. I know in Nigeria that when a Southeasterner does something wrong, the punishment may be heavier than let's say what will happen to a Yoruba man or an Hausa man. But the same is true. The same is true when you look at the South people or other ethnic minorities. The way they treat them too is also very, very horrible. So it's not, when we are saying this, it's all comparative, and in the bigger scheme of things, it's not that different. All of us are still suffering. Nonetheless, the rich people are still enjoying. The poor people are still.
I like what you just said now. You see, we don't really understand our place in the world. You see, I know one Africa said something about the fact that we need to reach a compromise with the Americans, and was given an example. I don't want to digress. I'll talk about that one later. Now, let's focus on us. Let's focus on us now. On AI. AI has been programmed. Like, we don't know our place in the world at all. We Nigerians or Black Africans. AI has been programmed to be racist. Like, there is racism on AI. Like, I'll give an example. Let me give you
my answer.
The Southeasterners that are running amok in Nigeria for the past 15-20 years, shooting people down and taking over their land. Will the same treatment be given to them as is given now?
Okay, let me answer you, KJ. I will answer you. I'll answer that question, but I need to make a couple of pushback, okay, so that there will be clarity. Because the truth is that we are speaking at a public forum. It's not that I'm in your city room or you are in my city room. This is a public space. Now, I will own up. Honestly speaking, I will rattle any tribalist that I come across. I will happily rattle a tribalist. I will very happily do that, irrespective of your tribe. Because, like Jide said, this is the fundamental principle that has been the problem when we are dividing ourselves consistently. South Africa are saying other African countries should go. And we are saying that they are stupid, that we are not their problem. But when we come back into our own country, we are okay to go along these lines and say, no, Hausa is the problem of the Igbo man. Yoruba is the problem of the Hausa man. There is a fallacy in that thinking. So I will happily rattle any tribalist. And a good explanation is that Odi spoke. Nobody rattled him. Okija spoke. They are all Igbo people. You are not a better Igbo than these people. Okay? Nobody rattled them. But you come from a very tribalistic and myopic perspective. So I'm happy to rattle you, KJ. I will be very happy to rattle you today, tomorrow, and any other day.
Same here too, Masker. Those of you who try to use Takia to deceive people and pretend to be the good one, me too, I'll be happy to debate you and rattle you any day, any time that you desire. I have no apology whatsoever. What you call me is your business. Because you all turn around to call Igbos tribalists because we are talking about it. You people have been doing Ariwa for the past 60 years that Nigeria was formed. You are not tribalistic, but it is the Igbos that are tribalistic. You people have been doing 19 other states. You have been doing 19 other state meeting since Nigeria was formed. Nobody says you people have been tribalistic, but the Igbos are tribalistic because we have come to equal with you people, doing what you know. I'm facing you that order. I am listening. Look at my face. I'm not going to back down, bro.
No, it's okay. Let's engage each other. It's just engagement. It's not a fight, okay? What I'm saying is that
Master, I'm happy to engage you any day. If you want, can even debate on it. I'm happy to engage you any day. Don't call me naive. Don't call me myopic. I am not any of those. Okay? I have a master's degree, and I mean,
even looking KJ.
Okay? So don't call me naive. I'm not naive at all.
I didn't use the word naive. don't put words that I have not used. I'm a very conscious person. Whatever word I say, I will consciously pick it.
So when you come and say what I have presented, does it look like I'm being tribalistic? I don't care anyway if you think I'm tribalistic, but it's okay.
Yeah, so, but
what I presented here, I don't see anywhere it is being tribalistic. So when you want to engage me in a debate, please deal with the issue. Deal with the issue. Deal with the issue. Don't go behind. Deal with the issue. So let's talk about
the issues. It's the issues I'm dealing with. I'm just dealing with the issues. So I'm even saying that you are not even speaking for the Igbo people, because the other two Igbo people that spoke, they did not speak in a tribalistic manner. So you are speaking for yourself. These are
your assumption does not qualify my
people are here. They are here.
Your assumption does not qualify my presentation, and I have the right to present in any which way I want, just like you have, and they have also. And because I've not spoken in a line that you desire, that will accessorize your mind, I'm not going to agree to whatever terms you're using.
Listen, KJ, okay? You can hold your opinions, but all I'm trying to do is that I will respond and make my points about your own opinion. That's all. It's not going to kill anybody.
As long as you're not going to, well, in any which way you want. If you want to go the Esot way, are they ready? Like I said to you, I don't care if you say I'm a
what's happening with people? People are not in the good mood.
You know why I'm saying that? We have come to a point where when they speak, we shy away, we keep quiet. We're not going to do that anymore. The media now doesn't only belong to the West.
Are you telling me that? Are you telling me I'm shy out the media now? You've never been shy.
No, you know why I'm saying that? I'm saying that because you see, before now, if we talk, especially if you are from the southeast, if you talk, they'll say you're a tribalist. You're a tribalist. You are tribalistic. You are talking from a myopic point of view. All that have been said in the past, we will no longer fall for it. At least not me, because as far as I can remember, listen to me. As long as I remember, the northern states have been calling themselves Arewa, Mune Arewa. Okay, nobody see it as being tribalistic. They've been having 19 northern state meetings since the formation of the 19 states. Nobody see. They even have companies that governors sit. Nobody have been doing that. An issue. The day that the southern states governors meet, it was Erufai who got up and said that cannot be done. It cannot happen. Okay, that is the audacity they've come with, and I will no longer. I keep repeating it in the public forum. I will no longer back down from those nonsense, because people have done that. That no longer works anymore for any of us.
You will no longer take it, KJ, but you still, I know, say what you want to say, I will still make my points. This is the beauty of forums like this.
Yes, okay? You make your point, I also make mine.
Hey, it's okay. The first thing is, like I said, you are not speaking for the Igbo people. It's your personal opinion. And it's important that when you speak...
Even you are speaking your personal opinion. You're not speaking for the North.
No, of course. I always say
that. Say the same thing to yourself. Maska is speaking Maska's opinion, not on behalf of Nigeria, because you don't have that capacity anyway.
If you listen to me, you will see that I'm not attacking the Igbo people. I'm attacking KJ.
Who am I? Who am I? And how do you know I'm not speaking for the Igbo people? You know me before.
Yeah, KJ.
You know who I am.
Trump supporter.
Look, KJ.
Sure, supporter.
No. See, it's not even. Let me even. Okay, KJ. You want me to be Bianokul? I'll be Bianokul with you. The truth is that we cannot even verify whether I are Igbo or not. You grow up in the North. Stop making it look as if you're...
It doesn't matter where I grow up. Nation, food, and nationality does no longer matter with the tribe.
That's by the way, KJ. The point I am trying to make, KJ, and it remains valid, okay? If you say that Nigeria as an entity is not being fair to its components, everybody will agree with you. Everybody will agree with you. If you say that people are Igbo-phobic, I will also agree with you. That I will agree with you. But your statements, if you go back and listen to the things you said, essentially you're reducing the problem of this country to a tribal issue. This is where I will disagree with you. the reason why Nigeria is where it is, and the reason why the problems you are seeing as if it's a tribal issue, is because there's a more fundamental problem with the country. Yes, I have issues with the country having only one seaport, not because the seaport is sitting inside one tribal enclave. No, that's not the issue. The issue, somebody mentioned it, as a country, as a serious country, we cannot afford to put all our seaports in one geographical location. We should think of other times when things will happen. Now, if they put it inside the Hausa zone, I don't have a problem. If they put it in Yoruba places, as long as it's strategically placed for the national interest, I'm fine with it. I have no issues with it. That you have issue with the seaport because it is not in an Igbo-speaking area is cock and bull. I put it to you. It's very myopic.
This is you are using a northern politics to try to, you can't play that politics.
You can call it anything.
Yes, that's what you guys specialize in. You see your crafting of your language. The fact that I said the seaport is not in the east. Is that what I said? Is that what I said? You forget before that hold on. That's what you're referring to now as the seaport in Lagos. You forgot that before that one there was a seaport in Calabar. Calabar was the original place where the seaport was. You forget that. Why didn't you argue that? Why didn't they return back the seaport to Calabar? Why did you not argue that they should return back the seaport to Calabar? Why it was taken from Calabar to Lagos? Why did you argue that?
Honestly speaking,
and you are telling me that the fact that I think is in Lagos, I told that I have problem with that. Did I tell you I have problem with that? I don't have a problem with that.
We can't let both of you go back and forth.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm simply saying
KJ,
there are other parts of Nigeria that also deserve.
No, you see, I've taken time. Look, try to be patient. Personally, I've listened to both of you. I don't think you people are really speaking different languages. It's just that I think there's some entrenched, dislike for however approach or whatever, and those are being manifested in just the language which you guys are using. I've just been trying to listen to what Masca has against KJ. I can't even find it, or what KJ has against Masca. I think it's just the way when we don't know what we will say, we just go back to your people did this one, your people didn't do this one. This is how you people operate. This, which is very funny and funky. I think both of you should go back and listen to this interaction. It's actually, I
know what they have against each other. It's just they appear. I think Masca may have misunderstood.
Yeah, so because it doesn't even Masca. Both of you need to go back and listen to this thing. It makes like zero sense what you people are even arguing about. It's like people arguing. It's true now. At least they're laughing now. Can't you see now? You have to give me credit to the few things now. See, the month. I'll tell you something. No. I've been very. No, let me tell you something. Look, what we want in Nigeria is progress. We want development. KJ wants the same thing. Masca wants the same. KJ, I like that bomb that grenade that Masca threw at KJ. Are you sure you're Igbo? Because KJ knows the North more than most people.
Yeah, right? He has traveled a lot.
So if KJ speaks, people like me are just about the North, and me, I will just sit down and listen. It's like there's this pastor that comes here that I like to attack. Maybe it's the same feeling, right? Whenever he speaks, the one that there's no genocide in my village. And every day they are killing people in his village. He said there's nothing happening in my village. Don't do anything, the whole idea.
One Africa, the number of Southeasterners are from the north. Sorry, Masca. Let me say this. The number of Southeasterners are from the north. Man, I think apart from Northerners, the next highest population is Southeasterners.
No, but it's the same thing for every state. This is the point. For every state, after the indigenous tribes, is the I don't like. Don't stop calling people the Igbo now. Stop talking about South. There are Igbo people in Cross River. No. That thing. Look, there are Igbo people in Cross River. There are Igbo people in Delta.
There are people. What? These are
I
South.
can
There are Igbo
understand that,
people.
but that is
Hold on
far
now.
north, though.
No. There are Igbo people in North Central, in Middle Belt. But
Yeah.
why are you saying when you come and you're trying to, it's not fair what you're doing.
No. What I'm
It's
saying is,
actually very insulting.
I'm trying to state the fact.
Stop. No. Just say,
Why is that a
Igbo
problem?
people, when you say this person is an Igbo person, it's not derogatory. When you think, Southeast, even you, because the problem is, when I say truth, Masca will say
Like
your own truth.
geography or something.
Everybody knows. No. Southeast and South-South is not geography, actually. There's nothing in geography that is South-South. I studied geography. I had an A1. There's nothing like geography in South-South in geography.
Did you get A1 in geography? Do you know
I did have a lot of A1.
Soil and the
rocks? No, I did. Trust me, you don't know me. You only know me by YouTube. You don't know me personally. So
those rocks and everything. Maybe
trust me. You can't come and say
it's not derogatory. I'm just saying.
No, the context you're using it. No, I'm an Igbo person. No. You're trying to restrict the Igbo people to Southeast. That's what you. Trust me, everybody. I don't want me and you to begin.
No. You don't understand what I want to say.
I don't want us to go into that rabbit hole now.
Many of the people that I work with in Nigeria, they will tell you that they are Igbo, but many of them have hardly had any encounter with the Southeast. They are actually from the north. They speak Hausa. They are actually from the north, but they will say they are Igbo.
Anybody can claim anything. I grew up with some people, where I was born in Numuai, I grew up with people that I know that their father, they were Hausa people, but we all we never saw ourselves as different. Say, Audu, say this guy is Audu. He will speak as much Igbo as me. Of course, he will speak some Hausa. He can claim anything. When I want to speak Igbo, he won't speak Igbo as if he's not an Igbo person. This is...
Before we close out One Nigeria, before we close out One Africa, I hope you change it, also do One Nigeria now and again, just to switch it up.
No, it's One Africa. One Nigeria is...
One Southern Nigeria and one Southern Nigeria. Switch it up a little bit. But the point is, there was something Dr. Dameji said that nobody addressed on this panel. He said something about this Umona thing. That's the way he put it.
Mm-hmm.
That there is something that happens in the Southeast that is driving people, is not allowing people to, put roots down there. I don't know whether it's something maybe KJ can shed light on. He said that is part of the reason why people are not coming back to stay in the Southeast. Do you know what that is? I don't understand. I try to understand, but it has something to do with the way they structure lands and the people that own the land, and it's preventing his own son. He's worried that his own son may not even have space to get a land in the Southeast.
No, let me say something. Then KJ can take it from there. I'm not far from KJ. In fact, me and KJ, we need to exchange phone numbers and talk at the back end, because I think you were much closer than you think. Village-wise, you'll be surprised. Let me tell you something. Dr. Dameji can speak for himself. The idea of Umuna, you have to realize that until the British came, all these people were in hamlets. There was nothing like you moving to America to trade or to do anything. Yes, we were going to Cameroon to trade. We were going across to Igala or depending on your location. People crossed the Niger and moved as far as deep in Oyo area, in Benin Kingdom, to trade. People didn't have, even Jaja went far away and came back. There's this idea of Arrow Confederacy, which is something that must be discussed. And I'm very happy with people are bringing up the Arrow Confederacy, because the Arrow was kind of the way the British used to colonize the Southeast, because there was no way they couldn't be able to, colonize the Southeast without having some type of unity. You couldn't colonize 5,000 villages. There was no way they could do that. And the idea that anybody is being denied access to come back, for his child to come back to the Southeast, because of any nothing. It's complete nonsense. Sorry, with all due respect to
I don't know
Dr.
why
Damage.
there's
Maybe
somebody
you
in the
don't
chat.
understand what he's saying. Hold on now. Our children, I have children that were born in the United States. I take them home. I bring them home. I teach them some Igbo. They try. But the truth is that those children are completely American, whether you like it or not. Those children, if there's something that happens tomorrow and they identify people who are Nigerian and send them back, these things do happen. Maybe they will say, okay, I have some my other identity, they can go back. But the idea that my children will say, someone is denying them land. If Masca comes to my village and wants to buy land tomorrow, and they say, my land is 20 million, Masca has money, they will send it to him. What's the problem? The idea that nobody is denying anybody. All you need is money. If I have money, if I go to Kanu or to wherever Masca is from, they will sell land to me. That's the beauty of Nigeria. All you need is cash. Thank you.
But there must be a reason why.
Yeah, Fathers, I want to respond.
We are due to round up soon. I think
I want to reply to.
No, if you allow me, I just want to.
No. I have to reply to something that one Africa said.
Do you have anything to do with the land thing?
The land issue.
No, it's about the issue.
Let's finish the land one, then you can respond to that. Then we close out.
Yes. Masca, if you want land in Igbo land, I am ready to sell you my father's land. I have a lot. We don't do that. There's nothing like Omona.
What makes you think I don't have a house in Igbo land? What makes you think I don't have a house in Igbo land?
I didn't say that. That's what I said. I didn't infer in any way. I just simply said, if you want land. In other words, I'm just simply trying to say that this thing that they say, and I don't think you must have misunderstood Rudolph, because there's no way you say Omona. Omona simply means.
No, he actually said it too.
Omona simply means your kingsmen. Kingsmen do not stop you from owning land because you belong to a particular clan. That clan you belong to have land. And those land, whether they are farmland or they are lands for building, is always available to whoever is born into that family. So what is it? And the people who have it, some of them sell their land. Nobody is going to stop you. The only land you cannot sell in Igbo land, which is what we keep saying, is the one that you have not yet shared. Once you people share your family land, anybody can decide to sell their own and do whatever they want.
Maybe that's what he's saying. Maybe he's saying that.
But if you have, for instance, my late father, they were 5 boys. Okay, now him alone cannot stand up and sell the whole land. No, but if he wants to sell the land, he can call his brothers and say, "Let us divide this land." You divide, you collect, you get your own. If you want, you can sell your own. When you sell your own, then that's your decision. You can divide your own and sell. You can sell whatever you have. I mean, I don't know why they get that impression. The impression that the Igbo people don't have land is a fallacy. I mean, if you have gone to Abia State before, you are driving from Umuahia to where me and this one Africa comes from, you will see land everywhere. Both your right, your left.
Yeah, but KJ, Southeast is one of the most densely populated areas in the world, man. There's a reason why now.
No, but there's still a lot of land. Don't be deceived. What you see on the map, when you come on the ground, there's, the truth, when I see things on, like on the map, when you go home, there's unoccupied places. It can't be as the north, but there's too many unoccupied spaces. There's too much land.
It's just that people own them. That's why now. People probably
but people will own it now. You have to negotiate to get it. You can't just go and get it. And meanwhile, in Nigeria, there's something called the 1979 law. All this land is owned by the states, by the way. This land use law. They can take any land they want. So please don't. KJ, I sent you my phone number. I said on that platform. Yeah, send me your number.
Let me quickly reply to what Africa said earlier about the US and imperial powers. You see, it's not possible to actually come in coherence with their interests and our interests that will favor our development. No, the imperial powers seek to dominate us. There are two different things. We are talking about Japan and Qatar. That's a completely different dynamic, completely different geopolitical context, completely different historical context. Number one, Japan was already a developed country in the 20th century before the Second World War. They already had scientists, they already had engineers, they were already advanced. They were a powerful country. They were even also an imperial country as well. After they lost the Second World War, it was very important that they had to develop, because if they did not develop, which US had to facilitate, because if they did not develop, China could become communist, because the Soviets were advancing to the east. So that was why it was very important that US had to facilitate the development of Japan and so many countries across Southeast Asia. That's number one. Qatar, Jordan, those countries, what's their population? They're not even up to 2 million people. Majority of people in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Japan, they are expatriates. They are professionals from the West. These are colonial satellite states. In fact, what you have is that all these countries I mentioned, they serve as pawn to the West so that they can attack the West's adversaries. That's why you will see that Iran can go and bomb Qatar. Iran can go and bomb UAE. Iran can go and bomb Saudi Arabia. And America will not do anything because those countries are pawns. So they can allow them to develop as much as they can serve as pawn. Our own case is different. They cannot allow us to develop. They want to dominate us as much as extract our resources, because that is what serves their geopolitical interest. Their geopolitical interest is to ensure that sub-Saharan African countries, black African countries, should not develop. It is not a coincidence. And that's why I keep saying that we need to understand our place in the world. When I talk about imperialism, I know what I'm saying. Japan now, they are now using Japan as a pawn to attack China. They are preparing for war against China. If you see what's going on in Japan, if you see what's going on in the South China Sea, in as much as we can talk about the great things in Japan, the development and everything, they are going to use them to attack China. And guess what? The same thing Iran did to Qatar and UAE. That's what would happen to Japan. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, let me just say something. Sorry. Look, Jide, my brother, I really like you so much. I have to tell you, I like your enthusiasm. I like your, you're a patriotic Nigerian. You're a good black man. But I'll tell you one thing, I think sometimes you have to step back a little bit and just step back from the stage and look at the stage, I'll tell you, the idea, look at Japan. When people give Japan as an example of imperialism or anti-imperialism, there's a reason they use that. Japan was the second biggest economy for the longest time. I think it's still like the third biggest economy, up till now. These are people who were defeated in a war. They could have been, and the idea that America is solely using Japan against China. The Americans don't hate China as much as Japanese do. So don't get it twisted that, maybe the Japanese people don't have their own brain or don't have their own, their own idea of domination. An average Japanese person believes that he's better than an average Chinese person. It's not America. America didn't come there before they decided that problem. If Japan took the bull by the horn and decided to, imperialize whatever was around them and deal with them in any way they want. So the idea is that America, everything just started yesterday. That because, look, and after we are gone, there will still be people trying to control people. Now, trust me, we're living in relative freedom. Let's enjoy what we have. But of course, we can make it better. And that's what we're trying to do. But what I don't want is, don't put us in a box. Or, Fafada shares some of your, things, where he believes that we should go and get a nuclear bomb. He said, when you do all these kind of things, you just put yourself in a country that is rich and intelligent and progressive like Iran, but, there's too much suffering. Nobody wants to, whenever I use the idea of Singapore, Singapore, it's not like they are not for you or against you. Or
you think Nigeria is better than Iran right now? Do you think Nigeria is better than Iran right now?
How can Nigeria be better than Nigeria? Is the poorest country in the world. That's why we are.
So you agree
why did we
that
come here?
Iran is better than Nigeria?
Everybody is better than Nigeria. Do you have to call everybody?
Why are you trying to say that you are making
but Nigeria is
Iran is
sucking.
worse off?
Nigeria is sucking America's DICK.
That's not like America's problem. Are you kidding me? What about China?
I'm not
What
saying it's
about?
America's
Hold
problem,
on
but
now.
that
Hold on.
contradicts your point.
You can say the same.
That
You can say.
contradicts your point.
Hold on now. You don't like America. That's very evident. But it doesn't mean that Nigeria.
I don't hate America.
Well, I don't know, but you know, it doesn't. It doesn't sound like that. No. Let me hold on now. Hold on now.
Like you hate one particular country.
No, it's very obvious. Hold on. The same thing that America is doing to Nigeria, France is doing it at a higher level. The same thing, China is doing it. It's a game. All of them are in the space playing their games.
That's the point Jide is making.
What's the point Jide is making?
It's not about hating one country. It's not about hating America or France or England. The key issue is that you need to understand the context as a people you live. Once you understand that, this issue of you saying that you would allow to become a pariah, I think only inexperienced leaders will.
No. I never said that. I think you're misquoting me. What the problem, Jide, hold on now. You go ahead. Jide, the problem I have with Jide is that he's saying that America is his problem. I'm saying that everybody is our problem.
I listen to Jide also.
I know that I've been listening to Jide. Maybe you're listening. I've been listening to Jide for the past maybe 6 months or 1 year. He's saying the same thing. America is doing this. America is doing this. Everybody is doing this. China, because no. When you create the idea that China is not in Zamfara doing as the same bad as America is doing, then you're not. All of them are doing the same thing.
I think the difference is that it's like I give this analogy all the time that if a lion is busy ripping you apart, your priority should be that lion than the hyena standing waiting for their turn. The point is that we know.
No, but that's not true. These are lions. These are lion and lionesses eating you. Everybody's eating.
No, clearly the Chinese have not bared their fangs or their.
Wait, so why are we having problem in Zamfara? And it's not because of the Chinese.
I don't know.
Hold on.
Who is causing problem in the north?
Hold on. Calm down. If we are talking about scale difference, we are talking about serious scale difference. Total colonization, decimation of a whole African continent. Then not to talk about things that are happening even after independence. The Chinese have not even started at all compared to. So that's why I said the ones that are truly ripping us apart are the Europeans. As a matter of fact, Nigeria was basically almost decapitated recently by the Americans coming with their genocide narrative. And now Trump, Tinubu has given him everything. Take our health record, take our tax record. Oh, you know what? You want to monitor our oil? Take it. He comes. They're taking everything. The only thing that is remaining now, they will tell Tinubu, get a chair next to my chair, sit next to behind it, let my generals control your country. That is the only thing that is remaining, and that is the point that we are trying to make here. That you can't rate China the same. Nobody is saying that China is not an enemy, but China is not the priority now.
No. So see, here's the difference between me and you people. I'm not seeing China as an enemy. I'm not seeing America as an enemy or Europe as an enemy. I'm saying that these are forces competing for influence in your country. How do you manage them? Because the idea of one person, because the problem is when you try to carve out who is your enemy, then you're missing the whole point. Everybody wants to take advantage of you.
No, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that.
Hold on now, America.
You need to hear this. You need to hear this before you carry on.
America is
no, I'm not going to go long. The point I always wanted to make was that America is not an enemy. We are the problem. We need to make ourselves worthy of America needing to work with us. Because if they need you, that's when they will support you. You have to make them need you.
Thank you. If you are speaking this way, it's different.
No.
When you say you run with it, No, when forefather, hold on. When forefather, don't worry, it will come to you. You don't worry, I'll give it to you. Yeah, of course. Everybody, nobody has ever denied you of talking. You have been talking. Trust me. You know, forefather, the whole point when me and you agree that these people are just competing for influence, because you know, if America is like 8 feet tall, let's say, China is 5 feet tall. It doesn't mean that China is not hoping to be 10 feet tall tomorrow. You know, that's the idea of competition is that everybody wants to decrease.
There is a fundamental mistake you're making also.
Hold on now, let me finish, then you tell me my mistake. My point, and this is where we all see things differently. And you may be right and I'm wrong, and I may be right, you may be wrong. But we'll see at the end of the day. What I'm saying is hold on now. From what I'm looking at, hold on now. From what I'm looking at, hold on now. From what I'm looking at now, you know, from what I'm looking at, and the main issue that you know, let's say for Masca, because I asked him a question and he talked about politics. The people who have embellished the person we have as president now are the Europeans. It was, you know, Macron went a long way to be able to make sure that Tinubu captured power and is staying in power. It's not America's first problem. They just brought it to America and said, this guy is what we want. The guy that is there, let's just play with him. Because if you look at when the former vice president, that woman that didn't, what's her name, that lost election, when Kamala, before she made that statement, remember when they were trying to attack Niger? The people who made to try to attack Niger, it's coming from Europe, France primarily. But so when I feel that Dide is not being honest, or like it's not being, our problem, if Dide doesn't like anybody, it should be France every day. Because the main problem we have, where Tinubu and Buhari have been going to, is France and the UK. These are the people who are wielding the most influence on us. Of course, if not for Trump, how can Trump be seeing everybody in a global order that they are controlling? Little Macron and the other person, they are controlling things. He will not come and take his own. If it's you, won't you go and take your own? China is taking their own in Zamfara and going away. So Trump said, let me come and take my own too. Even they are praising him now that he's decimating these people, he's doing that. What I'm saying is be fair and balanced to everybody. America is not our primary problem. Of course, they are just taking their own interest. And how do we get ourselves and get the best out of for our own self? And they will still take something, but we want to take the best for us. Thank you.
What Africa? I've never said France and UK. When I say I promise, Masca, you respond. I have to respond to this because I'm very passionate about this thing. Like I've thought about this thing through so clearly. I know, like I understand where it's coming from, and I need to explain it to him so he understands my position on this issue. You see, first of all, I wish that damages. Not like I'm trying to be proud. I'm willing to learn from other people too, but I wish that damages can have me on the show on a Sunday, and I will break down what imperialism is, Western imperialism, because this 10 minutes, 5 minutes snippet that I come and explain on the show, maybe that's not enough for a lot of us to understand what I mean when I explain some things about geopolitics. I don't hate any country. The way I see America is the way I see UK, is the way I see France. I don't hate any country. I'm telling you what is going on. France and UK, yes. UK colonized us. They dominated us. They've done so much damage to us. France, they are doing so much damage to West Africa. I'm not denying that. But the grand scheme of things currently, when you talk about policies, institutions, proxies, agents of destabilization, everything is connected to Washington, D.C. That's just what it is. I'm not saying UK and France are innocent of this. That's number one.
We need to qualify what we are saying because you are not exactly presenting direct evidence of what you are saying. So we have to be careful. You say everything. You are using the term everything.
No. I said policies, institutions, proxies. And I said those things, they are all connected to Washington DC.
What about the Chinese policy? Is it connected to Washington DC?
China has never colonized any country in Africa, number one. China has never caused any regime change in Africa.
Has America colonized any country in Africa?
Destabilized any
How many countries have America colonized?
If the Nigerian government wants to kick out China, they can kick out China today, and China will not do anything. So let's stop playing double standard. No, let's stop playing. No, let me finish my point. I promise I'll finish my point. One Africa, you said something. You said something that was very important. You talked about Japan, and you said Japan that without America, they can even go and attack China. In fact, Japan used to they've attacked and invaded China before during the Second World War. They invaded China. They occupied a huge chunk of China, right? Good. That is exactly the point. What the United States or the West, what they do, because look about UK and France, the United States foreign policy is in tandem with that of United Kingdom, and to some extent to France, but that's by the way. If you look at the Middle East too, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, they are in tandem with America's foreign policy. Saudi Arabia does not like Iran. They hate Iran. That is exactly what they are exploiting by using them as proxy, as state proxy. They will allow them to develop. They will fund them. They will even allow Saudi Arabia to fund proxy terrorists, right? But at the same time, they will use Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Jordan.
So why is that our problem? Why is that our problem?
That's exactly what's also playing out in your country. The same dynamics too. So you cannot come and tell me use those as examples. If you use those as examples, you are completely contradicting yourself. That's exactly.
I'm not contradicting. I'm saying that China is manipulating us.
Let's close it out for today. Thank you, gentlemen. I really appreciate you all.
Sorry,
we need to close it out. We have to.
Before you close, please. I still need to come back to KJ, even though on a more friendly note, on a more constructive note. But I also would end up with the point Jide and Odi.
Nobody should respond to him. KJ, don't respond.
There's no point.
But we need to finish now. We've gone past 5 hours already, and
I won't talk more than 2 minutes. I'm sure they will not respond for more than 1 minute.
So. You are stretching it now. No, you can't do that. You can't do that.
All right. So KJ, look, my point, just for clarity, is I have no issue against any tribe in this country. But my understanding also is that we really need to take responsibility and across the tribal lines, because the mode we are in now, that I sit as a Hausa man and I want to accuse the Igbo man or the Igbo elite and the Yoruba elite, maybe they have complicity, they have problems. I as a Hausa man, people will look at me and think that I'm complicit, even though in my head, in my heart, I know that there's no blood in my hand. But that's something that nobody can cut out completely. People would look at each other with suspicion. We are not going to be 100% comfortable with each other. But I'm saying that fundamentally, for us to make progress from where we are complaining, you as an Igbo man that you're complaining of all these iniquities, the way forward is to have a better understanding of the fundamental issues, which was my answer to Odi. The starting point today in this country is, at least, let's even forget about joining political parties. Let's make sure that the elections are going to be credible, so that it is people's idea of, when they say this is the president, we know that they collectively install the person. I give you a good example. Nobody likes Trump. But if nobody can tell you that Americans voted for Trump, we all know that one. Whether they are happy.
No, don't say nobody likes Trump. Now that's an incorrect statement.
Okay. No, you know what I'm trying to say. That is, I'm not saying that people don't like him. I'm simply saying that, okay, let me correct my language. I don't think a lot of people think a lot outside America. I don't think a lot of people think a lot about Trump. Okay? But you can't deny the fact that Americans actually voted for this man. Whether he was good, whether he's good for them or not, They actually voted for them. That they voted for him. That is not an argument. But and I think that's where we should push things, because when you are calling for all this correction, when we call referendum, when we call, because the truth is that nobody is going to implement all these things we are talking about. These equities we are looking for, nobody is going to implement it. It is us that will make the place okay. Trust me, we must take that, whether we during this our lifetime or another lifetime. It's people that will take the responsibility to say no, enough of this is enough. Every country, if you look around, the Japan we keep talking about, people will tell you about the Meiji Restoration. America sent like 5 ships to the border of Japan, say you must open up, and that is what made Japan decided, okay, we have to put our acts together. They were a jolly country. I've said it tonight that even in Iran, it was exactly the same thing. Some people sat down and said, no, this thing cannot continue. This is the position we must reach, and say, at least let's start with elections. It doesn't matter whether there is no correct person that will be president, but I believe that after 2-3 election process, if it's credible, somehow we will stumble on the correct person. Why I'm pushing back so hard on you is because as long as we keep going back into our tribal enclaves, we all have problems. I can tell you that this thing you are saying, that you are making it look as if that is a good thing that they are terrorists, whether Muslim terrorists, Hausa terrorists, Fulani terrorists. The idea that you are thinking that the average person on the street is happy that a terrorist that is marauding around, that the government is using kid glove on that person, it's not favoring the Hausa man. It's actually very bad. What the northerner would want is for this insecurity to be dealt with decisively. It's not something that we're happy about. So it's not like, oh, what kind of thinking even that you think that, okay, and you know that this insecurity in the north is highest. Nobody is going to deny that. So what kind of people are we that we are sitting down, we're happy that they are killing us, terrorists is killing us, terrorists is kidnapping us? It doesn't make any sense. So what I'm going to say, Odi, I think you are misunderstanding the point Jide is making. It's not too much about which country. China, I agree with you. China is going to get the best it can get. But like I said, there's a difference when somebody is directly interfering in your own affairs, trying to select who will be your leader. This is the same issue Americans are having now with Israel. You can be our ally, you can be anything, but the idea that you now enter my own politics and it is you who will make sure that this is the leader in my country, that's too much. That's an overstretch. Everybody, there's no country that will survive on its own. Even if people allow you, you yourself, you will go and be looking for people to work with. You will go and be looking for other countries as partners. But the idea is that we as black people need to understand that some countries will want to interfere with the internal workings of your country and your continent by extension. If you look at Africa, look at all the leaders. What's this guy that was in Congo, that Mobutu Sese Seko? How long did he stay? The West is there quiet. Look at the man in Cameroon. They are all there quiet. Look at Alassane Ouattara. Look at Africa everywhere. They are pushing, they are manipulating us like, what do they call this thing now that they use? Puppets. So I think that's what Jide is saying. It's not that we cannot live alone. We will go and look for other countries, but we need to be mindful of the countries that are interfering with us. All our leaders, somebody said it, during Goodluck Jonathan, they made sure he didn't come back. That is not, we should not accept that. That is totally unacceptable. That should be purely Nigeria's business. We should be the ones to put our person. How you want to do after we put him is our own business. We should make sure we are in control of the people we put in power. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I really appreciate you all for coming and having a spirited conversation, including all the people that have come and gone. Ife, You know, you all know yourselves. KJ, thank you for coming on. Masca,
You
especially.
don't want me to help my own closing this thing.
No, there's no.
Look at
Sorry,
this.
sorry. I'm just
Father,
going to random.
I've been
I
sitting here
just
since I've been
don't worry.
talking.
Now you're gonna have a
Well,
show
make I
this
even
evening.
to take 2 minutes, say something.
If you say something, somebody wants to say
Trust
something.
me.
That's how Masca say
No, I'm
something.
not going to attack anybody. I just want to tell Masker. I'm sorry if
Oh
you
my
feel
God, our people, man.
the way I came, but you see, I wanted to put things in the way it should be said. Buhari, what's his name? Salisu
Oh
Buhari.
no, don't go long now.
I'm coming. Just hold on, please. Hold on. Who contested some time ago? He made a very profound statement. He said, "Your one man's freedom fighter is another man's what do you call it? Terrorist." And the Sada of Sokoto said that yes, he said that the children, the terrorists are their own children. They shouldn't be killed. You know, that's why Jonathan couldn't execute the thing. The northern elders met Jonathan and said, "Look, these are our children. These are our children. So you cannot fight them. You cannot do this." So, and they insisted, and Jonathan government have to remove the chief of army staff at that time, General Hedrika, from the service, from serving, because they accuse him of trying to avenge the Biafran war using the Boko Haram issue. So we have it on record that is what the position of the North was. Now, having said that, you see, my challenge mostly is that we, as from people, and I speak for people of South, who have come together with Nigeria to try to fight to put the country in a proper state, and we were accused of being the troublemakers. Okay, we were accused of being the troublemakers. Let me tell you, the contradiction with Nigeria is so much. Now, the people, Nigeria now, in this last conference they had, some people are arguing that Niger Delta is not part of the East. But Chukwuma Zog is from Delta State. But they will even further here. We put the coup, Skele and Igbo coup. But further want to agree that people from that state are Igbos. They are not Igbos. But when it has to do with the coup that was carried out by the person from Niger Delta, from Delta State to be precise, that man is Igbo. Okay? But now his people are not Igbos. This is the contradiction Nigeria have been running with. So we are now saying, look, we have fought with you people, Masker, to try to get the country to the proper place where it will work. You people are not accepting it. You are not accepting that there's a problem that you people need to come out en masse. And we are feeling that our time and the time of our children is going. We cannot live the same war that my father fought and lost to our children to fight. So it's better for us to arrange the situation properly now and get to know which way Nigeria. Sono Kusu sang this song many years ago. And we're still in the same place 60 years after, 65 years after, going to 66 now. We are still on the same place. So we need to find a way forward.
Thank
that
you.
way forward is if people want us to discuss, we discuss. If I don't want to go away, simple.
We remain where we are. We need
Thank you, KJ. Thank you, KJ.
So much.
Yeah, let me thank all the people that have come on the platform. Okija, One Africa, very good. Jide, Sound. In short, everybody contributed well today. I must say,
But I thought everyone's supposed to say the final maybe 1 minute.
No. That was not. It was Mascara that just jailbreak, bust into it, and now KJ, now you two want to crash it. No, it has to be rules. Tomorrow, that's where that is going to happen. That's going to happen on KJ's session when he does his closeout. KJ's session is going to be good. See, I'm sorry because we have gone over time and we're not even supposed to be here up to now. So I didn't even get a chance to. The moment we came in, because today it was a bit hot, people were hot. The moment you came in, people started talking. I didn't even get a chance to play any of the news, nothing at all. So let me thank you all for coming in, Okija, G-Day. Everybody that came in today, I think they've done themselves proud, to be fair. The earlier session was a little bit too acrimonious. I think in this session, people at least listen to each other a little bit more. Let me thank the people that are in this thing on the chat. Okochaten, I see you there. Okochaten, Boom Boom Ray, I see you there too. We didn't mention Iran today, and so Boom Boom Ray, didn't show up. If we mention Islam, Iran, and a few other topics, he's going to jump on. And Stacy Jacobin, I see you there. I don't know why they keep insisting that I hate my Southeastern people. What is wrong with you people? You should stop it. All these chat people, they were like, he hates us. This hatred runs deep. What are you talking about? Barry, do you know? You guys don't know the kind of conversations I have with other people. You don't even have a clue. Let me see. There is Azu Ayo Kambe. Thank you for joining. I've not seen that name before. I'm seeing some new names actually. That's good. New people are always welcome to come and join the community. Barry, I see. I think I've said Barry already. I can't say everybody. I know that there are a lot of people that are on the chat. Equity, Fairness, and Justice is there. McKennelly, all the regulars are also there. Let me thank the person that donated. Faye 4778. I thank you for your donation of 10 euros. 10 euros. Euro is a special currency that's actually greater than the dollar. It's European Union currency, the euro. Thank you for 10 euro donation. We really do appreciate it. And let me thank, I really should have asked people to like, share, and subscribe. Please do that. It doesn't cost you anything to enable other people to watch these videos, because some of these conversations are quite important for some people to hear some of the facts. It's not about our opinion that they are listening to it, because they glimpse some things that they are not aware of when they listen to some of these conversations. We don't have any agenda here. There is nobody paying anybody to speak, say what they are saying. People, there is no, what do they call them? Data boys here. These people are coming from their own points of view, from their own honest day's work that they've done, and they come here to tell us what they think about the issues that are affecting our society. So it's a very valuable thing these days, with AI out there, with people being bought off, and media houses being scared of saying anything. So these channels are very vital to how we share truths with each other, and they deserve being supported. So support the channel as much as you can. Like, share, and subscribe so that more people will join this community. And it is the only refuge we have. These type of channels are the only refuge. We have no choice, because the corporate parts of our countries are completely sold out. They are not speaking their mind anymore. They're all scared of their shadow. They don't say anything anymore. So thank you for joining us. Like, share, and subscribe. Next time, try to put your hand in your pocket and donate. All the people that like to say that I hate people, donate. That hate that you think I do have, use that passion to donate. That will help us keep the channel going. And till next time, this evening, there's going to be a show. KJ will be there responding, and Dr. Damages will be present too. So endeavor, I really don't like that term endeavor, but join the live stream and listen to the guests for this evening, and also make time to join KJ. KJ is very good at moderating, in a kind of moderate manner. He's a trained journalist. So join the channel and, listen to the conversations. So thank you for joining us, and till next time, bye everyone. Let's see.
Para